Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Fort Lauderdale City Commission this March 15th, 2022. I want to thank all of you for being here tonight, and I appreciate your patience. For those of you who are here for the first time, first let me apologize why we did not start at 6 o'clock. The reason was because we ran over our conference meeting, which we are going to continue after we begin with our presentations here in tonight's evening meeting. Normally what we do is we have our evening meeting start at 6 o'clock, and we start with presentations where we recognize either individuals, organizations, teams, and people that are really important to our community. So I'd like to begin our evening meeting by asking you all to please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Moritas.
Here.
Commissioner Glassman.
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie. Not present at the moment. Commissioner Sorensen. Not present at the moment. And Mayor Trentalis.
Here. I have no agenda announcements. I just have one change to the agenda M3. There's a correction on page 12 of Exhibit 2. So with regard to the agenda and tonight's minutes, can I have a motion to approve the minutes and the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen is not present. Vice Mayor Moritas.
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie is not present. Mayor Trentalis.
Yes, and the agenda and the minutes are now approved. So now, our presentations. I'd like to invite our Vice Mayor, Heather Moritas, to present a proclamation regarding Westminster Academy girls basketball team.
All right, forgive us. We still have all this stuff going on up here. Haven't quite gotten back from COVID yet. So girls, why don't you come on up with me while I give this proclamation? And then coaches and Mr. Satterley, come on up. So I'd like to welcome Westminster. Come stand right behind me. And then there's actually a camera right there. So you guys are now on TV. Just City of Fort Lauderdale TV, but we'll take it. So come up. Oh, sorry. You got it. So I'd like to welcome the Westminster Academy girls basketball team for their state championship this year. Congratulations. Very, very, very excited. And I'm going to pass this microphone down. I'm going to let them introduce themselves and just say their name. And here we go.
Lena Girardi,
Maddie Walhoff,
Mia Kostelides,
Alana Margelis,
Abby Price, Taylin Carey, Claire Erickson,
Princess Kemp,
Raquel Rosa,
Shannon Walhoff.
All right, and we'll have Headmaster Satterley come up after I give the proclamation to say a few words on behalf of Westminster Academy. So I'm so excited to have you all here. I know a few years ago we had the boys from Westminster Academy come when they won the state championship for basketball. So we're so proud of you. We have a lot of freshmen on the team, a lot of depth, so we're looking forward to having you back next year. Same time, same place, so good luck with that. And so I would like to read this proclamation from the mayor. Office of the Mayor from the City of Fort Lauderdale. Proclamation presented to Westminster Academy girls basketball team for winning the Class 3A state championship. Whereas on February 25th, 2022, at the RP Funding Center in Lakeland, the Westminster Academy girls basketball team defeated Sarasota with a 44-1 victory to secure the Class 3A state championship title. Whereas this is the first state championship the Westminster Academy girls basketball team has won since 1991, whereas Coach Shannon Walhoff took over the program before the 2007-2008 season, and since then the team had only made it as far as the regional finals, whereas the victory did not come easy. As Elena, one of the team's top defensive players, suffered a leg injury in the semifinal game against FSU High, Lena, the team's leading scorer this season, fouled out of the game with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left, whereas the team continued through the game with grit and determination, and with the help of freshman Maddie Walhoff, who started in place of Mayor Jalise, and scored 15 points, including a 3-point shots early in the fourth quarter and a free throw in the final seconds of the game to secure the lead. And whereas this dream team brought home the state championship title, ending their season with 27 wins and 5 losses, whereas the mayor and city commissioners congratulate the Westminster Academy Lions on their incredible season victory and wish the team and coaches continued success. Now, therefore, we as the city commissioners of the city of Fort Lauderdale do hereby proclaim March 15th as Westminster Academy Girls' Day in the city of Fort Lauderdale in celebration of their successful season, dated this 15th day of March, signed your Mayor, Dean J. Tranchelis. Congratulations, girls. Lots of words. And Joel? Much love.
Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for this honor, for bestowing this upon our ladies. My name is Joel Satterley. It's my privilege to serve as headmaster at Westminster Academy School that's been part of this community for 50 years. It's contributed almost 4,000 alumni out into the world. This group of young ladies behind us represents the very finest example of what our school is about. As an eyewitness to those 2 games, I can tell you they were hard fought. There was great grit and determination, and we're very, very proud of what our Lady Lions did up in Lakeland. And they brought home another championship to Fort Lauderdale, which seems to happen quite a bit with the schools here in Broward County. We're proud to be a part of that as well. Thank you for giving us a moment to be here tonight and for honoring what these ladies have accomplished. Have a good evening.
Great.
We'll take a picture. Like that. All right, girls, we're going to take a quick photo. Do we need to squeeze in a little bit more? Okay, please squeeze in, maybe turn sideways. Or no one's short, so okay, can't say that. Is that me?
Congratulations. Thank you so much. And Vice Mayor Moritas, stay right where you are. We have a proclamation regarding National Surveyors Week in the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, where are my surveyors? All right, come on up. Yusuf. It's my honor to give the next proclamation to our surveyors. Is it Yusuf? Yusuf and Benjamin. Okay, great. Thank you for coming on up. And on behalf of the city of Fort Lauderdale, I'd like to issue this proclamation in recognition of National Surveyors Week. Whereas every March, a week-long awareness campaign is conducted to emphasize the contributions of professional surveyors, introduce a new generation to the profession, and highlight the use of technology in surveying work. Whereas National Surveyors Week was established by the National Society of Professional Surveyors as an annual celebration of the surveying profession and the vital services that they provide to the advancement and betterment of human welfare. Whereas surveyors are responsible for making precise measurements to determine property boundaries and providing data relevant to the shape and contour of the Earth's surface for engineering, map making, and construction projects. They are skilled in several fields: geometry, trigonometry, regression analysis, physics, engineering, meteorology, programming languages, and the law. Whereas surveyors have played a vital role in the growth and development of our city, state, and nation. Pioneers were encouraged to travel many miles to settle and stake land claims to build upon the foundation of our country. Whereas three United States presidents served their fellow colonists as surveyors: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Abraham Lincoln. In fact, Thomas Jefferson developed the public land survey system that is still used today in describing and selling land acquired by the public to help fund and build our country. Whereas surveyors in our area were instrumental to early exploration, development, building, and platting of lands, roads, bridges, and institutions in Broward County, Whereas the City of Fort Lauderdale recognizes the valuable contributions of our local surveyors and relies on their mapping expertise to make daily decisions that impact development and quality of life. Now, therefore, we, as the City Commissioners of the City of Fort Lauderdale, do hereby proclaim March 20th through 22nd as National Surveyors Week. Signed, your Mayor, Dean J. Trantelis. Thank you for coming. I'm going to let you all say a word or two.
Well, thank you for the humbling opportunity to follow state champs. It's a humbling experience. We sometimes need as surveyors. We're the unseen people out there. We were the first ones here mapping the county. There's a long history of Broward County and Fort Lauderdale surveyors, not just establishing Broward County, but Miami-Dade and Monroe, going back into the 20s of companies that are still here today. We appreciate the opportunity and the recognition. We are proud of our profession and want to continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say?
Hi, my name is Yusuf Kaddour. I'm from the geomatics program from University of Florida. University of Florida continue to be engaged with the community and provide the future surveyors and qualified and talented people. Thank you very much and go Gators.
All right. Yeah, go Gators. All right, well, can we get a photo?
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, fellas. At this time, I'm going to temporarily recess the meeting so that we can resume our afternoon meeting where we last discussed the Bahia Mar project. We were at that point where we were going to invite for public comment, so I'm going to recess the evening meeting and now reconvene the afternoon meeting. I have a bunch of names that I'm going to read into the record, and I'm going to read them three names at a time, and I ask that you take 2 minutes to give us your opinion regarding what was presented this afternoon, and so we can continue with that meeting. So start with Marilyn Mamano, followed by Michael Sperling, followed by, I don't think these people are here, so Kevin Kodish, you're with Take Capital though, right? Yeah. He says Take Capital Bahia Mar he's with, no? Kevin Kodish. Okay. All right, so it's Marilyn Mamano, Michael Sperling, who lives in Miami, and Kevin Kodish.
Hi, I'll spend 2 minutes of my time, some of my 2 minutes, congratulating Commissioner Moritas on getting this proclamation done, because we all needed a break, I think, to clear our heads, and it was a good vibe. I'm here to speak about the Bahia Mar. Based upon what's happened in the afternoon, some of my issues have been addressed, thank goodness. But I'm here to tell you why I think it is physically possible to advance the development of the promenade and the Central Park space into the first phase of Bahia Mar development and require that they be complete and open to the public in a relatively short period of time. I'm saying perhaps 3 years from the signing of the new lease. Assuming as I do, and I hope the Commission does, that providing public access was one of the primary goals to be achieved, regardless of some inevitable construction headaches, it is physically possible, in my opinion, to separate the public access areas from the construction of the hotel and the residential buildings. It is also necessary to maintain access to the marina and the dockmaster during construction. See the attached, which is Exhibit F from the documents we got today. That's Exhibit F of the proposed site plan. From the materials you are currently reviewing. Green is the promenade, and yellow is the Central Park. Green is the promenade in the Central Park. Yellow is the perimeter access road. Purple hash marks define a construction fence around the parts of the site that will contain buildings and parking, and the red circles are the areas that need to have continuous access during the many years of construction. Of course, there will be times when these lines need to be crossed and or adjusted. There may even be some construction needs that will be temporarily replaced over time. The leasee will have to adjust his demolition and construction plan accordingly, but conceptually, the site plan lends itself to this simple separation. This is a small price to pay for advancing in short order a primary goal before entering into another 100-year lease. I hope you consider this information at your March 15th meeting and instruct the staff to include in the new lease an accelerated schedule for the development of the public access areas. I also included a drawing from 2017 that showed a similar phasing, and I also included an aerial of Bahia Mar that shows the existing hard surfaces around the perimeter of the site, which could easily...
Okay, Marilyn, the time.
Yes. So I think you made a progress this morning, this afternoon, going from 50 years to 10. God bless. But I think we can do even better, and I urge you to keep pushing for the public access area on a more accelerated schedule.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Michael Sperling, followed by Kevin Kodish. Is Michael Sperling here? Is Kevin here? Is the Count here?
See? He said to read that.
I thought he came with you, Ann.
Sort of excited when I saw his name on the list.
Alan Rubin, followed by Mary Fertig, followed by Alberto Fernandez. Is Alan Rubin here? He's not here. Did they? I'm sorry that we took so long this afternoon. Mary Fertig, followed by Alberto Fernandez.
Thank you. I'm going to give you a letter at the end, which we previously sent you several months ago, but since we're focused on the lease today, we don't have much time, let me just get to what some of our concerns with the contract are. The revenue, we feel that's below what you should get. The fee simple value of this property has doubled from $129 million in 2012 to $256 million in at most recent appraisal. In 2012, I will pass this out to you, the city asked for 4.25% of gross operating revenues with a minimum of $2.6 million. This was the base rent. This was to be adjusted annually by the value of the commercial property. Also, the city was asking for 4.75% of the initial sale of the condos. The tenant was offering 4.25%. The city was demanding that there were phasing penalties, which mean, of course, they had a phasing schedule. And there was a daily penalty for the delay of the promenade in the park. And there was an assignment fee of 5 times the minimum rent at the time of assignment. And the city was demanding a $7.5 million payment just for discussing the contract, just for doing it. And most importantly, the back 8 acres of the property were going to be deed restricted in perpetuity, ensuring public space in the future of the boat show. Your attorney gave you the 21-page thing. Let me just go through some real quickly here. Here are some concerns we hope you address in this document. Concern about restrictions on public access in context of the promenade and parks. We're concerned, and you've discussed it today, the definition of special functions. The lack of a phasing schedule. This should be of major concern after the conversation this afternoon. Your financial analysis is based on year 1. And if you don't get there till year 10 or year 20, you have a very different financial analysis. Failure to require construction of the promenade within a certain number of years. Penalties for failing to adhere to the phasing schedule. No restrictive covenant on the promenades and the promenade and park, ensuring no future development. No, I'm almost done, Dean. No renderings of an 18 to 19-story building in the Collier's analysis, and all of you talking about it, yet zoning in place is 12 stories. And you need to make some accommodations for that if you really plan to go a different route in the lease. We request that you make all records available to the public and that any subtenant, especially the boat show, be subjected to restrictions have no restrictions on their ability to speak. We feel the project should go to DRC before finalizing the lease. We do not believe the marina lease should be extended and the rest of the lease. We believe there are charter issues with this proposal, and we implore you to allow a public referendum on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just give these to David later.
Okay. Alberto Fernandez, are you here in the audience?
Mayor, I have one question for the city attorney because a few people have mentioned Mary's last line about a referendum on Bahia Mar. Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, and I might be wrong, but I don't think we could have a referendum on Bahia Mar till 2062 when the lease is over.
Correct.
Thanks.
Yeah, you can't do that now.
Thank you.
Jonathan Lipson, followed by Jared Casebolt. Is Jonathan Lipson here? Is Jared Casebolt here? Jackie Fernandez? Gary Cotton? Followed by Ann Hilmer.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Gary Cotton. I was here to talk about the financial aspects. I know we got an appraisal, and I'm not sure what we did with it. We didn't discuss it. It sounds like the deal's already done. We're getting into the fine print of a contract. I don't even know what the financial terms are. I don't know if it's a new lease, an amendment of the lease. I don't know the first step, so I'm confused. And I was thinking that we would get some financial input today of here's what the deal is, here's what we're doing, and that's why I'm confused.
Well, let's stop for a second there, and I will stop the clock. Were you here for the presentation by Mr. Krasno from Collier's?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you realize he was giving us a proposal that he was asking the city commission to consider with regard to the financial?
I understand that there's a new lease, but I don't understand if the old lease that still exists is being thrown away.
Yes.
Whether it's
yes.
being amended.
No, it's
not being. So we're taking
a new lease. The old lease is being terminated, and a new
and
lease.
we're starting with a new lease, and the new lease is going to be for 50 years.
50 years with a renewable option of another 50 years.
With an option of 50 years.
Provided certain milestones are achieved, and assuming those are achieved, they will be allowed to renew for another 50 years.
Okay, and there's no bidding process or anything that goes along with this. It's just we're going to issue a new lease. It's going to be for 100 years, which is the same thing as selling the property, but we're not going to do a competitive bid. We're going to accept whatever the lease is that's being canceled is equal to the new lease. Is that the financial?
No, it's completely different. The financial return on the new lease is significantly higher than the financial return on the current lease, as we described at the beginning of that discussion. And so, and where do you live in the city?
I live in Idlewild, across from.
So, District 2 Commissioner will be happy to go over those details with you and explain to you all the differences. So, we'd be happy to. I want to make sure that when you leave this meeting or when you consider the options that we have, that you understand all the facts, because you're entitled to understand all the facts.
I understand the facts, and I understand what Collier's did. Collier's, for instance, put in there are no weaknesses in the proposal. Well, if I were proposing this deal, the first thing I would talk about is the value. If a value of a condo goes up 2.5% if it's owned, but when you're only leasing it, it goes down. So there's a big question about, can these things be sold for 2,500 a square foot? I don't think so. I don't think that the other areas of the fact that there's going to be a boat show, that there's going to be a noise, there's going to be construction. All these things would give me risk to, and I know the idea of this whole thing is to protect the boat show, but I think we're doing the opposite. I think what we're doing is if these things don't sell because people aren't willing to pay these prices and the thing sits there, I mean, just look at Tavistock and what we've got over there. That's not public land, so we don't have to worry about it, but it's an eyesore and nothing's happening.
Well,
and
wait a minute, sir. That's not true at all. Something is happening. It's under construction.
Well, from the standpoint of when it was supposed to be done, and it was blamed on the pandemic, which the rest of the downtown got built. So I don't know that I buy that, but I'm still concerned about, if you really want to protect the boat show, leave it as it is, let it expire, and then you own the property, do what you want with it. But doing this, I think, gives more risk to the city, and I think it gives more risk to the boat show.
Okay.
To deal with all these problems.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Cotton. Thank you. Ann Hilmer, followed by Danielle DeVito Hurley. That's only for questions, okay? And I think this says Blake Ruff. So Ann Hilmer, followed by Blake Ruff, followed by John Roth.
My name is Ann Hilmer. I'm speaking on behalf of Idlewild Improvement Association, not as an individual citizen. We're the closest neighbors to this project, except for the Illini condominium, but the developers have not met with us. They have met with Central Beach Alliance. On 3/16/21, after a commission conference meeting, we were confident that we had at least 3 commission members who were opposed to building condos on public lands. If you had stayed with that, we wouldn't be talking about a 50-year lease and a 50-year extension tonight. On 7/16/21, the developer proposed 410 condos, and the commission began to cave, in my opinion. On 11/15/21, Mary Fertig, as president of Idlewild Association, sent you all a letter asking for 3 points. The final part of this letter, as a last resort from Idlewild, asked for you to retain ownership of the west portion of the property, retain the marina lease by the city, and retain ownership of the perimeter road and the promenade. At our annual meeting this year on February 21st, 2022, Idlewild voted to affirm the statements in this letter and the motions passed that were passed in 2021. And those motions were to amend the city charter to specify no development of private residences on public lands. Secondly, the city should not amend the lease to allow private residences to be built on city land. And third, the city should not renegotiate the Bahia Mar lease. I think this is a very unfortunate situation that we're in. I think that you all have gotten us to a place that we shouldn't be. Thank you.
Okay, so let's, Ann, just come back to the podium for a second. You are aware that there's already a site plan approved.
I understand that, Dean.
51 units.
I'm
So why are
giving
you
you,
asking us not to build on public land?
I
when
am
there's-
giving you the letter that came from Idlewild and reminding you of Idlewild's stand.
I understand that, but you're the president of Idlewild. And I just want everyone to be clear what our options are. You know, this commission is not, you know, looking at a blank slate here. There's already an approved plan for 651 units, plus a hotel that currently exists of 256 units. So what, if we were able to reduce that development plan, isn't that a step in the right direction?
Not enough.
Okay. Blake Ruff, are you here, Blake? John Roth, followed by Lisa Namer.
Wow, at least we're making some progress. My name is John Roth. I live in 333 Sunset Drive, which is just off behind Idlewild. And I have a marine history, 40 years in the business, and I listened to all the commentary about the presentation before, and I plowed through all the agreements proposed that the city's attorney's office has put up. And I have to say that we've made major progress since the last iteration that we've had. And since I'm not trying to dig holes, I'm trying to make you aware of things, because the marine world is different than the land world on condos. And I think that since, I don't think any of you, maybe Heather has a boat, but I've had a boat almost all my life. I work in the trade. So I'm going to go through these quickly, and they're out of order, and they may deal with different contracts. So I'm talking about boardwalk. People, you talk about the boardwalk. Boardwalk has a very specific meaning, and so does promenade. It's defined in the contracts. We should use the word promenade, and nobody should use the word boardwalk, because The architect drew boards on the promenade, but you will never get the DRC to approve wood boards on the boardwalk or promenade area because they're totally fire hazard. They emit noxious chemicals, and they won't take the weight of the boat show trucks.
Do we use boardwalk? I thought we used promenade.
On previous iterations, and you should do a word search, and every place where it is, replace it with promenade.
I thought we did. I'm sorry. I thought we
Okay.
did.
So the next one is marine infrastructure. There's nothing in here that says that the marine operator has to maintain the depth of the interior docks at the current level, which is 12 feet, because silt migrates in there. Who's going to pay for that? There's nothing in there at all about that. The same thing which would go with casualty, which is if we had a force majeure hurricane and the marina is filled up with sand, who pays for that? And who has the insurance to cover all the dock damage and everything? None of that is defined, and it needs to be. Because I believe it's in this period it will be.
Hold on a second, John. So isn't this a triple net lease? I mean, we're not responsible for that, are we? No. Right.
No, they run the marina.
Yeah. They're responsible for that. I think it's
Yeah,
defined.
okay. So I just to remind you that these are another things that we need to deal with and need to be fully understood. Another thing on the marina is, in case there's a dock or a marina fire, sufficient casualty insurance must be in place to cover replacement of the upland portions of the property, structures and common elements caused by the fire. Insurance requirements on moored vessels shall not be so onerous. So the first thing that happens when you take your boat to a marina is they say, give me your registration and your insurance. And you say, here's my insurance certificate. They say, oh, that's not enough. And so if you need to get more insurance to dock your boat at the Marina because it's close to these buildings, then you're going to have a higher insurance fee. And you say, heck, I'm going to go to Palm Beach. It's not worth docking my boat there. So this has to be worked out. And then a lot of that has to do with.
Your 2 minutes are up. I'm
Okay.
sorry to say.
All right. So anyway,
If you have any additional comments, could you submit your thoughts to us so we'll have our city attorney
yeah,
look at it and make sure.
they're all about I tried
About
to
liability,
say the point
okay.
this afternoon on this, but these are physical things that you need to deal with.
Okay.
In these contracts, and they aren't there.
I agree. I think your points are
Okay,
well.
thank you.
If you don't mind giving to the clerk, John, you don't mind giving your comments to the clerk, unless you
They're
want.
written all over them.
All right. If you give us a cleaner copy, or if you want.
I can send them to you from home.
All right. Would you mind doing that then? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Is Lisa Namor here? She lives. Sigrid McCauley. Stephanie Toothaker's here. You want any? No additional comments. You've said your piece. Peter Partington, are you here? He left. Joe Piecure. I know I didn't pronounce that correctly. Piecura.
Dean, you're obviously not from the Midwest.
No, I'm not.
My name's Joe Pachura. I live in Imperial Point. Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I was here, and it wasn't that long ago, and I thought things were resolved. I guess they weren't. Surprise on me. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm speaking from emotion. Other people here spoke from facts, and thank you for doing that. Fort Lauderdale is not the Fort Lauderdale I moved to 50 years ago. There have been some improvements, and there have been some not so good improvements, or not so good changes, excuse me. The traffic on A1A and Federal Highway is gridlock. What the heck is going to happen when Sunrise and Federal gets any more apartments? We're gridlocked, guys. Same thing is going to happen at BHMR. What's going to happen to our city water and sewer systems, which are already overloaded? Who's going to pay for the improvements? There was an article in the Sun Sentinel recently that said our water bills are going to double.
Don't believe everything you read in the Sunset.
I understand, sir. I don't believe everything I read anywhere except in my own writing. I appreciate your input. We cannot continue to overload our systems. It's going to implode. When was the last time you saw a police officer stop somebody for a traffic violation? Doesn't happen. Everybody speeds. Everybody speeds. Half the people don't use the turn indicator. We are ready for bad times. What I would request is this. Don't continue the decades of bad decisions. Vote your conscience and vote what is best for not you, not for these wonderful developers, but vote what is best for the people, your constituency in Fort Lauderdale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I just want to say that I agree with you, and I think everyone on the commission agrees with you. We are doing our best to try to make better a bad situation that we were handed. And I feel that we're working in the right direction to try to peel back some of the decisions that were made with regard to the BHMR site. And as you know, as you did listen to the facts, we are in a position now to significantly reduce the number of units that are going to be built on this site, and also to clear away a large part of the site that was not allowed for the boat show to now be available for the boat show. So we're making steps in the right direction. So this is not like we want something here. We're just trying to make better what we have, okay?
Some of what you're saying is very good, Dean. I agree with you. Our infrastructure is so lacking.
Well, you don't have to tell me that.
Police, the firemen, the sewer, the water, these are basic needs.
Well, we are clearly moving in that direction.
Have got to be addressed, and they've got to be addressed now, because they will never be cheaper.
We agree with you.
Never
This
be cheaper.
Commission continues to work with our city manager and our public works department to identify weak areas in our infrastructure. As you know, we have to redo our water treatment plant now. We have to redo our sewage, our pipes underneath. We're working on it as best we can, trying to make up for years of neglect. So we're continuing. You know that we just rebuilt that 7.5 mile sewer pipe from the sewage treatment plant all the way to the golf course in Coral Ridge. So you know we're making significant progress.
What percentage of that is of the total sewer pipes in the city? What percentage of the total water pipes in the city have been maintained? There's a lot that's going to explode in the very near future. There's a lot.
From time to time, we get updates, and we find that our public works department is working significantly in trying to improve the infill and infiltration problem that we've had for many years, which brought too much effluent into the water treatment plant. We've reduced that significantly. We're working neighborhood by neighborhood, section by section, to ensure that we're able to anticipate the growth. It's not going to happen overnight. It's going to come at a cost, but this commission continues to respect the fears that you have and to try to address them. So we're not tone deaf. We really understand but what we're doing tonight is listening to the proposal. We're not voting on anything tonight. We're listening to proposals that are going to reduce significantly a plan that was approved 5 years ago by a previous commission. And this is one step in the right direction to try to lessen the impact on our infrastructure.
Sir, I will do my darndest to hold you to the fire.
Okay.
Feet first. Okay? But let's get this on the right track, please.
Well, we are. I'd like to think we are.
Please, we have a beautiful community. We're destroying it. We really are. Look at our beach. It's a shadow of what it used to be.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I have a bunch of other people who have signed up, but I think it's just people in connection with the organization: Aaron McNeil, Ursula Kagan, and Donna Badorf. There's no one wants to speak, right? Okay. So anyone else wishes to speak on this item? Okay, there being none, then we'll do commission reports after the general meeting.
Mayor, I just wanted to ask the city attorney, because the last meeting we had, we did set out a timeline. It was the vice mayor who mentioned that we should look at all these documents today. The city attorney said he would be meeting with us all individually, which I think happened, and then I think we were calling for this to come back to us for a vote to then send it on to the regulatory development process on April 5th. Is that the correct timeline that we established last time?
Well, we did say we needed all the documents today, and we got them all today. So I think the next step is as soon as Alan has worked with their team to make the modifications. So I guess it would be, how much time does
Alan, do you need anything else from us, or?
No, I think I think I got the guidance I needed today. I need to sit down with Barry and work out some details, add some language, and massage some things. But we should be able to get you something by the next meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So we'll recess the conference meeting till later after the general meeting so we can have our commission reports. And we'll reconvene our evening meeting. So in that regard, just a moment. We ended the conference meeting as far as the Bahia Mar item was concerned, and we're going to resume it for the commission reports. So anyone here in connection with the Bahia Mar, you're welcome to stay and enjoy the rest of the entertainment.
Yeah, right. I'm leaving.
I feel personally hurt by your walking out, but that's okay. It's okay. Okay, so at this point, as we resume our evening meeting, I would ask each member of the commission to see if they have any items of the consent agenda that they would like to pull. If we pull a consent agenda item, we'll hear it separately from the rest of the consent agenda, and I would invite anybody who wishes to speak on that item to speak at that time. If there's a consent agenda item that has not been pulled, I would invite a member of the public who wishes to speak on those other items to speak when called upon, and that will be your opportunity. You would be given 3 minutes to speak on that particular consent agenda item. So I have a number of people who signed up to speak on consent agenda items, but let's see what is being pulled. So Vice Mayor, do you have any items you wish to pull?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie? Commissioner Glassman?
None, thank you.
And Commissioner Sorensen?
No.
Okay, so we have a number of people.
I'll have mine up.
Pull something. Okay. CM1, CM3, CM5, CR1, and CP2. Okay. So, Jason Lord, are you here? Jason, want to speak on CM1? Okay. Mr. Chettle, you want to speak on CM3. This is a motion approving large user wastewater agreements with the City of Oakland Park, City of Wilton Manors, City of Tamarack, Town of Davie, and Broward County.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm signed up to speak on CM3 and CR1. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak on both or just one.
You speak on both.
I'll speak on both. Great.
Yep.
This afternoon, I spoke against the action against the city auditor. At one point during my comments, I mentioned the evening meeting and the bonds, which is a stormwater bond. It's tied to CM3, which is large users of waste. I went back and looked at the last bond issuance, 95 references to audit. The city auditor is integral to issuing debt in the city. He's responsible, or she's responsible, for internal controls, for segregation of funds, for the filings of independent audited financials, for staff inquiries, analytical programs, reviewing documentation, reviewing to ensure there's no errors and misrepresentations. I'm going to remind you where we are in the process right now. We're in March. March 23rd, the famous Laura Reese starts her revenue estimating committee meetings. May 11th, budget advisory board presentations by departments. July, trim notices. Trim notices in July. We're in March. No auditor. September, you approve the budget. Who's going to determine that the budget is balanced? Who's going to make sure that we comply with the state statutes? I spoke to two friends this afternoon, both auditors, one in Chicago, one in Dallas. Neither one of them would ever commit to working in a city given the statement by IA. If you are not going to allow an auditor to be independent and objective, if you're not going to allow an auditor to be free of influence, if you're not going to allow an auditor to have audit selection as identified in the charter, which you may disagree with the essence or what the intent was, but it's written in black and white in simple words that a simple guy like me can understand, then we have a problem. The large users, I went and looked at the agreements, audited financials repeatedly. You know that your existing bonds right now and your existing agreements right now with your large users allow a user to come to the city and view audited financial statements. The auditor reviews revenues, expenses. The auditor has a role in determining and establishing fees. The auditor has a role in reviewing revenue and expense forecasts. This stormwater bond is $500 million. I'm hoping that you have gone to Hazen and Sawyer and added Melrose and Melrose Manor to the 7 top priority neighborhoods in the city. I'm going to remind you, Mayor, you said in November of 2020, we owe it to the people to do the right thing. We need to move more aggressively. Thank you.
Thank you. CM3 also Boyd Corbin.
In 2017, Fort Lauderdale paid Reese Engineering $1 million to figure out what to do with the city's water and sewer systems. The Reese report recommended doing a pilot study at Five Ash to determine the best way to filter city drinking water. 2 years later, in 2019, Carollo Engineering was paid $150,000 to do the pilot study, which involves parking a mobile lab on an 18-wheeler at Five Ash to study the water. However, Carollo never did a pilot study. They merely sent Five Ash water to a laboratory and refunded the city $150,000 for the pilot study they never did. The Carollo report recommended, based on not doing a pilot study, nanofiltration with ion exchange as the best filtration method, and said there wasn't enough room at the current Five Ash site to implement this. In 2021, Reese Engineering did a full pilot study at Five Ash, which reinforced what was already known from a pilot study Dr. Reese did 30 years ago, which concluded that ozone with carbon is by far the best and cheapest filtration method. It would be able to fit in the current Five Ash location, save hundreds of millions of dollars, and would produce clear drinking water within 2 years. Ammonia would no longer be needed to be added to our drinking water in order to cheat and pass EPA safe water tests. Ammonia makes the water corrosive, which eats away at metal water lines, which turns the water yellow, brown, or green. The money saved could go towards replacing or sleeving water lines. It's obvious that Carollo Engineering is giving the city their desired results, which point towards a public-private partnership. Hazen and Sawyer engineers who advise the city are rumored to be afraid of losing their jobs if they speak the truth and go against the Carollo report findings. The Florida Board of Professional Engineers are currently investigating the Carollo report, which is what all the unsolicited P3 bids are based on. The bottom line is that bringing in a private company to build and operate a new water treatment plant for 30 years will make the city tap water much more expensive, and the city will lose control of water quality. Don't ignore a Reese report again, like you did 2 years ago, which caused the 250 million gallon sewer spill. By the way, the Sun Sentinel got their information on water rates going up 87% in 3 years. You know where they got that from, Dean? No, you don't. It's from the $500,000 Ernst & Young report that you had them do, and you gave a presentation on. It was right up there on the screen. Hundreds of water customers have had to pay monthly water bills in the thousands of dollars due to faulty water meters, which will be replaced next year. City management says they can only reimburse about half these outrageous water bills due to city charters. Obviously, the city commission has the power to change the city charter and do the right thing.
All right, thank you, sir.
Do you want to talk about the pilot study with Reese?
Your 3
I mean, I
minutes.
haven't heard you guys bring it up in about 6 months.
Your 3 minutes are up, and we appreciate your thoughts.
No.
Now it's time for Mr.
Ben,
Stephen
nothing to
Buckley. Is Mr. Buckley here? What's the matter? Are you channeling Mr. Buckley?
I am, and he's channeling Ivy Stranahan, who has been nominated.
Okay, turn
Call
off
you-
the
call
lights
your
and
next
light the
person.
candles. What
Person, and then I'll be back up.
do you,
Did that go on the consent agenda, Steve? On the Walk of Fame, on the Ivy Stranahan?
I'm sorry, what was the question, Mary?
Call your next person, I'll be right back up with a.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Ivy Stranahan, she left early.
All right, Stephen Buckley, you're not here. Richard Sugar, this was just for questions only, right? Okay. And Marilyn Mamano, did you want to speak on CP2? You're good, okay. All right, that's everybody that has asked to speak on consent agenda items. Did you want to speak on CP2 also? That wasn't included in your other comments? Okay. The rules are you're supposed to do it all at once, but I'll give you another couple of minutes.
I appreciate it, Mayor. You may not like me too much in about 3 minutes, but I will be very polite. I'll be polite. I'll be polite.
I will.
CP2 is about the mapping. It's about the RFQ 12596. I get what's going on right now, but I'm going to remind Ben, Steve, and Dean. A long time ago, when we were on a first name basis, and you were not on the dais, or Dean was, but he was a commissioner, you campaigned, 2018. We were in the midst of significant infrastructure failures, water and sewer. One of the key components was mapping of water and mapping of sewer. You didn't do the mapping. Then we get to July of 2019 when we have the 5-ash valve failure. FDEP gives you a consent order. Anybody can go and look it up. It's 19-1637. In that consent order, we were cited obviously for the failed valve. We were cited for obviously not issuing boil water notices that they deemed to be sufficient, and we were in violation of inaccurate mapping. So they then told you that you had no choice, that you will, within 36 months, map the system. WGI, in September of 2020, gave you the mapping plan. You submitted that to the FDEP. We're in March of 2022, so election was March of 18, so 19, 20, 21, 22. That's 4 years, and we're still, I'm going to use a technical term, putzing around with mapping. Every day that those pipes are submerged in salt water is a bad day. Please ramp up your urgency and ask the colonel, who's now back at the city, and we're very happy he's back at the city, to please get this mapping thing taken care of. Thank you very much.
All right, great, thank you.
I think we have been mapping. We started, I think, not only mapping, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but not only mapping, one of the other issues, Paul, and you know this well, is the identifying location of our
valves.
Valves, thank you. Yes, valves. And then exercising them, I think, is the right terminology, and make sure we're tracking all those, identifying the kind of the material of pipes that made of, and identifying vulnerabilities and so forth. And Chris, my understanding is we've been working on that.
We have, and the part of the story that we haven't told yet about this item that's on the agenda tonight is this. Actually, even though it rejects the proposals, it further affirms our desire for urgency in mapping, and this unfortunately was one of those that we needed to do fairly quickly to clear out a lawsuit that we need to get settled so that we can actually receive proposals and move forward. So just because this is rejecting tonight on the agenda, that is in the spirit of getting to this quickly, because if we don't do this, then we're going to fight some protracted litigation, which will really slow us down. So that's the reason this is on the agenda tonight.
So what's the next step then?
To re-advertise.
To re-advertise?
Yes.
Because there was some question about the process?
I can let the city attorney weigh in as to what this does so that we can move forward.
Well, yeah, without getting into much of the weeds, there was the company that initially consulted us on the mapping wanted to bid on the project. We did not allow them to bid on the project. There was a dispute about process with regards to whether they could protest or not, which they couldn't because they didn't actually bid on it. So absent a bid, there was no protest mechanism. So they filed suit, and we agreed to resolve it very quickly. Just go ahead, reject all bids, and let everybody else come back and bid, and it will go through our process.
Okay.
Urgency.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary, what is it that you have?
I'm Steve Buckley, okay? And Steve was here to read this. Ivy, and this is so positive, you'll be glad that we're doing it.
Okay.
Ivy Julia Cromartie Stranahan, born in 1881, who passed away in 1971, was born in White Springs, Florida, and came to Fort Lauderdale at the age of 18 from Lemon City, Miami, immediately upon obtaining her teaching certificate. Ivy was Fort Lauderdale's first teacher, teaching in a one-room schoolhouse in 1899. Throughout her life, she was always concerned with improving the lives of everyone, especially the disenfranchised, and preserving the South Florida ecology and natural environment. She was an early member, often founding member or officer of the Fort Lauderdale Garden Club, the Fort Lauderdale Women's Club, 1911, the Audubon Society, 1955, Friends of Seminoles, Friends of Florida Foundation, 1949, the Florida Historical Society, 1962, and many other organizations. She was involved in Florida Equal Suffrage Association, promoting women's rights in 1917, and lobbied for the passing of the Homestead Exemption Act in 1933. She was an early pioneer, educator, lobbyist, businesswoman, and civic activist, promoting many significant causes such as building schools, hospitals, libraries. She was instrumental in successfully advancing worthwhile causes benefiting Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, the state of Florida, and the entire country. Ivy's contribution to Fort Lauderdale over 6 decades far exceeds that of any other resident. Ivy's legacy is preserved in the Stranahan House, which we hope all of you will come visit, but should also be represented on the city's Hall of Fame, city's Walk of Fame, and he is expressing his hope, as all of us are, that you will consider her favorably for this honor. And I'm going to add one last thing. Many of our local schools are built on sites that were donated by Frank and Ivy Stranahan, many, many of them. And she's just a person to be greatly admired. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any further questions with regard to the consent agenda? If there are none, do I hear a motion to approve all the consent agenda items?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and all the consent agenda items are now approved. And anyone who's here on those items, you're welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or you can now leave. Moving on to M1, motion approving an event agreement and request for music exemption for Taco Craft Cinco de Mayo and Rocco Tacos Cinco de Mayo. Anyone have any questions with regard to that? I don't think I have anyone signed up for that. Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes. And I expect everyone to be either at Taco Craft or Rocco's Tacos.
Very good.
What's the holiday again, Mayor?
Cinco de Mayo.
Very good. Muy bien.
Muy bien, I think. Motion approving an event agreement, related road closures, and request for music exemptions for Food in Motion. Chris, you're here, but you're just here to answer questions, right? Okay. Anyone have any questions with regard to M2?
I did, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you. And I just wanted to ask the city manager about this because the backup states that there have been past concerns with this event. in Peter Feldman Park. Parking issues, damage to landscape, did not have the roads open in allotted times. So is that an issue at all? And then I noticed that the amplified music is going till 11 p.m. I did ask some folks from Flagler Village on my pre-agenda meeting last night if they had concerns, and there weren't any. But I just wanted to make sure that the city was okay with this, with the past performance from the organization.
Commissioner, I think as long as we recognize that we've had those issues in the past and that we work with the promoters so that they don't happen again, I just think it's good that we acknowledge that there have been those concerns, and we don't want them going forward. And I don't have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you.
I think the concerns in the past had to do with this is on Friday night, Chris, right? I think part of it was trying to close some of these roads, especially 3rd Avenue, during rush hour on a Friday night. How are we addressing that, Chris?
So Chris Gage, Atlantic Studios, and in this case, strictly local. So Food in Motion is the smaller version of Night Owl Festival. That was the one that was on 3rd Avenue. So Food in Motion only closes the section of 6th Street that runs between 3rd Avenue and 4th Avenue, which is just on the north side of Feldman
So it's
Park.
a side street, not the main boulevard.
Correct. So I did speak with a member of the police department who mentioned that the concern was there are vehicles that have been pulling onto the sidewalk area along 3rd Avenue. So I've worked with the MOT company that we utilize for the detour schedule. We're going to be placing additional cones and blockages to prevent anyone from being able to park there at all. So the sidewalk won't be a concern moving forward as far as people parking there, possibly damaging the grass or sprinklers or anything of that nature.
Any other questions?
Nope.
There being none?
Move the item.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the motion's approved. Thank you for doing this, Chris, because it's a great event for the community, so I appreciate that.
Love it.
Yeah. M3, this is a motion approving a comprehensive agreement with One Stop FTL LLC pursuant to Florida Statute Section 255.065 related to city-owned property located at 301 North Andrews Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, commonly known as One Stop Shop. We have a number of people who've signed up to speak. Will there be a presentation tonight? I wasn't anticipating one, but do you have a presentation?
We do have a presentation from Collier's, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
We do have a presentation from Collier's.
Collier's,
yes.
I didn't think from the applicant.
And then the applicant gave a thorough presentation at the last meeting 2 weeks ago. I presume they're prepared to do that again tonight if requested.
I think
Just for new information.
Colliers was coming back to us with the financial report, which we did not have at that time.
Mayor, I do have a presentation that's different from the one that I gave last time, but I think it would make sense to have Collier's go first.
Okay, good. All right. Hello, Ken. Long time no see.
Bless you.
You're earning your keep today.
I don't know where our.
He's coming.
Is there a visual aspect to this?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Again, Ken Krasnow, Colliers International. At the last meeting, you asked for a review of the comprehensive agreement and a real estate analysis. So we've provided that report to you. This is a very high-level overview of the report that you have. So again, obviously, just to identify the site and where it's located, 301 North Andrews in the Flagler Village Urban Core submarket, approximately 3.3 acres. Our opinion of value at roughly 10.5 million an acre, highest and best use, gives it a value of $35 million. This is the current concept. I will kind of make reference to this as we go through our financials. Again, you're noticing As part of the comprehensive agreement, 1/3 of the site to be used for a cultural center and a marketplace, and 2/3 to remain as open space. In the report that I gave you, again, I'm not going to go through every section, but the first section gives you an overview of the comprehensive agreement for the full term of the lease. It also looks at the difference. The city received an appraisal, which differs slightly from our market value. The next section talks about the projected revenues for the uses that will grow at a CPI 3% after 7 years. The next section talks about how the comprehensive agreement compares with some other lease structures that the city has, namely at FXE, where you don't receive a CPI on an annual basis, but you receive it every 3 years. We have a historical 20-year average of a CPI of roughly 2.25%. That's what we used in our analysis. The next sections really talk about kind of what you asked us to do, which was, if you looked at the site, again, from a highest and best use, what it would be developed as and what the value, would bring. So that's the backup that's in your report. This is just going to give you, again, a little bit of a high level. So these are the assumptions that we've reviewed and feel confident with in terms of both the cultural center as well as the marketplace. And again, you can see there that you're looking at basically a $60 million revenue operation. Little bit of the analysis there breaks down how many events and average restaurant pricing and market pricing and so on and so forth. And again, we feel fairly confident that these assumptions are conservative given the status of the project that's going to be built.
And Ken, hold on, go back to that. So what is this, per year?
Yes.
Year one, and define year one?
Again, this is a kind of a stabilized,
Fully operational, I mean. so
fully
this is
operational, yes.
Several years into the project.
Well, after it's built and it's running. So we used in these analyses just to give you a perspective of a let's call it a stabilized operation.
Okay.
And also, you have the concert venue, 1,600 seats. There are no seats, right?
No, I think that's just more people that would be
Okay.
attending.
Just want to clarify.
Yeah, no, I don't, right.
Okay.
But Mayor, we are going to talk a little bit later about some further discussions that we've had, that I've had also with the applicant about some of our not-for-profit local arts organizations being able to seat people.
Okay.
As opposed to that language was in there because the Broward Center for the Performing Arts saw some competition there, so they didn't want it fully seated.
Right.
But they have given us language that we'll talk about later where we will be able to have, so that's just a capacity.
Okay.
Yes. So the heart of the crux of the financial view really, again, looks at the overall value. So again, the appraisal that the city received had a value of $26 million. As I mentioned before, our value is obviously slightly higher at 35 million. I'm going to use these as a basis of comparison when we look at the analysis. The structure that you see below you is what the current comprehensive agreement projected out over the course of the 50 years will bring to the city. So you see there over a 50-year term, roughly $140 million, $137 million of revenue to the city over the course of the 50 years.
So, getting back to appraised value and Collier's value, what is Collier's value? Why is that different from appraised value?
Our value, I mean, again,
Is that your appraisal?
It's not necessarily, it's not a full appraisal, but we do look at, market demand and market dynamics and where the market is moving. That 10.5 million per acre is basically what the bright line parcels that were kind of right around there, sold for. There is a little bit of a discrepancy that we're, kind of reconcile with the appraised value. They didn't quite use the full 3.3 acres. So their per value, if you adjust it for the land, was about 9.5 million an acre. Ours is, again, slightly higher at 10.5 million an acre.
So you have 22% of the parcel is going to be used by the applicant, and so the value of the land that they're going to be occupying is 10.513. Is that what you have?
10.5 is the value for using the entire 10.5 million per acre. 3.3 acres gets you the 35 million, using the whole site.
Okay. But the part that they're
only using, right,
22%. So 22% of 35 million is about 7 million?
I'll show you that in a second.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to be jumping.
No, that's okay.
in.
No, that's fine. The numbers below you, again, are the numbers from the comprehensive agreement with them using only a fraction of the site. So that's for the 50 years, the 137 million.
So, Ken, what the parcel usage, 22%, so the other 78% is what, public use?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that what you're doing?
The comprehensive agreement, we didn't get into the details of the comprehensive agreement, but yes, there are certain, encumbrances that it's going to remain open, not to be developed, used for public space, et cetera. So this is
Okay, yeah, sorry, go ahead. Right, this is the plan. So I'm assuming the 22% means 22% is covered in buildings. Is that what that basically means? What's the, we were just spending a lot of time talking about Bahia Mar. I didn't see a percentage usage there. What's the percent usage there? Do you know?
I don't.
Okay, so what's the total acreage of Bahia Mar?
39.
39? And it sounds like
That includes
That's including the water.
Includes
16
right.
dry.
the water. The actual land is about 15 acres.
about 16 acres. 16 acres, and it sounds like, so we had for Bahia Mar, we had what, 1 acre, 1.5 acre park, I think? Something like that, and then it would probably include the promenade too, as,
Well, no, they said that the open space is
oh,
about
that doesn't include open space?
1.5 acres.
Yeah.
4.5 acres on Bahia Mar?
Actually, more than that.
Is it more than that?
I believe if you add it up, it's between 6 and 7.
6 and 7 out of the 15?
16.
Correct.
Out of 16, 4.5 out of 16. Okay, so we're looking at,
More.
so that percent is, and Bahia Mar is much less public space as a percent, right? I mean, dramatically.
Percentage-wise, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So if folks like the percent of Bahia Mar, they're probably going to love the percent of this because it's much more.
This is certainly a lot more.
Is Bahia Mar much less than this?
Yes.
The only difference with Bahia Mar is we have a lot less than the 6 acres now. So we're getting more with Bahia Mar than we have currently for public land, right? Because right now with Bahia Mar, there is no really public green space.
And what do we have as public green space now at One Stop Shop?
None.
None, thank you.
Could be 100%.
Right, well, that's the same with, I'm glad you bring that up because that's the same with Bahia Mar, right? Bahia Mar could be 100%.
Could be 100% in 40 years, yeah.
Exactly, or sooner.
Yeah.
Right.
40 years, yeah.
Yeah, so the opportunity is there. Okay, great. Thanks, Ken.
So again, just to reiterate, the comprehensive agreement as currently constituted over the next 50 years is approximately $137 million in revenue to the city. That does not include the upfront money, the $10 million for the park improvements. This is just the cash flow of the lease, of the license agreement, I should say, that's escalated over the next 50 years. We then included a number of other scenarios. Again, there's a lot of numbers on this page, but I'll just give you kind of the highlight. So this scenario, the first scenario at the top is using, and what we did is we used the city appraisal at 26 million and our appraisal at 35 million. So again, if you were to base a value on the city appraisal, you'd come up with one value. If you base a value on our appraisal, obviously on our value would be slightly higher. These are basically scenarios that talk about, again, blank slate, highest and best use, develop the site for argument's sake, multifamily or condos, et cetera. So this would be that the developer would go in, lease the land in a similar, structure. 6% of the return of the value of the land, and then that lease would grow. So you see there the annual total with tax over a 50-year would be 111 million, to use kind of, apples to apples based on the city appraisal. If you use the $35 million Collier's appraisal, that number over 50 years would be 149 million. However, as you pointed out, the totals have to reflect the fact that only a portion, we were generous, we said a third of the property was to be used, to be developed, and would be unencumbered. So if you look at the numbers, again, based on the appraisal that the city got, the total over the 50 years would be 45 million. If you look at the number that, based on the Collier's appraisal of 35 million, the number over the 50 years would be 61 million. And that includes, there was discussion at the last meeting about taxes. So the bottom two scenarios there just show you what the average annual tax would be. So again, you leased the land, you didn't care, it was a highest and best use. A developer would pay rent, would generate a property, would pay taxes, and would pay the rent. So based on the value of the property, and it would grow at a normal kind of 10% every 10 years, and that's the numbers that you would end up with.
So Ken, if this did go out for highest and best uses you're talking about now, 3.3 acres in Flagler Village, what would you expect to come back to us as a development proposal on 3.3 acres in Flagler Village? What kind of highest and best use do you think we would
resident, some mixed use on the site, some retail at the bottom, and primarily apartments or condos. Look at what Fat Village or something, along those lines.
And how much open space on the 3.3 acres would you expect from that kind of development on the site?
It would be subject to, Anthony and his group in terms of, what they would, it certainly wouldn't be, 2/3 or, 78% of the.
But you're saying if we did see that kind of highest and best use, these would still be comparable numbers?
The numbers would be comparable. So again, if you did it over a 50-year basis, it's 100. Now, listen, if you did it over a 50-year basis, including taxes, it would be 185 million. The structure that you have with the license agreement has an annual escalator. So if you look at the numbers, if they extended their options 75 years, 100 years, you'd see that the total for multifamily, right, highest and best use, straight up multifamily, would be 485 million over 100 years, right? You go back to the proposer, because you have an annual escalator every year, their proposal over 100 years would be almost 760 million. So it gets dramatically more favorable to the city once you go past the 50 years. The numbers for the 50 years are comparable, but once you go past 50 years, because you have an annual escalator in this comprehensive agreement, if you structure like a Bahia Mar or a long-term lease, certain things are generally structured with escalators every 10 or 15 years, set percentages. That's generally the way a multifamily or a development would be structured.
So you're saying the dollar amount is what we would expect if we saw a developer do highest and best use on this acreage, whether it be multifamily plus some commercial, multi-use. And we would expect if we were leasing or licensing out this land like we're doing here, you would expect that these numbers that we're seeing on a project that is going to occupy less than a third of the site, paying the same dollar amount that you would expect if someone came in and built us 2 towers and a couple of hundred apartments and some commercial on the site.
The numbers, if you look at the multifamily, that scenario 3, if somebody were only to develop a third of the site, over 100 years, you would receive 160 million. Under this proposal, you're receiving 137 million over 50.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So that was the scenarios you asked us to look at, again, comparing the comprehensive agreement, the license agreement, as kind of a blank slate to market value. And I think that's all we have. And again, you have a report if you're happy to answer any questions.
All right. What was the $10 million upfront fee you mentioned earlier? What was that?
There's a in the comprehensive agreement, I could let that's to build the park.
So that'll be built first, last, do you recall?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner Stephanie Toothaker. The comprehensive agreement requires that the certificate of the occupancy for the park be issued prior to or concurrent with the construction of the buildings.
And do you have a time frame? Let's say the commission were to approve this, this going forward. Do you have a time frame in mind as to when construction would begin and when it would end?
Well, of course, this is a comprehensive agreement. Next, what would happen is
You have to do a site plan.
we would have to develop a site plan. The site plan would have to go through a full review by the city, and then if that gets approved, after that, we would develop construction documents that would have to go through the building department. So it's a couple of years at least. That's a minimum of a couple of years, probably more.
Okay. Okay. So,
Mayor, I have a question for Ken before he sits down.
I'm
If
sorry.
that's
I'm sorry.
okay. Thank you, Ken. So I'm going to ask you. You are a real estate expert. For the city, you are our vendor, and we do rely on you for a lot of opinions and information and presentations. And today you've certainly come through. So thank you. But I have an opinion question for you. So I read an editorial in the Sun Sentinel this morning, and it says this proposed deal is too generous. And the city needs to be a tougher negotiator for its taxpayers. So comment on that for me, because it's easy to throw words around like that, but when people don't really know what it means or they don't live in our city and they still throw words around like that, I just want to know how you feel. You're in our city, you're involved, you're making presentations all over the city. Is this deal too generous? And does the city need to be a tougher negotiator for its taxpayer? Because I think over the last 20 months, we've actually crafted a pretty good deal for the city, especially in comparisons to other deals I've seen. And I'd like to know your opinion as our real estate expert on that.
Objectively speaking, if you're only able to develop, pick a number, a third of the site, the numbers obviously speak for themselves, and you're getting a very the city is achieving a very hefty return for the fact that you're only developing, a portion of what could be developed. So if those, I don't have the wherewithal to understand exactly all of the aspects of the comprehensive agreement, but if it does what it says it's supposed to do and it gives the city the right for, 2/3 of that space to be open space and public and nobody's going to develop on it, and you could only develop effectively 1 acre or, a third of that site, for what you're getting, you're not spending any money, you're not building, all of the risk is on the developer to build the buildings. Yes, I think that's a.
So then we've been pretty tough negotiators in protecting the taxpayer in this situation.
By restricting the amount of development that can go on this space, you obviously, just like with the conversation we had with Bahia Mar,
yes,
that is an encumbrance, right? And that affects value, right? So if you have an encumbrance on this site that 2/3 of it is not to be developed and to be remain open space, you obviously, are affecting value.
And you don't think that we as a city are being too generous to the applicant developer on this site?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Stephanie, did you want to follow up with that?
I do, yes, thank you, Mayor.
And we have public comment. We have a number of people who've signed up to speak. How much time do you think you'll need?
Can I have
Do you have 15 minutes?
15 minutes, please?
Is 15 minutes okay?
It should be, yeah. This is significantly shorter.
Just to keep us on track.
Okay. All right, thank you. Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of One Stop FTL LLC, and with me is Matt Sacco. I'm not going to spend the time introducing everybody. We were just here, and I know you know everybody. I just wanted to hit a couple of high points. First of all, this has not been a rushed project. We've been at this for over 3 years, 2 workshops, 3 full public hearings. The comprehensive agreement, as we just said, is not the end of the process. It's the beginning of the process. After this, we have to develop a site plan. And one thing that I really wanted to point out to you is that that pursuant to the comprehensive agreement, we have to bring that site plan to you. As you know, in Flagler Village, almost everything is a site plan level 2. Site plan level 2s go to staff and then they're subject to call up. That's not what's provided for here. This has to come to you, the city manager and the city commission, and you get an opportunity to weigh in on it and say, yes, that's what we like, or we'd like you to change that. And obviously extensive public participation will continue throughout the process. One Stop is not a park. It never was. This is an aerial of what it looks like. As you know, it's fenced off. And I want to talk about that for just 2 more minutes. This is Peter Feldman Park, taken just a couple days ago. As you know, through a private arrangement with the developer, we have the opportunity to make sure that the park is at all times kept clean and is in fact required. Arts Park, it's multiple now you've had Ernst & Young and Collier's do deep dives on the proposal, and Ernst & Young found that we were a world-class team, world-class project, world-class partnership, and that it's a transformational project. The Manhattan Institute of Urban Policy says when a park offers programming, it mitigates nuisance, criminal behavior, attracts people who live and work nearby, and increases the real estate value of the surrounding neighborhood properties. Not decreases, but increases. Ken just talked about this, so I don't need to belabor it. One Stop Shop, and I did share this with you last time, but One Stop Shop was not included in the Parks Bond program, which included 87 parks. 87 parks, and One Stop was not one of them. Not only that, One Stop does not today qualify for park bond funds, and we confirmed today that all of the park bond funds have been allocated. So even if you were to rezone this property to park, there is no park bonds money left unless you decide, you know what, we don't want to do that park, we'd rather put it over here at One Stop. It would have to be reallocated. All of that money has been allocated to park projects, and this is not one of them. But you get a park anyway. $10 million guaranteed investment in the park, and $15 million in operation and maintenance of that park that the city doesn't have to pay for.
Stephanie, I just have a question about that for Alan, if you can go back, please. The statement that says that the One Stop does not qualify for park bond funds, I believe it does qualify. I think what you're saying is...
If you rezoned it, yes.
Well, it would qualify. I think we've had this conversation a few times, City Attorney.
The city commission would have to reallocate money, park bonds money, and designate it for that site.
Right, but it does qualify for park bond funds. It is just currently not funded.
You'd probably have to rezone it.
Okay,
There would be something that would have to happen for it to,
but it could still qualify for park bond funds.
Technically, you could go through steps. You have to go through the Parks Board and do everything else, but there's a way to do it, yes.
Okay, so I know it wasn't included in the initial, but it was my understanding that I've asked like a few times along the way that we could use park bond funds. We would just have to reallocate funds for it. And
You could, if you rezoned the property and took park bonds funds from somewhere else to reallocate it.
right, and I know each of our districts has about $7 million to use for pocket parks, and I know Lockhart has about $25 million allocated that we may not use. So I still think it's a possibility to do it, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. So I wanted to make a couple points because really, this has been a very difficult process. The local paper has made a lot of statements. There have been a lot of articles about it. I personally have been personally attacked. My name, my reputation, pretty much everything about me as it relates to this project, and it's not been fun. So I wanted to point out a couple of things that I think, just for clarification, on the same agenda that we presented last time, there was same agenda, same night. There was a notice to lease city property, to put out for RFP city property in Flagler Village. All the same people were here from Flagler Village. No one said a word. It was on the same agenda. Flagler Village property. 2 stories appeared the next day in the Sun Sentinel. One, Arts Park, giveaway at $1.5 million a year. The other one, Panthers in Holiday Park. Same paper, same newspaper, same day. 2 very different articles. The one about Holiday Park, and by the way, I love Holiday Park. It's a fantastic, fantastic project. But what it says is the buzz about a community ice rink and a Panthers practice facility, but is there something in it for everybody? And it goes on to talk about how exciting it is that there's a 4,000 person live entertainment venue with an opportunity for a restaurant. What makes it different? What makes Holiday Park different than One Stop? Well, the difference is that they actually did take existing park space, unlike One Stop Shop, which is not existing park space. And they also pay the city $1 a year. We're proposing, as Ken said, starting at 1.5 in year 7 and goes up from there. And that was approved on a 5-0 vote by the city commission. No one said a word. Similar idea down the street. I also love it. I don't want there to be any mistake that I don't think this is a fantastic idea. I think this is an amazing idea. But Huizenga Park the DDA has a public workshop tomorrow to talk about, guess what? Taking away public park space to add a restaurant. I love the idea. I think it's great. And you know what? It's a way to activate the park. The park will be reimagined, reactivated, reclaimed urban park centered around arts and culture, resilience, wellness, and equitable access for all. And in the RFP, it says it'll have a wide array of interests and activities with a combination of active and passive spaces. Sound familiar? It'll add a revenue-generating amenity, which is a commercial restaurant opportunity. Sound familiar? And on top of that, we'll also have areas for concessions, such as a dog park, opportunities for additional retail, incubator, and small retail food and beverage. Those are all great ideas. I love them. Sound familiar? So Ernst & Young gave a pretty deep dive, talked about all our qualifications, the qualifications of the proposers, talked about the financial projections, and on and on. It was an analysis of our fees. Collier's, I don't need to call it out. Ken was just up here, but a couple of quick things. Said that it will not materially compete with any other venues in the greater Fort Lauderdale area, and it will benefit other local venues. Again, these are Ken's number, total over 100-year term, which is option 2, is close to $1 billion, roughly $758 million is what the city would make on this proposal. And just a couple of quick things on the comprehensive agreement. There were not 44 outstanding issues. In fact, when we received from the city attorney the proposed changes to the comprehensive agreement, we said, no problem, we agree. We think we should make all those changes. Happy to do it. So a couple of other things. This is just the term and the proposed license fee. But a couple of other things I want to offer, because these are some discussions that we've had, particularly with the district commissioner, and I think these are important. There was a reference in the comprehensive agreement that talks about adherence to entertainment district hours. We're proposing to strike that. We're not asking for entertainment district hours. I think it was a holdover. In any event, it's an easy fix. We'll strike it out of the agreement, so it's very clear that we're not asking for entertainment district hours. We were also asked, Mayor, this is one of the things you had also talked about, to talk about the alcohol in the park. And so the idea was that we would have on the 2-year anniversary of the certificate of occupancy, we would have a check-in with the city commission. We would come back to the city commission, and you would have the right to say to us, you know what, it works great. It works the way you said it was going to work, or we don't think it works that way, and we want the opportunity to take that away from you. So we drafted this proposed language, and I have sent that to the city attorney, although I think he's not had a chance to fully review it and vet it, but I would suggest that this basically provides what we were asked to provide, and if the language needs to be tweaked, we're happy to tweak it. We were also asked, Commissioner Glassman, you just mentioned this, Performing Arts Center asked us to add language, which we had previously added and moved to section 5.1.5 that relates to that no more than 10% of the sellable capacity of the venue can be seated, but we were asked, Commissioner asked us to consider adding this section that says this limitation does not apply to locally produced artistic production presented by a local nonprofit arts organization that is not intended to be presented outside the local market. So that 10% reduction, I'm sorry, that 10% seated would not apply in the case of a not-for-profit.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
I'll stop the clock. As a lawyer, I can get around this really easily. I set up a local nonprofit, I file my papers with the state, and I say that this is going to be a locally produced artistic production and basically do the violate the very intent and the spirit of what this was intended to prevent. We've got to
This is not our language, just to be clear.
All right, we've got to tighten up this language.
That's fine. It was not requested by us. This was requested by PACA.
Yeah, that was PACA, but then also, Alan, let's say what the mayor is saying would happen. Again, I have a hard time believing that they would advertise, or we wouldn't be able to see that they were performing in another city, whatever. But don't we have default language? We've beefed up the default language in this comprehensive agreement to handle issues like this. If we said, hey, that's a foul, don't we have that kind of default language?
On a one-time deal, maybe not, if it's habitual. Certainly any provision that's deemed violated, they have an opportunity to cure. On a situation, again, this isn't my language either. This was just added because PACA wanted it in there, so they like it.
But I think it needs to be tightened up. And I know we're just seeing this for the first time, so if you don't mind, we'll revisit that. But I think we all know what we're trying to achieve.
Yes.
But just looking at it now, I could easily get around this using this language to get around the intent of what we're trying to accomplish.
Is that for your one-man show? That's for your one-man show?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We completely understand. We're happy to work with the city attorney on that, on making that language tighter. Again, it didn't come from us, so we're happy to.
It's okay. All right.
This is just showing you that PACA asked us to move this provision into a different section of the agreement, so we did that. It was moved for them. We did also add language, as I mentioned last time, to include the Riverwalk and the discussions about the design of the park as we go through that. And, I just have to say, Save Our Park, Arts Park creates the park. It actually puts $10 million towards a park. You're getting a park. You're getting approximately 2-acre park out of this proposal. It benefits everybody. This is just a recap, and I'm going to conclude my remarks there. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
If I can add, Mayor, just, and I confirmed this with Stephanie a little while ago, but also in section 5.2.20, there was a holdover reference. We missed it. It said any outdoor amplified music will end at 11 p.m. That's going to be struck out because there's no outdoor.
And we agree with that as well.
Right, so that was just an
Those are
oversight.
the things I'd asked to be taken
Yes.
out. Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much. We're here to answer questions.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Thanks. Ken did this analysis that said like 22% is used by you all, so that's like 78% is not. What's the access to that 78%? How is that limited or restricted or?
Well, that's why we two things on that, Commissioner. Number one, we had very specific square footages in earlier versions of the document that everyone agreed needed to be changed because we were showing concepts. These were conceptual renderings, and if you look at them very carefully, it doesn't show how we're accessing, how we're taking out garbage, things of that sort. So that's why we changed from the 100,000 square feet to the 1/3, 2/3, and those are approximate. But then after the site plan gets approved, our proposal that we offered was that it would technically be the city because it's city-owned land, but that a declaration of restrictive covenants would be recorded against the open space to preserve that so that it could never be built upon. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have swing sets and things of that you might use to activate a park. It just means that you can't have any buildings.
Okay. And is there limitations that can be placed on the public for accessing that open space? Or what's the limitation? In other words, my understanding was it was just like it would function like a park.
Operates like a park. Yeah, there's
Where-
no proposed fencing or anything of that
Right.
sort. So you can enter from any side. You can come in from any side. The biggest difference is that because it is a privately managed arts park,
Right.
that the developer does have the opportunity if someone's being unruly or if they're trying to set up a tent.
Right.
They do have the ability to say, I'm sorry, but that's just not permitted here.
Okay.
That's the big difference between it being a public park that is run by the city of Fort Lauderdale and a park that is run by a private entity.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, so when we were talking about BHMR, we were talking about limiting the number of times that BHMR owner or tenants could close down, restrict access to that public space, like in total. So what's that for you all?
The way
there is?
we handled that was that we didn't reserve unto ourselves a certain number of times that the park could be activated through, let's call it an art show.
Okay.
What we did is we said anything that happens in the park needs a special event permit, which is the process that you have. You just approved a bunch of them.
Right.
They come to you. You have to do a site plan. You have to usually you contract through the city for security for that, like the boat show does. And so that comes to you for a city commission vote for that activation.
Okay, so if I'm understanding that right, and Alan just check me to make sure that I'm stating this right, that there is not a guaranteed minimum number of times that you all can close access to the park. The only time you can do that, you have to actually come
That's correct.
to the city commission
That's correct.
for an event
Yes.
approval.
That's
Is that,
correct.
Alan, am I saying that right?
Yeah, that's my understanding. I don't think it's contemplated in here that there would be a complete shutdown at all either of the park. If it's at all, it would be a section, but no.
It would be a section and
Yeah,
have to
different
be-
than Bahia
and have to be approved by,
As if it's a special event, yes.
yep, by us.
It would operate like the St. Patrick's Day, where we all dumped into the park after
Right.
the parade.
I was thinking
That's the idea, that if you want to do something like that, all of those come to you. The city commission has the right to approve or deny all of those special events.
Okay.
So, yeah, Ben, or Commissioner Sorensen on that may follow up. So Stephanie, that does give me more assurance that you don't have any special functions where this property can be used only for the applicant.
That's correct. Not by virtue of what's here before you this evening. We would have to file a special event permit to request the right to use that park. And it would never be, I can't contemplate a scenario where we would say, we want to close it all off and nobody's allowed. If you're going to do something in the park, it's a festival type, like a St. Patrick's Day or an Italian festival or something along that, where you're trying to activate it because you want people to come.
Right.
That's really where
So the special event permits, those events would be open to the public. The
Correct.
public could buy a ticket or come and
Correct.
use it. And so there are no special functions like what Commissioner Sorensen was talking about that we had to go through with VHMR earlier, where they could shut it down and limit the public access.
That's not what we contemplate, no.
And just again, Alan, we're building all that language in there, or
It's already in.
It's already in there?
Yeah.
Great, okay.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we have public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. But don't go away, right? You're going to be here in case.
I'll be close.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I'm going to announce the names 3 at a time. We'll have 2 minutes to speak. Renee Quinn, followed by Marilyn Mamano, and followed by Mary Fertig. Is Renee Quinn still here? Yeah, she is.
Mayor, we had, so far we've had about 10 hours of public comment, 6-hour workshop on September 21, 3.5 hours 2 weeks ago. Is it even possible to just talk about the new information, like
I think that's
financials, Collier's, whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, I think what we should do, since we did have public comment, I don't think we should really rehash old issues again. If we could just focus on what was presented tonight, which is basically the financial aspect of this, we would appreciate that. Hello, Renee.
Hello. I'm here just to reaffirm my support of the project and my support of our Commissioner Steve. I live in District 2, Flagler Village, and I believe that everything we've heard tonight has really supports moving this forward. So very simply, I approve for you guys from at least my side, and with my support of Jeff and his project and Gene Pressman. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Marilyn Romano, followed by Mary Fertig, followed by Stefanos Makri-Michalos.
I'm up here and I'm starting to cross out items that are on my agenda because I didn't have all this information and now we have this information. So we're making progress, ladies and gentlemen. You know I don't believe that you should be doing this, that I believe that this is Bahia Mar on steroids. But it's your call. You want to do it. You think this is the right thing. You've made the policy decision. Let's get to the details and let's get them right. I am not impressed, regardless of what Collier says, about the amount of money we're getting in this. I calculate that it'll be at least 2034 before we even see maybe $5 million out of this project. And to me, that's just not a good business deal. I don't want to think about 100 years from now. I want to think about the medium term, the reasonable term that we can all live to see. And I don't think it's a good deal. I especially don't think it's a good deal because you're not taking any taxes. You're not taking a pilot. If you think this is a good deal monetarily, great, but at least get some money back for us from the amount of public service we're going to have to be rendering to this property. If there's a fire, the fire department comes. When there's 3,000 people pouring out of the street at 5 o'clock drunk, you're going to have the cops there. I hope you're going to have the cops there. So I think you need a pilot. So the remaining items on my
Sorry, Mayor, you're saying we need a what?
a pilot,
Pilot. Okay,
payment in lieu of taxes.
okay.
Right.
Starting when?
You want to start it when they first open, that's fine. You don't want to give it, you obviously don't want to give them a pilot in the couple of years before they actually build anything because there's nothing there. But at least once they start an operation and they have buildings and they have, they're using public services, let's introduce a pilot. Something for you to consider. We're making progress, but a thing that I would urge you to consider. The other thing I would urge you to consider is that I just heard tonight Stephanie say that any event in the park will require a special events permit from you. That's not the way I read it. And I'm glad that Alan will be looking at this.
I can point you, it's 5.2.19.
5.2, I'm on foot. Okay.
It says
I believe
for
it.
any events that are to be held outdoors in the community arts park, one-stop shop shall make application to the city pursuant to the special event permit application procedures in place at the time of that.
Yeah, but then I believe you. I believe you, and I hope that you will clean up any other language problems, and I trust you to do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
That's the
Thank
important
you.
time. No, wait a minute.
No, you used up their time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mary Fertig, followed by Stefanos, followed by Ann Hilmer.
Hey, okay, I am again going to go through a number of points that we discussed at our meeting on Sunday. We thank Alan for sending us the red line copy after the last commission meeting, so everything we say will be new. I'm also handing to David an excerpt from the downtown master plan. There was some discussion as to whether this was listed as a park in that. Absolutely it is. This is the excerpt, one of the pages that it's mentioned on. Thank you. Can you hand that? Thank you. Okay, points. These are outstanding things we hope you'll resolve before you sign this agreement. Liquor license liability, mortgage and financing subordination, compensation, as Marilyn just said, first 12 years. In the first 12 years, you make just $5 million. That's over 12 years. If you read the Ernst & Young unedited report, 30-page report, it found that it was below market value rent and it needed an annual rent adjustment. I know you've adjusted the rent some then, but I still think that compared to what the formula that I've heard the mayor use in context of Bahia Mar, it's still low. Entertainment district language, okay, you talked about that tonight, but you can see it was still left into the red line and into what came out, so that's why we were concerned. Noise concerns, you talked about that. The pilot should be added back in. I'd like you to know how many city properties over the years you've ever done where you didn't have a payment in lieu of taxes of some sort. Park level, and I'm not saying you can't come up with one example, but there may be an exception to the rule, but most times you do it. Your park level of service in this part of the city is insufficient. Your goal is 4.5%, you have 2.5%. Public access concerns remain. though are a little better after we heard Stephanie tonight. Process, don't sign the comprehensive agreement until after you have a site plan submitted to DRC. There's a reference to a declaration of restrictive covenant and some caution from the city attorney about process being that you have to do it. That needs to be absolutely identified in the contract. And that language has never changed, even after he cautioned you. And we're suggesting a transportation plan to get people to and from the venue needs to be added as an exhibit. Thank you.
Alan, some of that was just mentioned, you do have that in the comprehensive agreement, most of those points.
Yeah, it was a long list. I understand Mary's got to talk fast, but like the liquor liability, we have insurance for that.
Right.
Yeah, I can't go point by point because there was a lot, but as far as I can tell, that
I remember going through point by point with you on a lot of those, not because of his presentation, but we've had a lot of those concerns ourselves, and I believe we've addressed them all.
And I think we did change the language with regards to the restrictive covenant.
We
because
did.
It was identified that
Yes.
we have to record it. We have to.
Correct.
So the language was changed where One Stop Shop will cause for us to do that.
Right.
Because technically we're the owners.
We're the owner, we own the land.
There's no dispute as to that.
Yes. And then I'm going to ask the city manager a question, because several speakers have mentioned this now. I've heard about the pilot, payment in lieu of taxes. This was left off of Ms. Toothaker's presentation. I was a big supporter. This commission voted 5-0, I believe, for the Lockhart deal with Inter Miami and David Beckham. Is there a payment in lieu of taxes from Inter Miami, David Beckham on Lockhart?
There's not.
There's not.
There's no taxes due on this property if it.
Well, this would be the same thing.
Correct. If it
Right.
proceeds in this fashion, there would be no taxes due on the
So
site.
no payment in lieu of taxes for David Beckham. And how much money is Inter Miami, David Beckham paying us a year?
That's a completely different deal, but it's $1 a year, but we own the facility that they built.
Well, won't we own these facilities when
We
they're
will.
built? It's the same thing, right? And we charge David Beckham how much a year?
$1 a year to occupy.
$1 a year. And the Panthers, Holiday Park, love that project. This commission voted 5-0 for Holiday Park. Do they pay us a pilot payment in lieu of taxes?
It's a completely different process because you all elected to work with a nonprofit.
Right, but?
The answer to the pilot is no.
No. And how much does that Panthers nonprofit pay us a year for the use of that parkland in Holiday Park?
Same as Lockhart, $1 a year.
$1 a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with regard to Holiday Park, there's another aspect to that that also should be understood. And that is that when we took charge of the War Memorial Auditorium, we were hemorrhaging over $1 million a year in just operational costs, not including maintenance and upkeep in terms of refurbishing, new roof, new curtains, or whatever. I remember we were constantly spending tons of money there. All of that responsibility has been taken from us. So
Correct. And I will say, Mayor, let me add that we also gave the Panthers over $800,000 that this commission approved for repairs. Before the deal with the Panthers for Holiday Park, we had already voted to spend $800 and something thousand for a boiler, electrical, et cetera, and we said, you know what? You can have that too. So here's $800,000. Just want to remind everybody of that as well, because I really like to get the whole picture out. You know, I want the whole story out all the time.
Well, I was going to continue by saying that with
Go ahead.
regard to the soccer stadium, keep in mind that it's not just the soccer stadium that was built, but they built a football stadium for 2 high schools to use that they did out of their own pocket. They built practice fields for the community for soccer. There was a significant amount of acreage that was used and that was developed on their dime for a total of $160 million that was invested in that site for a 50-year lease. So
I'm not arguing. It's a great project.
I'm just saying that when you talk about, you're trying to make a point like we're almost like it sounds like we're giving the property away, but there was a tremendous investment that they made for the community that we felt on balance made sense in terms of trying to come up with a financial arrangement with each one of those parties. So we're trying to also create a financial arrangement here, and we're trying to figure out what's in the best interest of the community. So going forward, that's what our responsibility is.
I agree with you 100%. I'm not even disagreeing. I'm just saying I appreciate that $160 million investment from Inter Miami. I appreciate the fact that we gave a home to 2 of our high schools for a football stadium. I also know people that tell me they never go to football games, so some people never go to a soccer game. So you could also make the argument that how much public land for public purpose is that if only a certain number of public are using that facility? So I'm just saying different parts of the public use different public facilities because of their own hobbies, their likes, but that $160 million investment from Inter Miami, God bless them. What an incredible change there, and I'm glad we all voted for that. But I'm just saying that's $160 million, and we charge $1 a year. This is a $100 million investment on One Stop, and we're going to, according to Ken, over 50 years, bring in $150 million or something like that. So I'm just trying to compare apples
Trying to
to
put it in
apples.
perspective.
That's all. Yeah,
Let's not forget that part of the Inter-Miami deal was to build a 20-acre community park right next door. I actually would not have approved my Inter-Miami deal if we got a 0-acre community park next door. So let's
Well, I
not
think we're still planning to build a park. I don't know if 20 acres was ever agreed to.
Yeah,
but
Chris, isn't that park planned and moving forward? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It
So
is.
that's
There are
gonna happen.
various iterations of it, and it's
Yep.
still somewhat in design, and it changes.
We've had some bumps in the road.
We're gonna get there.
Okay.
We're the can-do commission.
Yeah.
I hope we don't have any bumps with this. I hope,
Agreed.
you know,
They're still paying out. I mean, so anyway, let's move on.
We're gonna get there. What? How about Chris? Pilot? Is there a pilot for BMR?
Not that I'm aware of.
well, they're paying taxes on, Bahia Mar is paying
They're
taxes.
paying taxes. They're
Yeah.
paying
Don't need a
taxes.
pilot.
Yeah, I don't know that it would be.
Condos
It's
are
not
gonna
in
be
lieu
paying
of.
taxes.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
So there's no pilot.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and check. I don't think it's in the form of a pilot because it's a different operation. I'd have to go back and
No
look.
pilot.
Go through. So you're not sure?
I'm not sure. Not
Okay,
not as
all
a
right.
not off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
Let us continue. Stefanos, followed by Ann Hilmer. Is Ann still here? Oh, there she, she's sitting in the press section. And Paul Chettle after that. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak here today. And Mayor, thank you for not butchering my name, my last name. It's a very hard one to pronounce. My name is Stefanos
Can't pronounce a Greek
Makrimichalos.
name. I got to be
Yeah.
pretty bad.
Really?
And I am the president and CEO of IYC, an international yacht company. We moved our headquarters in Fort Lauderdale in 2015, and shortly after, 2 years later, my family and I moved here permanently. We love Fort Lauderdale. When I arrived in 2015, I was impressed by how the city has changed. Last time I was here, I was a student, a million years ago, and I have to say it's grown into an incredible city. One thing, though, that my family and I, moving here, had struggled with is the opportunities to be in public places which are fun, entertaining, and safe. I think this park here is an incredible opportunity to rebrand the city and truly build something which is totally iconic. For people who are visiting the city, have a place that they can enjoy arts, they can enjoy a day out with the family, and pretty much a full day outdoors. So I would be very much in favor as a visitor in your beautiful city and someone who feels this city being our home, to have something like this, which we can share with family and friends. I really hope that this would go forward. And one thing that a developing city like yours can only do with more is with places that have culture and inspire people to come here and live permanently. So thank you. I don't want to take up any more of your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you. Ann Hilmer, followed by Paul Chettle, followed by Nancy Thomas.
This is my last speech tonight. First of all, there are a number of us that are covering bullet points, so I'm covering a portion of it. My first comment is, please, you need to defer this. That you're not ready to sign a comprehensive agreement. This contract will become a legal quagmire for the city for decades to come. The contract was written by the licensee, and as such gives them broad rights to determine the use of the land, including the right to grant use of the land to third parties without any notice or compensation to the city. Signing this contract would be a shocking and act of willful blindness and an abrogation of the commission's duties as trustees of the city assets on behalf of its residents. Section 3.9 on completion is open-ended. There needs to be a commencement provision within 30 days of obtaining permits. If the company cannot commence, then the contract could be terminated. Section 4.1, there's no provision in the contract for the default in financing. If they can't obtain financing within 90 days, the city can extend, but there's no trigger in the contract to determine that it is time to terminate the contract. The licensee has no assets to pledge. This is an issue that was raised by the city attorney in August of 2020, I believe, but I don't think it's been resolved. The financial plan and the banker's plan, which is a term sheet which is outdated, calls for a mortgage worth 70 to 80 million, and it will have to be collateralized by something. But what do they have to put up? Section 5.8.3 is insufficient. It states that the one-stop shop will have no power or authority to incur any indebtedness, but it does not. But if it does, it will be given 30 days to discharge the debt. Does the commission fully understand the contract that they think that they're about to sign, and that the worst case scenarios that can play out over 100 years? The worst case is not, as the city manager and the city commissioner stated, that they get 2 buildings for free. The worst case is that they get a finished building or 2 finished buildings, a mortgage, and no way to pay the mortgage other than through taxes, unless the city wants to go into the nightclub business. Please do not vote on this.
Thank you. Paul Chettle, followed by Nancy Thomas, followed by Mike Matvis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also urge you to defer this. It's clearly not ready from a legal language perspective, which is my only focus. I was very curious why the district commissioner was saying that this was a tough negotiation and that you're tough negotiators. The district commissioner repeatedly said that he wanted to vote on this on March 1st. The city manager sent a recommendation to the commission recommending approval on March 1st. By the end of that night, we knew that we didn't have independent financials. We had Commissioner Sorensen, who didn't get to even speak. He had a whole host of questions. We had the vice mayor with a significant number of questions. We had a significant number of legal language problems. So now we get to today, and I guess the outdoor hours has been struck. The 5.218, the entertainment district, that's now apparently going to be struck. The operating hours are going to be struck. One question from me is, who's the principal on One Stop Shop? What has Damn Good Hospitality got to do with this? They are not the counterparty on this document. I just don't understand why, when we have so many items and you hear from the people that come here from the public that ask and question and challenge the process, why we are here. This is not ready to be voted on. I don't know who Packer is, unfortunately. I don't have a personal relationship with this project. But we have the land use attorney saying, oh no, that's Packer's language, it's not our language. She represents One Stop Shop. We have the city attorney saying that's not his language, that's what Packer wanted. We have the attorney saying, well, I can challenge that language. Or the mayor saying that he can challenge the language. What are we doing? I mean, this is not ready to be voted on. It's not even close. Not even close. I mean, protect public land. City manager, you are the last line of defense now. I expect a lot from you. Please defer. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Nancy.
Hello. I've been through the whole comprehensive agreement. My colleagues here who are concerned about the use of public land, what little we have left, they have addressed a lot of the fine points. Bottom line to me is that this is public property. It's undeveloped. It's an opportunity for the city to hold on to the scarce downtown public property that we do have. sounds like a great concept, but at what risk? And I think the city is assuming an awful lot of risk just because it sounds like a wonderful place to go and eat and listen or see art or whatever. But this is premature. It came along as an unsolicited proposal. It's my understanding Commissioner Glassman was it's in his district. He was very keen on it. There were over 100 meetings with him and other commission members with the applicant. It's just not a level playing field. So, and now that we have this comprehensive agreement at issue, I just wonder about why we have to rush into this. I know they don't think, the applicant doesn't think we're rushing, but we've had one financial analysis, which I think is pretty weak. We got to wait 12 years to make $5 million on a $30 million PUP asset. And the control that this comprehensive agreement has is practically locked tight. I mean, just read section 5.1. They have control over just about everything forever. And it seems like you're trusting them to build great buildings, make a nice park, although we're not supposed to call it a park, restrict access at their will. And what are we going to end up in 50 years? What kind of buildings are we going to end up with? A rubble? I just don't think it's a good idea all the way around. I think we can do better with this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Madfis. Michael Madfis, followed by John Roth, followed by, is John still here? Yeah, followed by Boyd Corbin.
Mayor, just at some point, I just want to hear, there's been a lot of discussion around, the city's compensation for this, what we're.
Well, I did ask that people focus on that.
Right, so I think that should be the focus, but additionally, Chris, I'd like to hear from you, your analysis of compensation of the city. What do you see year one, year two? What's your sense of what this is going to be? Okay, thanks, Mayor.
That after.
Yeah,
after
thanks, Mayor.
Speaks, sure.
You ready? Hello?
Yep, we're all set.
So the highest and best use for this property, according to Collier's, is actually a nightclub. We've also been told from the city attorney that this is not a park, that you could put any moniker on it that you would like, but it's actually the premises of the licensee. It's my understanding that the alcohol use in the park is so that the buildings can use that space as part of their premises. So the revenue generation is not just from the buildings, it includes the value of the open space. But what really is the highest and best use for this space is a park. And the reason for that is that it supports all the other economic activity in the area. It gives a space for all the residents. It will allow for plenty of public events. We could have concessions there. There's many opportunities, just like what's going on at Heisinger. But it's not a 250 times a year event activity that draws thousands of people in a short period of time. My concern is 500 people coming from 4 different directions, which would be the capacity of a small portion of this space, parking off-site, crossing Andrews Avenue or First Street or any of these streets will shut those streets down. We don't have the capacity in our infrastructure, in our sidewalks or mobility to handle this. If there were to be a project like this on the site, a fee in lieu of taxes should be imposed to cover the cost of all the transportation infrastructure that would be needed. Coming from Brightline, a tunnel or a bridge over the tracks. Imagine how many people could be hurt trying to cross those tracks. The types of young people that might be coming here have this reputation for doing that. So these are my concerns, that we really don't understand the highest and best use. We're going to end up with a lot of infrastructure problems that are missing that will become the burden of the city, and that a regular park is probably the best thing that we could have there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. John Roth, followed by Boyd Corbin, followed by Tim Powers.
Good evening again. It's getting long. A couple of years ago, I remodeled my kitchen. I needed a new drywall ceiling on it, and the condo requires a building permit. So I went to get a building permit, and they said, you have to have a sketch. So I drew a sketch and everything, and they came back and says, no, it really needs to be done by an architect. And I said, what do you mean? I'm an engineer. I can design. No, it really needs to be done by guys who know how to get this in city format. Okay, here we are tonight. We're trying to put in, I think, a venue for 1,500 people, and I haven't seen any scrap of paper from anyone that would indicate where are all these people coming from. Are they coming from the train? Are they coming from Searstown? Are they coming from the beach? Are they coming from Miami? Are they driving? Which roads are they going to take? Which turns are they going to make? How many of them are there? Well, gee, if you get 1,800 people coming in within the 2-hour period before the party, you know, they're going to be back up someplace. And I've heard people endlessly talk about the traffic in this city. And we haven't even looked at this thing here. So I can't imagine that we could get to this point in even this project or future projects without a minimum mini DRC process. And one of those big things, it's number one project in our city, is traffic. And you know, it would be great if they said, well, a lot of people are coming in on Brightline. Brightline is supporting this project. Oh, okay, Brightline. A lot of these people are coming on Brightline from Miami, so we're going to put an overhead bridge across the railroad tracks. Fine. Then we should know that Brightline is saying we're not paying for it. The applicant should pay for it. And going in, then that changes all of the financial considerations that the Collier's people did, because that kind of a project would cost a lot of money to put a pedestrian bridge over the tracks. And we just heard about how many people are getting hit earlier in the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I want to ask our city attorney something on that, because what John just mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, we're following a unsolicited proposal, P3 project, that's dictated by state statute. We can't just go to DRC. This is the process to do the comprehensive agreement, and then if this commission decides to move forward, it then goes through the regulatory development process that John's talking about, where staff will weigh in and talk about traffic, and every department in the city will weigh in on this project, not just the physical location of the buildings or where you need a loading dock, but they will weigh in on everything that John just talked about. But I don't think in the process that we're involved in, we can just jump to what he called a mini DRC, can we?
Right. The statute contemplates that a comprehensive agreement can be conceptual, and actually it suggests it is, because you don't go through the site plan process prior to that approval. The expenditure of money to go through a site plan approval and then come to a comprehensive agreement, one can't precede the other. So yes, all the other issues are going to be dealt with DRC. So they're going to have to pay impact fees. They're going to have to deal with traffic. They're going to have to deal with parking. They're going to have to, all those things, as any other development's going to come through, they're going to have to go through. And if they can't, we have language built in to say, well, you can't, and then you can't proceed.
Right, then all bets are off.
Right.
Exactly. So I just want to make that clear, because I've heard that question before, not just John now, but this is the process that we have to follow. Plus, I don't even know how you would be able to get financing if you just went to DRC. The developer, would they even be able to get financing, go to DRC without any kind of comprehensive agreement on a P3 unsolicited proposal?
Typically, the financing would depend on that. And if you look at any of the leases or the other P3s we've done, so whether it's Inter-Miami, War Memorial, all of it was conceptual. So we didn't have a site plan for the hockey rinks, which they're building now. Didn't have site plans for the stadiums. We didn't have any of that. Everything's conceptual. Even in the leases we get into, even at FXC or anywhere else where we ask or we require that improvements be built on the property, that is an obligation that they obviously adhere to within the lease, but they're not preceded by a site plan to show you exactly what those improvements are. Again, it's usually going to be conceptual, is this is what we're gonna build. We're gonna build an office building, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. But you're not gonna have a site plan prior to actually entering into the agreement for the reasons you stated.
Right, so we are being consistent now in what we're doing in this process as we have with the other unsolicited proposal P3 projects that we've had. Correct, I mean, we're not doing anything differently.
Correct, and the same thing will happen, for example, with your water treatment plants. You're going to go through and get into whether interim agreement or comprehensive agreement. You're not gonna have the entire system actually developed on paper before you actually enter into that comprehensive agreement.
Okay, thank you.
And Alan, are you still working on, we had talked about looking at the P3 process for the city and looking at how to improve that ordinance and so forth holistically?
We're looking at cities throughout the cities, not all cities deal with P3s, so it's usually the bigger cities, epicenters, that have a lot of opportunities for development. So we're looking at those and trying to see some consistent things they've done above and beyond the statute, and we're gonna be bringing that to you.
Okay, great, like next month, or what's the?
That, hopefully, I'll check on the status of it, but we've been dealing with these priorities, and then we'll come back.
Okay,
and
thanks.
go ahead and do that, yeah.
Okay, Boyd Corbin, followed by Tim Powers. I see Tim, you're up. Does it matter? Okay. Followed by Leanne Barber.
So you want to allow a concert promoter to build a concert venue for 1,800 people on public land with no seats, adjacent to Andrews Avenue, just north of Broward Boulevard, with no parking, no traffic study, and no taxes being paid. There will be a 36,000 square foot food hall modeled after the Harrods Food Hall in London, which is only 18,000 square feet. The lease will be for 50 or 100 years, and if the concert venue doesn't pan out, then the concert promoter will be able to sublease the property to someone else. 250 concerts are planned per year, selling alcohol until 2 a.m. The city won't get a dime for this $35 million property for 7 years. No business plan has been submitted, and the Ernst & Young financial report on this project does not look good. I agree with the recent Sun Sentinel article. It seems like some city commissioners are giving away public park space to finance their future political aspirations. Dean, Ben, I read somewhere you guys want to run for Congress. Dean, is that your new blue Bentley convertible parked outside, or is it a Rolls? Do you mind if I take some pictures of it and post it on Facebook? Don't you have one too, Steve? A brown one? These 100-year unsolicited
it's
public,
gray.
private, it's my turn to speak, Steve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
These 100-year
gray.
unsolicited, these 100-year unsolicited public-private partnerships are making some people a hell of a lot of money. Couldn't you wait until you're finished raping the city before flashing around your new wealth? You can answer that one, Steve.
I think your comments are shameful. How do you like that?
Well,
And
I
that's
think your
probably. I think your comments are.
actions are shameful.
No,
I think you're all shameful with this
I think your actions. I think your words. Really?
You're just throwing away public
You know what?
assets.
Were you throwing
and you're
out?
just filling your pockets with money.
Oh, that's
you can make your little.
disgusting.
You're disgusting. You know,
disgusting.
it's ridiculous, Ben.
shameful.
I thought you had more
No,
morals.
Mayor,
than
I want.
Please
you
sit down.
support
sit
all
down.
of this
Go-
stuff.
I think you're done.
Please sit down.
I think you're
No,
done.
No,
Corbin,
because
if
I
you
don't have
sit down,
time.
I will have you.
Yeah.
You can interrupt.
Can be removed like you
but
were.
you can't take away my time. I have one more sentence.
You have nothing more to say.
I can't
Painful.
imagine
You have
the
now
traffic
finished.
jams on Andrews Avenue before and after these events.
Please complete.
The only people who support this seem to be involved in the entertainment industry.
Please
Local
ask him
residents want a park
Chief,
that has been promised
get
for the
rid of him.
past 20
to
years.
stop. You've done nothing but try to. You're not constructive in this discussion.
No, and it's insulting and it's obnoxious and it's probably why you were
Absolutely
thrown out of
offensive.
your city hall in Wilton Manors. You don't even live in Fort Lauderdale. I think they threw you out of City Hall, and I think you're prohibited from speaking there. That's why you're here all the time. Oh, really? And I think that you should put on Facebook all of the stories that are already there about you burning a drag queen, setting a drag queen on fire, getting arrested. You know, your behavior is a mess. A mess. A mess. You are insulting, and we should keep this to the issues. And for you to make accusations against the mayor and me, shameful behavior. Not the way we behave. Not the way we behave. No, Shameful.
Mr. Powers.
Okay.
So much fun tonight.
My name is Tim Powers, a resident of just down the street on Andrews Avenue, a real estate professional here for 27 years, and always a cheerleader of the city of Fort Lauderdale. Always a cheerleader of Mr. Trentalis and Mr. Glassman, but I'm questioning that. Where is the density plan? Where this reason there was a master plan for the city, you are required due diligence. Where is the study of how many thousands of housing units are currently approved, permitted, and under construction? This information should already be in your possession before you even consider giving away this valuable land. Will there be enough parkland required and open space to support the future growth? Or will this deal take away all the other developers' opportunity to build in this city? There is a minimum amount of park space and standards required per household and population. If we give away this land, where will the land come from? Or will we have to go buy it? Just look at 3 developments near this site. The Kushners are building a 1,300 unit space just across Broward Boulevard. That's not including retail. Fat City it's not true. Well, that's what I read in the paper in The Real Deal, which is where they get their information. So, okay, if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me later. So it is accurate. Fat City is 840,000 square feet being built 1 block away from this. Flagler Station behind the Brightline Garage has 400 units. The 2 39-story towers across the street from this venue with 612 residential units. So I ask you, how many are under review? How many are coming? And where will our parkland come in the future?
Mayor, I want to ask Tim a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tim. And with all due respect, because you mentioned some good projects there, I really need to have the answer to this. So you mentioned Fat Village, hotels, condos, bars, restaurants, thousands of units from where Henry's shop is, 5 blocks south of that. Why, when that project came forward, was there not a peep from anyone in the Flagler Village Civic Association? Why no? Let me finish because I have a few things to say. Why did no one from Flagler Village come talk to us, give us an opinion on that rather large project? Searstown, right on the northern border of your neighborhood, 954 units. Restaurants, retail, not a peep from your neighborhood civic association when we had that meeting in this room. I could go on, but I need to
answer your question.
I
don't represent Flagler Village. I am myself.
I understand.
So
where were you? So where were you on those projects?
I can tell you where I was. I was informed with all of that information prior to the city commission meeting. I was not here for the city commission meeting.
Okay.
I have spoken to the developers. They actually came to our neighborhood to work with us. They did not just ram it down our throat. They also were building something on private land. They are not taking away public citizen-owned land.
Right.
So that's where I was, Mr. Glassman.
Okay. I understand. Public citizen-owned land that the public has never used in 60 years.
We haven't been able to.
What? Well, let's
Did
get.
you just hear what I said about
Yes, I
density?
did. Yes, I did.
The need for park. Let me ask you
And
the
you're going to
question
have.
I asked, and you asked me a deferring question that took the subject away.
Okay.
How many units are approved, planned, and under construction right now?
In the entire city?
No. In Flagler Village or surrounding area, how many are approved, and how many will you approve in the future? And where will you get the parkland in order to build more units in the future?
I understand.
Will you have to buy it? So please answer those questions.
That's why, for the past 20 months with this commission, and then probably a year and a half, 2 years before that, we have worked to make sure that this 3.3 acres across the street will remain 2.6 acres open green space. We have worked very hard because any other developer in Flagler Village that would come forward, and if this went out to an RFP, or if we just said, come and make us, an offer, they would buy the land, buy the land
We're
and
not
build.
selling it.
No, what, I'm just giving you all of the scenarios. We are preserving 2.6 of 3.3 acres as open park space. And if we didn't do that, and we said, let's just sell this land, we would have just a couple of more high rises. As you know, across the street from this site, we're going to have, I think, two 50-story towers.
39 stories.
Two 39-story towers across the street.
Which those residents would love a park.
And that's exactly what they're going to get.
No, they're going
Exactly
to
what
get.
they're going-
They're going to get something from the company that owns Revolution Live. Have you driven by Revolution Live this week to see? I will show you the video if you'd like to, because we took one Sunday night. The people on the sidewalk went all the way to Broward Boulevard and all the way to the railroad tracks. Do you know what else it was? It was Ubers dropping them off and clogging all the traffic on Broward Boulevard. Where's the plan? Is that going to happen in Flagler Village? Yes, it is. You cannot rely on Brightline. It's not. They're not all coming in from Brightline. No one from Weston and Miramar and Pembroke Pines. This is a concert venue, and it's also serving alcohol until 2:30 or 4:30 or whatever it is that's agreed upon in the morning. And we're likening it to the Broward Center. The Broward Center does not sell alcohol as their main source of income, and they do not sell alcohol until 2:30 in the morning. We are residents of this neighborhood, and I'm actually considering leaving this neighborhood because of the nightmare that you're allowing. I don't want to hear, recently I heard a woman at 4 in the morning screaming in front of my building. I got up, jumped up thinking, I don't know if I can sleep through this, because what if something is happening to this woman? I got out, just a group of partiers. And there's nothing there yet. There's nothing there yet. Imagine what this is going to bring. Go to Revolution Live tonight on your way home in your Bentley and go take a look at what's happening and see if you would want that around the corner of your house. Or would you like to be able to take your dog out and walk it in a park? And you know what? You could go to RFPs. Why don't you do that? Why don't you try and do that first? And then if that's the only thing you got, then sell us up the river.
Well, I know what we would get if we went to an RFP.
Don't go away.
I know what we would get if we went to an RFP. I do know that.
You don't
Let me
know
tell
that.
you.
You do not know anything unless you're
Speculating. It was just
telepathic.
Okay, but I want to also say that there's a lot of default language in this comprehensive agreement. If we think that what we see happening is not good for the city, or these are bad actors, or this is just not tenable, we can end this relationship.
I disagree. I don't
Okay,
see
well,
that.
I do.
All right.
But I also would like to say one more thing. You represent our district and what the optics are here, just so you realize. The optics from everyone here is that you are defending this and never listening to the neighborhood. There has been nothing you're listening to. So I would like you to listen to your constituents. If you have future plans to run in this town, this is going to be your Achilles heel.
Whether this is my Achilles heel or not is really not important to me, just so you know. I'm doing what I think is really the best thing that the city can do on this particular site
For the neighborhood?
at this particular time. Yes, and let me just explain.
Why would I like this?
Why
do I want this?
Let's talk about the neighborhood. 15,000 people in Flagler Village. I know that we hear from the same 10, 15.
Because it's Flagler Rental Village.
Oh, well, let me just finish. I know that you think that you are the neighborhood, and you are the neighborhood. But guess what? I also do hear from a lot of people that you don't hear from. I even ask them, why do you not belong to your civic association? So I get a lot of input, but I can't just believe, just because you tell me that the 10 or 15 speakers that are going to be speaking here tonight are Flagler Village. They're not. And I respect you.
I don't know who's
respect,
speaking here.
But let me just also say that when this, I think you have to speak from here. When the project started, I cannot tell you how many iterations we've gone through, how many different concessions have been made, so many changes, you name it. We could give you a list of what's happened over the last 20 months to make this comprehensive agreement better and stronger for the neighborhood. But I will tell you that there are many, many people that I hear from in Flagler Village that actually like this project and look forward to this project, and they do not want the city to build a park on this site, spend the dollars to do it, manage it, build it, operate it, and then try to control it. Because the controlling of this site will be very difficult for the city to manage on this site. There'll be a lot of behavior on this site if the city built a park that everyone in Flagler Village would immediately come screaming to us saying, hey, what's with this park? We can't even use it. Look at this behavior. And I know that that would happen. So I am doing what I think is the best project on this site. You have to remember, 20 months ago, this commission voted 4-1 to accept this proposal and move forward. We went down a path 20 months ago. So it was my job, especially because I'm the district commissioner, and this commission as well, to make this the best that we could do because we accepted this project 4-1. We put it out to bid. We said to the world, you have 60 days to come back and make us an offer. Tell us what you would like to do on this site. Those 60 days expired, and then we continued to work. But we have been working at this now for 20 months, and I will tell you, when this project was first presented to me almost 4 years ago, they wanted to build it in Holiday Park. I said, Holiday Park has too much going on. That's not going to work. We can't do it. And the conversations actually started with the Flagler Village Civic Association before this current board of Flagler Village. I remember having conversations and going to presentations three and a half years ago in Flagler Village. So I understand what you're saying. If it's my Achilles heel, so be it. I was retired before I had this job for 10 years. I could be retired again, drive my Bentley, have a great time, and just enjoy myself. So believe me.
I'm wanting you to listen to your constituents, whether you retire or not.
I'm listening to all of my constituents.
So also I'd like to address, 22% of this will be buildings, but that's green space all around the buildings. That's not park space.
No.
I would like to see a map of where the actual park is, and you can't just draw it around a building.
Well, one of the original conversations that I had with Leanne Barber was she didn't like the fact that the original concept had the two buildings pretty much in the center of the park facing each other. She said exactly what you said. She goes, not enough contiguous space for the park. Please move these buildings. So now the conceptual plan has these buildings moving to the far western site, far western edge,
yes.
so that the whole park is much more of a contiguous green space. We did that at the request of the Flagler Village Civic Association board.
Request.
Okay.
Look at the use, and as my whole point of my conversation is, and you didn't answer the question, how many units are approved, under construction, and coming? You should know this information to realize that the best use for this land is the future of a park, whether it's designated today or tomorrow, because you are going to limit all development in downtown because there is not enough dedicated green space. And so you are going to limit all future development by giving this away.
I disagree.
Or you're going to have to find the money to buy more parkland.
I respectfully disagree with that assessment of it because we will do this park and then we will do Huizinga Park. So we are working on all of that right now.
You just heard from Ms. Toothaker, who says I'm misinformed, that all of these activations of the parkland is shrinking. You just did it in Holiday Park, you did it at Lockhart Park, you did it over there in Huizinga Park. So Beth, guess what? You're not adding green space, you're taking it away, and thanks for pointing that out.
But we did it, by the way, we did it with lots of neighborhood input. There was a Parks Committee in Victoria Park that worked very hard.
We have a Parks Committee too, and you're ignoring us.
Well, okay, that's
Tim,
your
don't
opinion.
walk away because I have a.
But,
Tim, don't walk away. Okay.
But we actually did do Holiday Park with a lot of planning of the neighborhood. We did a lot of planning on that, and they wanted those amenities. They want extra pickleball.
And we don't want them. We don't want what you're offering.
But you're not going to have it.
We wanted them.
You're not going to have all that. But you are going to have.
Want a concert hall or a nightclub open, and you didn't address my thing. Broward Center does not stay open until 2:30 in the morning serving alcohol. So if we're going to call this an arts park and a culture center, then let's make it culture. If our culture of Fort Lauderdale is to perpetuate spring break, that's pretty sad for the future of this community.
It will have all of those uses. It will have what you just mentioned. There'll be concerts, there'll be art exhibits, there'll be a home for the city's new cultural affairs
Great
officer.
places to do that on private land.
Okay, I understand. I'm good, Mayor. Thanks.
All right. So, first of all, so the record is straight. My car is 15 years old. I know you're out there taking pictures, so I'm glad you love the color of my car. But
I haven't done anything with the pictures yet.
well, good. But it's
But boy, you must be watching the monitors. Didn't you have something else more important like Bahia Mar to focus on?
I have people, Tim.
Good.
So
Guarding your car.
So, but no, to be serious now.
You brought it up.
The point is that we look at the parks throughout our city, and as the commissioner said, the biggest problem we have is managing these parks. Federal courts have instructed all municipalities that we must leave parks open to everybody.
We've gone down this before.
I'm talking,
yes.
please.
I've heard you give me this answer before.
Okay. Let me know when you're finished so that I don't.
I've heard you give me the answer that we cannot have any more parks because we have a homeless problem, so let's close all the parks.
Are you finished speaking?
I am finished.
Good. So now I can speak. So because of the federal court's rulings, multiple rulings, in fact, recent within the past year, we're having a problem managing panhandlers on the streets. We have a panhandling law we're now enjoined from enforcing. I'm not sure what the status of that is in the process, but the point is that many people complain about panhandlers, as do I. But right now, our hands are tied in trying to enforce panhandlers because a local judge has said to us that they have every right to stand in the middle of the street if they choose to. In addition, we've also had a bad experience, an example, in one of our parks, the Stranahan Park. How many families, kids, recreational activities have you been in Stranahan Park to see? And I can tell you the answer is 0. Why? Because it has become a magnet for homeless folks who have every single right to be there because federal law lets them, okay? So if we're going to have an open space, a park, if you will, we have to make sure that people are going to be able to use it. So we can say, oh, wouldn't it be nice to have an open green space so everyone can sit there and spread their blanket and have picnics and play chess or checkers or whatever people do these days. But the point is that we are responsible for making sure that there is a usable open space. So when these folks came to us, and by the way, they weren't the first folks that came to us. There are other people that came to us, wanted to build a shopping plaza. There were other people that have come much more aggressive development. In fact, the previous city manager wanted to sell it and use it as a maintenance facility for the Wave streetcar operation. And he was prepared to actually sell off the whole site for $8.5 million about 6 years ago, before the district commissioner then screamed and hollered and said, you can't do that. So the maintenance facility was moved down south to 17th Street, which is now where we're building an affordable housing project. So we are doing our best to try to manage the properties within our city. I don't want you to lose faith in the people that are representing you, okay? Because we are doing everything we can to try to maintain a balance and still be able to provide for the people that choose to live in our downtown. So when these folks came to us, they said, look, we want to build on a portion of the land. We'll leave most of the land as open space. We'll manage the land for you so that we can avoid people who you don't want to inhabit that space so that everybody can use it, not just a few people. And so, by the way, what's missing from Flagler Village? Amenities. Have you seen many grocery stores in Flagler Village? None. Have you seen many food operations? Have you seen anything that is fun to go to? None. We have bars on the north side. We have plenty of bars, okay? We have a few restaurants, all of whom are great. But on the south side and on the west side, we're lacking. So these folks came to us and said, we want to build a food emporium. And they gave us a layout of exactly how it's gonna, if I lived in Flagler Village, I would welcome something like that. I'd get to go fresh fish, food, vegetables, everything. It's like a permanent establishment for a place to get fresh food. And it's also an entertainment venue. And then in addition to their concert hall, we're going to open it up as an art space. I would love to see ArtServe move there from that ancient site that they have over on Sunrise to someplace fun and exciting. And fun and exciting is what Flagler Village has always been about, trying to create a fun and exciting environment. Now, people are going to disagree with me, and they're going to disagree with members of this commission, perhaps, as to what fun and excitement should be. But all I know is that amenities are lacking. And when these folks came to came to us and suggested for Flagler Village that we can create fun and excitement, we'll work out the details. We'll find ways to deal with crowds. We'll find ways to deal with pedestrians. We'll find ways to get where people need to go, so that there's no imposition on the people that already live there to make it an uninviting environment. So it's not a perfect scenario. I agree with you. But it's really a great compromise between the city and a private partner to maintain 3/4 of this property as open space. And we're not talking 20 acres that we're taking. We're talking about less than an acre, 3/4 of an acre. 22.22% of the total land area is going to be built on. We're going to work on the comprehensive agreement. We already reduced the hours of liquor sales. We've already taken out the clause regarding entertainment district. Many of the things that I met with Leanne earlier this week that she requested, we took care of. We're listening and we're responding.
I appreciate
and
that
we're
you're
doing the right thing. Okay, I'm listening. And everything she asked me for, we took almost just about everything she asked for. We made sure was modified in that agreement. So we are listening, Tim. I don't want you to think.
Well, and I agree, and I appreciate your explanation, and I understand your perspective, but the point is, this is not the only place that an entertainment venue can go and
It's not the only place.
activate, and food halls and cheese shops and things.
It is not the only.
Many of the
Yes.
open spaces all over Flagler Village that are, and there are many new projects coming for retail. There are many new opportunities coming in, the huge, massive projects being approved. So
But none of them are populating with retail. There's plenty of there's plenty of releasable space. There's over 150,000 square feet of leasable space. And the only thing I see leased right now is Mitch's Sandwich Shop, which by the way is a great sandwich shop. And that's
Great,
probably the
but-
only thing on Andrews Avenue besides the furniture shop down the street, which has been there for years, that has.
But we have it coming. It's coming in Fat Village. It's coming in the 50 or 39 stories. There's a huge retail component coming. What we don't have is traffic, parking, planning, and we have a nightclub that will be open until 2:30 in the morning.
Two. What you
2
keep
in
saying?
the morning. Oh,
2:30.
great. I'll go to bed at 2 now instead of 2:30.
Good.
But the point is, we don't have traffic. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have infrastructure. to
That's what's
support
going to
this.
be part of the
Finish.
plan. That's part of the site.
All right, but why don't we have it now?
Because we have to do it one step at a time, Tim.
There is no parking in the city.
There's
parking.
no
Last time
parking.
you-
We've got 300 spaces over here. We have 600 spaces over there. You got 1,000 spaces.
They are dedicated
in
to buildings
5
that-
minutes of walking. What are you talking about?
The
Why do
city
you make
parking-
these things up?
I'll answer what I'm talking about.
What?
The city parking lot is for the city.
Yeah.
So all the people here parking here while their party's revving up across the
The
street.
party's at night. We're all in bed, okay?
We're here right now, aren't we?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, yeah. Thank you very much.
But the point is, Brightline is dedicated to Brightline. Brightline is expanding to a commuter rail. You have said that Brightline will also support the tunnel under Las Olas.
Correct.
That garage is full. Also, the
What garage
Kushner
is full? Wait, what garage is full?
That garage will be full with Brightline, the commuter rail, the tunnel. Forget about Brightline garage. It's gone. There's nothing going to be parked. There's no parking there. Why did Brightline build it? Because they were required to. The city garage. There is. Let me just finish my other point. Wait.
You're revising history.
No, you brought it up.
The Brightline station was intended for people who would come to Fort Lauderdale, drop, and they're not coming by car. they're coming by train. So people that come to Fort Lauderdale to see one of these events, they're coming by train, so they're not using the garage.
The people using Brightline to go other places. And as you know, there is a commuter rail coming. And the commuter rail, the people have to get there somehow. They're
Correct.
not all living on the line. They
Right.
don't live at a stop. They
Correct.
pull it and park there.
Yep.
People from the beach, Las Olas, wherever you're coming from, they want to take Brightline. They're not taking the tunnel. I'm sorry. They're not taking all of these things. We do need parking. Those garages for a reason. City Hall, as I remember, is you're planning on a county government center. The future of this building and that parking garage are not going to be here for 50 years.
The government center is going to have hundreds of new parking spaces for the area.
But this
Hundreds.
garage is not a guarantee that it will be here.
We have a contractual obligation to the building across the street to give them parking. So it is going to be here. It's not
But
going
there's
anywhere.
still no, these are all opinions. There's no formal study. That is my point. This is your opinion. This is my opinion. But
It's
we
not
do
an opinion. I'm just pointing out the facts.
You're not a parking professional, nor am I.
No, I'm not. I'm not a
And nor
parking
am I.
professional.
But
That's gonna
that's why
come
we
part-
have plans for that.
Tim, that's why we're going to have the next level of review. We're going to get a site plan.
Will the public
we're gonna have
have
a traffic
to do
study. We're going to have all these things. That's the next step.
And what will the public's input be on that?
Every step of
all
the way.
along the way,
I think-
the same as it is now.
Yeah, Mayor, hold on. A procedural question is, so as the site plan submitted, it goes, sorry to Chris here. Site plan submitted, it goes through DRC process. Doesn't the site plan then come back to us as a commission?
Goes to P&Z, then us.
Correct.
First
it goes to
P&Z, then us.
Yes.
And just again, from just making sure, because I know this is a little different, so the DRC process, that's where we, among other things, we evaluate, right, like sewer lines, water.
Complete DRC
lines,
process.
every department,
No different than
transportation.
any other
Will it
project.
include parking analysis
Yes.
for the expected number of people that'll
Traffic,
come?
Yes.
Where they'll park, so it includes all that. And
Fire, police.
Okay.
No different than any other DRC process.
okay, and so that comes, I guess, first to P and Z, right? And they,
Correct. First, it's the level 2, which is a staff-driven thing. P&Z,
Right.
which is level 3. City Commission, which is level 4.
okay, and so it's level 4, and I just forget, is level 4 automatic call-up? Is it optional?
Level 4 comes to you.
Automatically comes to us.
Correct.
So at that, I'm just clarifying the process. So when that comes to us, then we'll have more public engagement and discussion and evaluation of that.
You'll actually have a site plan.
Even DRC is open to the public.
Can we also
The
limit
DRC.
alcohol sales until midnight, like a cultural center? We are calling it a cultural center, not a nightclub, correct?
It's a cultural center.
And
Wait,
do
what-
cultural centers sell alcohol until 2 a.m.?
So what's your question? You'd like alcohol
I'd
limited
like
to
it to be
midnight?
limited to midnight, just
And-
like any other
And it's
cultural
2
center.
a.m. now?
We're comparing it to the Broward Center. We're comparing it to the Parker. They're not open till 2 a.m. So if we're going to compare, let's really compare.
I don't think we're comparing it.
Well, no, actually, in
It's-
presentations, we've been hearing all these wonderful things about arts parks in Hollywood and all the other cultural centers that are so fabulous and wonderful.
But, you know,
If we're going to compare, let's be like them. They have
I
parking.
want to just add what to the mayor said, because I want to take it back a step. You know, there was a huge push from the GSA to build the new courthouse on the one-stop shop.
I was all opposed to that as
Okay,
well.
I wrote
Part of
letters,
it.
I made phone calls, I spoke to people day and night because I didn't want a courthouse on that site. I wanted open space, which is, again, why I've been working on this. And I want to just address the parking. And this is important, Mayor, and to you. Originally, this project had 2 levels of underground parking for the site, because I know some people like you are concerned that all these other garages in the area aren't going to be able to accommodate it. This had a 2-level parking garage on the site. Your neighborhood association said, we don't want the 2 levels of parking.
Correct.
Because you will kill the root system of the trees.
Correct.
So we eliminated the 2 levels of parking. And you know what? We could probably talk for hours, because the more things you bring up, I could tell you how this comprehensive agreement has changed so many times over 20 months, because almost like the mayor said, every single thing that your neighborhood association brought to us, we changed. But you know what? The neighborhood association wants to kill the project. So it will never be happy, because it's not that they want
The type of project.
I
that it is.
understand.
It is not to kill
I
any
understand.
project.
I understand.
The neighborhood is all for culture. The neighborhood is all for all the things that you think this represents. This is not a culture center, so let's call it what it is, a nightclub that is open till 2 a.m. A culture center closes at midnight.
Well-
And we heard about how the bands are the ones who select the venue. Have we also vetted that this is also going to be part of Live Nation? Do you realize what happened at the last Live Nation concert at Astro World? There were 8 people killed because it was a mosh pit with no seating.
I
What
don't.
do you have in your comprehensive agreement?
I've been to at
protect
least
us from
100
this?
Live Nation events, and I've never once felt threatened
Well,
in any way
maybe you
whatsoever.
should
And
read
we've
the
built
newspaper.
in a lot of insurance, so there's a lot of
And
insurance.
to cherry pick, I mean, we're just.
Yeah, it's-
All right,
I'm
let's-
not cherry picking. I'm
end this
pointing out
conversation.
if you're going to change
Let's
the
move on.
comprehensive plan, then listen to all the points and listen to the neighborhood.
Okay.
Not just the 1.5 million and the 36 million they think it's worth, but even though Fat Village was just sold for $57 million and the Kushners bought their land for $49 million. I haven't seen the report that shows the comps. I'm in real estate. We look at comps. I don't see comps. I just see an opinion.
Okay.
Thank you
Tim.
for listening.
Thank you, Tim. And I appreciate your patience in standing and listening with us. Leanne Barbara, followed by Chris Guidry, followed by Charlie King.
So am I going to get time to rebut several of the comments that were made about Flagler Village Civic Association and about me in particular? Let me just get started. For example, when Steve said he pushed against the GSA and really helped the Flagler Village Civic Association to get green space, what we understand is that you were already in conversation with Jeff John about building this facility. So we don't really think that you were actually working for the Civic Association. We think that you were really trying to deflect GSA for the purposes of Jeff John.
That's
And
not
we can
true.
look at, well, I'm sorry, we can just look at the dates. In March.
Look at the date.
No,
It's this.
please don't.
Well, no, I just want to say
talk over
it's probably part of the 900 meetings that I've had on the project. So just look up the 900 meetings.
No, those are the 900 meetings are the number of meetings that Stephanie Toothaker has had with the commission, not the number of meetings that you have had on One Stop. That's about 60. Okay, so we have our numbers pretty well. I wasn't prepared to be talking through all the numbers, so I could have brought my timeline. But in March, okay, so January 2020, I'm just coming about this from memory. Jeff and Gene Pressman came to One Stop, was at Fat Village, and presented their proposal. And there were about 60 people in the audience. I think you were there for a while. And I don't think there was a single person, actually there was one person in the audience that thought it was a great idea. Everybody else said no. We want a park. We have been promised a park for 20 years. We want a park. We do not want what you have on offer. Do you remember that meeting? You remember that meeting. And Gene Pressman, by the way, at that meeting said parking was really integral to his solution. And I have the tape if anybody wants to see it. In March, after we battled GSA and won.
All right, wait.
No, I'm just trying to rebut some of the.
Yeah, no, but this isn't, public speaking is about giving people their 2 or 3 minutes, as the case may be, to express a point of view. It's not a debate. It's not a debate. I'll give you 1 more minute, but.
Well, then we should have a debate. Because
You know what? But this isn't the forum-
problem that we have in
this isn't the
here,
forum in which-
the main problem that we have is we have a lot of people giving presentations, but it's not actually what is in the contract.
Okay.
And the only thing that matters, it is what is in the contract. And yes, you did give us 20 minutes on Monday, and we really appreciated it.
I gave you more than 20 minutes. I gave you over half an hour, and you gave me a whole list of things that you would like to see changed in the agreement. And guess what? They were all changed.
Well, we're not really.
So don't come here and say we're not listening to you. Don't say we're not responding to the community. We are responding in every single opportunity that we have. And it's really hurtful that you can stand there and saying that we're bad people, we're not listening to the people. Well,
No,
we're doing exactly what you're saying we should do.
If you want to give us what you're promising, then change the contract to reflect what you're saying.
It has
or
been.
change the or change what you're saying to reflect what's in the contract. The most important clause is still the grant of use. You give the developer exclusive use to use the property any way they want.
That is not the case, and
It's in the contract.
you're not being intellectually honest here.
It's in the contract.
Heard
Ellen, I
that
thought we-
tonight you had to have approval for any event that takes place on the open space.
And I've checked, by the way, with the special events people within the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
And they will tell you right now. For example, if you want to have a wedding on the premises, you don't have to have a special events permit to do that. The only time you have to have a special
Want
event,
weddings to take place in our city?
not when it closes
you
the
against
park for the
weddings?
use of the residents.
Okay, so hold on, Mayor, can I just get, city attorney, can you clarify? Is this accurate?
Not a city
What,
attorney
what
issue.
part of it are you asking about?
The closing the park for any event, they can do this for any event.
No, the events have to be permitted. If they're going to be in the green space, they have to be permitted through the city.
It doesn't say that. What it
I
says
I read the language like
it
not
says
less
subject
than an
to
hour
the,
ago.
It says subject to the special events permitting process within the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Mm-hmm.
And if you talk to the special events permitting people within the city of Fort Lauderdale,
Who specifically did you speak to?
I don't have my
Because that's not
computer.
my understanding, but
Yeah.
anyway, that's the agreement we
It will
have.
be on their own premises. So if they choose to have a wedding or a bar mitzvah, they can close part of the park to have a wedding or bar mitzvah in that space, right?
You're against bar
No.
mitzvahs? No.
And it's no
God, I wish I
It's
had my
no-
bar mitzvah there.
reason.
Anyway,
Hey, Alan,
we're
you're just-
straying from the subject, Leanne.
No, I'm
I've
not
given you
straying
more
from the
than the 2
subject.
minutes. Really,
Man, I think we're gonna have really good protection that can't happen.
yeah.
That's what the city attorney is telling me. Because I think that is important, that we have the ability to not allow that space to be closed.
Right, well, we're not going to close the whole park. I'm not saying that they won't be able to have a wedding in the
If
open
they
area.
if they seek approval to the commission.
Right.
Right, yeah.
Well,
So
what
we
I
have to
can say
approve
is
any of that.
if you're going to vote tonight, it's
Yep.
clear that there is not a clear understanding about what the public is getting and what the
I don't think that.
Alan, do you have a clear understanding?
I do, based on my perspective, but
Did you have any input in the comprehensive agreement?
yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Am
Thank
I
you.
excused?
Thank you. That's it. Your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Chris Guidry, followed by Charlie King, followed by Doug Kuhlman.
Good evening. So not to belabor my point from last time or my support for the project, but I thought it was germane to come up, being that I was just up here for the previous commission agenda item for the Renewal of Food in Motion, an event that really is a direct descendant of our Indie Craft Bazaar, which was sponsored into its current existence in its form by Jeff John 12 years ago. If you're looking for someone that cares about the community in an altruistic way, he's the person, because he helped us set up a space for artists and makers to showcase their craft, their advocation in a way that is meaningful and profitable, and might not have been possible without his support, and still continues 12 years later. It has spawned countless other events that we produce for a bevy of CRAs and cities that attract over 100,000 people a year to free community events. And I know he vigorously supports those because, again, he's supporting us 12 years later. And he certainly didn't send me up here as a shill, because if he did that 12 years ago, he's a hell of a clairvoyant to know that that was going to add up to this. So I would just say that. Also, I'd mention when people say that it's going to be a dangerous situation, the events we produce at his venue are not exactly, doesn't attract the type of people that opt for bottle service or spill out in the streets, amble about headbutting each other. And he still supports them. And another thing is, him or she's a far cry from this side of Broward. And I think in a lot of cases, he might be guilty by association, location. And I know he's got to be the most responsible producer, promoter anywhere in that area. And a lot of the people that saunter around his venue are not his fault. Because I know for our event, again, which is a free community event, family-friendly event, the amount of security he employs is substantial. He does it on his own accord, pays for it out of his own pocket. So I would say it's a safe bet. It's something I'm definitely excited to see happen, and look forward to it, and hopefully you do too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charlie King.
Oh, I think I missed some things earlier today, but I don't think you guys should worry about not having the financial advice and consent of our former city attorney. He used to be wrong. He used to always tell us
Auditor.
what the direction.
Auditor, you mean, auditor.
What's that?
Auditor. You said former
Auditor.
city
Oh
attorney.
yeah, auditor.
Or her.
He used to always go on about the direction of interest rates, and he was always wrong. I mean, like, did you anyone notice that over the last 15 years? Like, they were always going up, but they kept going down, down, down. He really was like just full of hubris, and I'm glad you finally just said, take your cardboard box and leave. You know, like, because the guy was not doing anything for us here. He thinks he's a whistleblower. He's just a bureaucrat out for money for himself. Thank you for denying him the desk from figuring out how to sue the taxpayers of Fort Lauderdale. You know, he thinks he's a whistleblower. He didn't blow any whistles when Lee Feldman and Jack Seiler were looting the city, when they were financially
All
engineering.
right, let's stick to.
So I think you can vote without him here. As far as it goes with this park, I mean, I view this as like a gateway to the city. I've been a big advocate for the trains. I mean, I'm from here, but I lived up north where the people live on the train lines. The train lines are important. I'm glad to see that the trains have taken off to this point, but people need something to see when they get off that train that doesn't look horrible. So I mean, that's why I'm in favor of this. This idea about the parks, that there's this group of people out there that are all lawyers that have become judges that think this idea of these commons and that you can just go to the bathroom or not wear shirts or do drugs, do whatever you want in the commons. It's unregulable. So this is the closest we're ever going to get to a park on this site, unless Food Not Bombs gets elected to our next, city commission up here. You could never have a park there under our current laws or interpretation of those laws. I'm pretty sure our society will regain its sense at some point and we'll have parks again. But, so I'm fine with this. It seems like it's, I think it's right. It's like, and I just do not want to see Fort Lauderdale Commons like we already have with the Stranahan Park. It's just out of control. I never go there. I went there to plant prickly plants about 15 years ago. That's the last time I was really hanging out in Stranahan Park, was the prickly planting. And it's just like, if you could tell me the name of this judge, I follow this issue. What judge in this city or in this area is saying that people can stand in the road and ask for money?
I'll tell you after the meeting.
Well, I mean, why? These are the voters. Tell us all. Like, is this guy elected, or was he granted his job by
a federal judge? A
federal judge.
Appointed.
Okay. So tell us his name. Like, maybe.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I'll give it to you after the meeting.
Okay, hey, where do you get those prickly plants from?
It was the only good idea Jack Seiler ever had.
Okay, move on.
Say that 10 times fast, Commissioner.
Mr. Coolman, we want to hear from Mr. Coolman. And followed by Bickley Ludwig, followed by Ciaran Gunn, followed by Linda Carlson.
Mayor Trentalis, Vice Mayor Moritas, and Commissioners. Note, if this site is not to become a public park tonight, I request you consider the following two salient points as part of your deliberations. First, the approximately $1 million per year the applicant projects to pay the city eventually, not guaranteed by any means, is a far cry from the $2.45 million guaranteed rent based on a reasonable cap rate of 7% the city should be getting for this property. Even if one wants to debate the value of $35 million, the proposed income to be paid the city is approximately $1 million versus $2.5 million, is certainly far less than one half the fair market value. This deal as it sets is just as bad as the deal your previous commissions probably agreed to at BHMR that you're now fixing. The second point, the draft comprehensive agreement is fraught with misstatements, unclear criteria, and contains many loopholes which generally are in the favor of the applicant. This is inherent because this proposal, which is based on very limited graphic exhibits provided by the applicant and deemed in their words, these are just concepts. These are just concepts make it impossible to write or develop a reasonable comprehensive agreement. The only way to get a fair and comprehensive agreement is to request the applicant to proceed through the DRC process and resolve many of the unanswerable questions. The City Commission has the right to ask for such information as part of the P3 process, contrary to what your city attorney has advised you. And the city has an obligation to require this level of detail prior to entering into a comprehensive agreement. This is not private property, and as such, this level of detail, a DRC submission, is necessary to determine what the city and its residents can expect to receive from this applicant. There is no need to rush the vote, especially one that is so important, considering all that is happening and projected to happen in our downtown. This P3 proposal is not ready for a vote. You just heard from the applicant's attorney and others, oh, that we agree with that, we're changing that. I doubt if we have in hand an agreement we've been talking about tonight. We don't have it, it's too soon. One of the things the Collier
Okay,
person.
Mr. Coolman, your 2 minutes are up.
Can I say one thing? Because Collier's,
One
I
thing.
heard him say definitely, you're giving us 2/3 open space. You're not giving us 2/3 of the site as a park. It's open space. We're lucky we'll have an area about 1/3 of the site will be able to be converted into some use for a park whenever the applicant allows you. I think
right,
you
thank
need
you,
to be
thank
very
you.
clear about this
All right,
and quit calling this 2/3 of the site as a park. It's not. It's open space.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And by the way, Doug, I just want you to know that the agreement also calls for at least 3 meetings where Riverwalk and the Flagler Village Civic Association meet with the applicant to actually help design the park, just so you know.
Yeah, in fact, that's why I said if you go through the DRC process, the applicant, especially Flagler Village, will get a chance to do that. We appreciate that. But you need to do that before you sign the comprehensive agreement. In fact, why don't you do an interim agreement that's not as binding? Why don't you ask the city attorney, how about an interim agreement that's not as binding as a full comprehensive agreement until you go through a DSC process?
I think we're well, no, that you can't do that,
wait.
right? You
No,
can't.
Whether it's an interim or a comprehensive, you don't do a site plan before, that's not how.
Exactly.
Wait a
There-
minute, I got a question about that. There's nothing in the statute that says you can't ask them to go through the DRC process before they sign the comprehensive
It's
agreement.
impossible, it would never happen.
Pardon?
It's impossible, it would never happen.
What do you mean? Why
You
is it
can't get
impossible?
financing, you gotta spend millions of dollars to come up with a site
whoa,
plan.
whoa, whoa,
No,
whoa.
hold on. Nobody will do it before they get some sort of guarantee that they can move forward, at least with the process. Look at any P3, whether it be the ones we've done or the joint governmental center that's about to happen. You're not gonna have a full site plan there before you have a comprehensive agreement
Well,
for
we
the joint
need
governmental
something
center.
more than what we have, which is basically some very loose
You're
concepts.
going to through the site plan process, and if they can't deliver what they've stated in their comprehensive agreement through the site plan process, we're done.
It's over.
You can call this off if they don't deliver?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'd like to see that in that agreement.
It's in the agreement.
Well, the problem with this agreement, the agreement tonight has just been changed.
I have the agreement right in front of me. We're making 3 changes to it.
Easy
That's
change.
it. I have it right here.
Changes tonight, right?
That's it.
And we made
At the
44
request,
changes last 2 weeks ago.
at the request of Leanne and others that the mayor called me to
That's
have
why
changed.
the agreement is not ready to be signed tonight.
It is
Right
ready.
here.
Okay.
It's ready.
Let's
Thank
keep
you.
it going.
Thank you, Mr. Coolman. I see that you all are standing. Are you the Mr. or Miss Ludwig? Okay, please come to the podium.
Hi, hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Bickley Ludwig. I'm a Fort Lauderdale resident, and I'm going to be quick about this. I support Jeff's project. As a taxpayer that lives here, I'm excited to see the end product, and I'd like to see the area improved. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you want to speak?
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Kieran Gunn. I'm a resident of Sailboat Bend. I am also in favor of the proposal for the one-stop shop here in Fort Lauderdale. I think it'll be beneficial for all the residents and visitors involved. I also believe that the private sector funding of $100 million is a great asset to this project. And I, for one, as a taxpayer, I'm pretty excited to have an event and venue like this without contributing any of my own taxpayer money. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Linda? Okay, this one up.
Linda Carlson, resident of Flagler Village, Fat Village, actually. I've been to many of these meetings, but I'm speaking for the first time tonight because, as I learned last meeting, the raw numbers of speakers pro and con matter more than what the messages are. The raw open space will never register as highest and best use based on dollars only. So if your entire focus is only on the money, then we can't win this. But often, the open space is what makes the urban living attractive and healthy, and that's been proven around the world. Unfortunately, the US uses a much lower number than many of the other countries in the world for what is appropriate and collective. We've got a lot of new units that are coming in. A few years ago, 15,000 were proposed to be built in and around downtown. I haven't seen the 45 acres of open space that would be actually appropriate to build with that. We need to stop hiding behind the bad behavior avoidance as the excuse to take away the public access to the land. Our biggest concern with this is public access, unrestricted public access all of the time. We don't have that in the current agreement as it is written, and we're missing that. And we continue to hide behind the homeless issue, the drugs issue, the whatever they are. Let's start addressing those issues outside of trying to just hide behind them. Once a shovel hits the ground, that land is going to be forever changed. And right now it is open, it's green, it's growing, and we'd like it to stay that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And can I just say something? Can you come back? When you say hide behind them, hide behind the homeless issue, hide behind the panhandling issue, do you actually feel that we're just trying to use that as an excuse to be able to parlay this property into some kind of commercial development?
I have to tell you that that's what I've been hearing at these meetings.
Well, and have you heard tonight the types of things, the kinds of challenges that we as a commission are confronted with regard to? Wait, I'm not finished. With regard to, court rulings and ordinances and laws that we now have to work within in order to operate as a municipality. I mean, have you not been listening to that?
I have been listening, and I first of all, I wouldn't want your jobs.
It's okay.
Quite frankly,
I love my job.
But quite frankly, working within the system, we have to start working at the edges, and there are cities around the country, around the world, that have been able to resolve this. I understand that at a federal level, we have to manage with what we have within the US, but we have to start challenging the US and the people that are in it to recognize that homelessness, mental health, all of these things are tied together, and until us telling them that they can't be in areas is not helping them. We have to figure out a way to work the system so that we can support the rest of our countrymen.
And we're with you on that.
I understand that.
This commission has spent millions of dollars committing itself to trying to find homeless people a place to get away from homelessness. We have a community court that meets here once a week.
I happen to be a good friend of Lorraine's, so I'm
The only city in Broward County that does.
The only city in Florida.
I mean in terms of the county
that's not
spending
saying
the money.
much.
I mean,
The only city.
The
But
only
the point
city-
is that we're not trying to hide behind a problem. We're
But
not,
that's what
but we're
you're
trying
using
to.
that
we're
as
trying
an
to.
excuse.
We're trying to accommodate we're trying to accommodate a need in the city, and at the same time become realistic as to the challenges that need is facing. And the need is open space. We all agree with that.
The need is definitely open.
Need is open space. We have so much construction going on around here.
But we need
to preserve open space so that everyone can use it and chooses to use it. We do not want to make the same mistake that we have in Stranahan Park. We do not want to make the mistake. I even have folks that call me about Holiday Park and tell me that they're afraid to bring their kids through Holiday Park because they see a homeless person taking a nap on the ground. You know, it's a challenge that we as a city have to continue to deal with on a day-to-day basis. And I have to tell you, we have an amazing staff, in-house staff that really does an excellent job. But it's not something we've yet to be able to overcome 100% homelessness. We cannot find homes for everybody. A lot of folks have been resisting our ability to find them homes. But the reality is, when we first, this past year, we found a hotel. And I believe it was, how many units was in the 112, was it, or something?
That's
About
close,
112 units are in the hotel. And we had a tent and a desk behind this building. And I can't tell you how many people lined up. And I walked there that day just to see how it was working out. And these folks were crying to me, thanking me. Thank you so much for finding a place so that we can get out from the streets. We are doing our best to try to.
I totally understand that, and I'm involved with all of that as well. But the issue is still, but the issue is still here. We're trying to solve a problem, and what the people in the neighborhood want is publicly available all the time space.
And that's what this is going to be. It's not
way
all the
that
time.
I'm
Parks are
sorry,
not
that
open
5.1 in the agreement does not say that the open space is going to always be open to everybody.
It's, okay.
The developer, whatever is, or, I don't even, I'm so sorry.
We're just going back,
What to
just
call
going
you.
back and forth. All right, well,
But the-
thank
okay.
you, thank you. Mike Marrero, followed by Alexander Kazansi, followed by Dan Stassi. Are you Mike?
I am Mike. Hello.
Good evening, Mike.
I appreciate your time. I'm a business owner here in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm here again to reiterate my full support of Jeff John. I'm in my 30s. I'm 35 years old. I have a 3-year-old. I have a young daughter. I'd love a space that my daughter could play safely in a 2/3 park. See some culture. Mom and dad could have some food and drinks. That'd be wonderful. I think there is a definite parking around here. I go to Las Olas. I go to downtown Fort Lauderdale a lot of parking. There's thousands of people. We find parking very well. I don't know, the people who say there's no parking, we park just fine with a lot of people in our area. So just full support. I think it's a great project.
All right, thank you. Alexander, followed by Dan Stassi, followed by.
My name is Alexander Kazansky, and I live in Sailboat Bend. I'm a taxpayer too. So I don't believe this is an earth-based project. What does that mean? It's mean nature protecting and bringing people the therapy of the nature, bringing people the relaxation after work with their families so they can go and relax and enjoy. Because after let's say 20 stories of high of apartment, what are you gonna do? You're gonna do cement blocks whole day? You have to have something to unwind and relax and enjoy your life with your kids. And that's one of the purpose of life. And even the therapists say that, even this is a well-known fact that nature nature brings relaxation. And so you don't want to see, this can be like a classic birds, bees, butterflies, and just connect to feel good. And instead of extreme noise, decibel, and constantly in your neighborhood, unbelievable commotion. And when after that, they're going to be spilling out to the streets. Oh, you want an example? It's just like a Hamachi. Hamachi is like that. And when you go on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, even the people they're drunk people, intoxicated people in Broward. I see it all the time. I pass Friday, Saturday, Sunday through from Broward. It's like that. And Fort Lauderdale was never had a good infrastructure to begin with. It doesn't have a plumbing extraction good. That's why they had plumbing projects all over the place because they were all rusted. They were so bad, and we know that. And all these high stories of buildings were being made, and residences, they don't have any place of literally unwind and connecting to nature. And this can be a lofty idea for some people, but so many cities around the United States have that. And plus, when it's come to also the, the homeless shelters, and there can be other ways to deal with it. Probably, maybe we have to do more rehab places, homeless shelters, so we can accommodate those people, if we like it or not. So those are United States citizens as well. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Dan, is it Dan Stassi, followed by Stephen Beard?
Mayor, council members, city residents. My name is Daniel Stassi. I'm the owner of the Shuck and Dive Cajun Cafe here downtown Fort Lauderdale. I came into this area 17 years ago when there was nothing. I've personally been involved with the booming food scene here. I've personally watched this downtown grow right across the street from the restaurant. See a lot of familiar faces in here. I'm in full support. I believe the Shuck and Dive has played an important role down here. I really think that Jeff John and the group and the One Stop and the Art Park will continue that foresight in what this town has really become, culturally especially. Being a New Orleans bar, I feel culture is a big, important part of a community. I think Fort Lauderdale has a strong cultural background, and we're building upon that. I'm here to support the Art Park. I believe it's going to bring some beauty and much needed improvement to that area downtown. If you drive by there, I think there's no way you could think that it could do anything different. I'm a family-owned, local-owned restaurant. I support the growth of that. I think that bringing this into town just makes everybody, all the businesses better. I started 22 years ago on the beach with a little 16-seat restaurant.
Yep.
I've grown it into a pretty good spot in town.
I was sorry when you moved from there, actually.
Well, it's because of foresight and projects like this that I've been able to be a successful and go from this little bitty guy to a big one. I started out with an 85 Pontiac, and guys, I'd like to tell you, my Bentley's black.
Okay.
See, you started a trend, Commissioner.
Love your restaurant. Loved it when it was over there on the beach. The day that my father died, I was at your restaurant. And then 3 years later, you moved it here, and I go there probably 3 times a month. And for you to sit here and welcome competition and welcome more businesses and welcome activation, that's what we're trying to do in Fort Lauderdale. I'm not saying it's one way or the other. I like it in my district. I like it on the beach. I like it in the city. I think we got to keep growing. I think we got to keep doing it. It's got to be smart, but I really do appreciate you coming this far south, if you will, to embrace this project. And I'll see you this week.
Yeah. Stephen Beard, is Stephen here? Has he left? Sister Robin, followed by Dean, and I can never pronounce your last name, and Richard Ross.
Good evening. Sister Robin, an artist that is against this fraudulent art park. We do not need the money. What we have is of immense value, and that is the free gift of the land, the trees, the birds that are there. Is there a value that has been put to that? Because you can't get that back. And no amount of money is necessary for what the people really need, which is nature. And that is a gift from God. There is 106 mature trees there, and we can put 106 more. This project would kill 100 of them. And they will plant more, but that's just not right. I think that what we need for public health and mental health for the condo canyon that has been built in Flagler Village is people need solitude. They want to hear the breeze in the trees. They want to hear the birds singing. Your money can't buy that. Your money can't force a bird to sing. Your money can't pay for the breeze in the trees. We're going to be competing with the music, the decibels that you're bringing in there that will drive the birds away. They'll drive the butterflies away and all of the pollinators. We need 3 no votes tonight. I don't think we're going to get them. So I'm asking that you defer. And one of the things that I'm suggesting is I understand about the safety issues. I myself have been assaulted in some of our public parks here, sad to say. I think that you need a public-private partnership, but I think you can do it with a land conservancy. I understand that the city can't do it, and I'm sorry for that. But we can do it with something that would keep real land, and that could be a land conservancy that has its own force, that doesn't spend any of the city's money. But could we ask for the possibility to bring that forward? That's not a cultural center. When you put out bids, when you said that you put out the possibility for competing bids, that was for a cultural center. The people don't want that. They want land, they want earth, they want nature. And that's what I'm asking for, and I'm asking for a deference, and also a deference for you to go with the people of the community at 12 midnight to America's backyard and walk the streets during a midnight concert and to see what you would be bringing into the neighborhood, because that's part of research. So if you're going to bring that business into that area, which is a neighborhood, it's not an entertainment district, I think it's only fair that every one of you come with us on a field trip to do research, and I think we need to defer until that happens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dean, followed by Richard Ross, followed by Daniel Gwynn.
Dean, it's Barrack Terrace, by the way. You should be able to
Say it
get
again?
that. Barrack Terrace. It's
Barrack
Greek.
Terrace.
Come on, man.
Okay, thank you.
And by the way, I like your Bentley. Nice Bentley. You guys have, the prior commission earmarked this land as a city park. They didn't earmark it as a concert venue or a food hall or a bar or anything like that. I think Fort Lauderdale, or Fort Lickerdale as it's also commonly referred to as, has plenty of bars, we have plenty of nightclubs, and we have plenty of places to go get food. We don't have enough parks in this area of the town. You guys have dragged your feet. If any of the business owners, like the Shuck and Jive guy, had let this property sit like the city has, you guys would have fined them relentlessly. You guys let this property sit dormant for over 10 years, and you dragged your feet. And I mean, even by your own admission, you guys didn't sign this up as a park. It should have been a park a long time ago. You know, it's clear you guys hate homeless people and you don't want homeless people in the park. That's sad. And you want to give the right to the, you know, the bar people to kick people out because you guys can't. And you've lost every civil lawsuit for the homeless people in 50 years. So this is your way of getting around other people's First Amendment rights. It's pretty sad. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mayor.
Richard Ross.
Mayor.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
For the record, the last commission declared this a park?
It's never been made a park. It's never been zoned as a park.
We slated it for a federal courthouse, am I correct?
Say it again?
We slated it for a federal courthouse, right?
Well, it had been.
I was on the last commission, and so were you.
It had been, a lot of people had been tossing out ideas. I remember the federal courthouse committee did look at it as a possible site for their federal courthouse. And then, you know, it didn't happen. It had been in play for a lot of different things over the years. It was our city hall. It was our building department.
Fire station.
City manager wanted to sell it. Not Chris, but the previous city manager wanted to sell it because he wanted to balance the budget. And I protested that. You shouldn't sell city property just to pay the bills like that. So that's when he started taking money out of the water and sewer fund.
But all I really wanted was one thing, which was the clarification that the previous commission did not slate that site
as a
park. And people keep going to that podium under testimony saying
correct.
It was a park. I just want the record.
You are correct. I will say this.
I know you advocated for.
Yeah, I know. I had advocated it. So let me just say this. We also, the previous commission, the previous administration hired, and you were here for that. The previous administration hired a consultant to come up with an analysis of how much park space we had in our downtown and how much park space, based on comparisons of other municipalities of our size, how much park space was necessary in order to maintain parity. And he came back with an analysis saying that we more than we had more than what the normal or comparable cities of our size had in terms of open space and park, and then identified certain places throughout the city that could be open space. He never said that the entire space should be open. I remember the previous commission was considering keeping it open space, but also developing part of it. So there were a lot of ideas. You're right. There were a lot of ideas, but it was never fully identified. The entire 3.25 acres was never fully identified as a park. I know that the previous commission had talked about setting aside some of it for open space and developing part of it. You're correct.
Mayor, I also want to say that I believe in my conversations with most people that have moved to Flagler Village and enjoy living in Flagler Village are not living there for, although I love these things, they're not living there for the birds, the trees, the bees, and the butterflies. They're just not. That's not why they're moving there. And I will tell you that we are going to be giving a space where you are going to have birds and trees, a lot more trees that are there now, and butterflies. And I'll also tell you that in a park close to this, and I did this on purpose for this past week, I made it a point of driving past Peter Feldman Park. We saw one photo earlier tonight with one person in the park, the whole park, one homeless person in the park. Every time I drove by Peter Feldman Park, I could actually count on my hands how many people were in the park. And yet we are going to create more park, which is great. But I just want to say, seriously? Oh, God. Whatever. Anyway, boo, boo.
Riling the
boo,
crowd, Commissioner.
Boo. Well, sometimes it's hard to hear the truth, but that's okay. I understand. But we are going to be creating a beautiful space, but people they have not been moving to Flagler Village for open space. They just have not. Okay. And that's how Flagler Village was never envisioned as a sleepy little open space neighborhood. If you look at the downtown master plan, what's happening in Flagler Village now is exactly what your commission previously wanted to happen and the previous commission wanted to happen. That entire vision has become reality. That's all.
All right. Not to interrupt the proceedings, but I would ask that someone make a motion to extend.
I will. The motion to extend the meeting until necessary.
Well, we have to have a time certain, so
About
say 11 o'clock.
11.
Not 1 hour.
What's that?
1 hour.
1 hour, okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Let's call the roll, please.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, okay, thank you.
I want to make one more comment before we move any further about, I think Steve hit it on the head, and I'm not advocating one way or the other, but with all the parks funds monies that we receive, and I had plenty of opportunities to purchase parkland or expand my parks, and I chose not to do it. What I chose to do is to activate my parks, have food trucks in motion, concerts, anything where we can engage the public and stop overnight stays at these parks. And if you activate these green spaces, you can have a better handle on managing them. And I agree. Steve he had to leave the beach to come over here by Peter Feldman Park, but I drive by there every day. I live about 8 blocks this way and to the west, and I love everything that's happening on that street. I walk it, I ride it on a bike, I run it sometimes when I'm capable of doing that. I take my golf cart in the evenings and visit different little pockets, whether it's Fort Lickerdale, as someone mentioned earlier, or Chops and Hops, or any of the little amenities that
it's nice up there, right?
That you can go and do without getting in a car, and I do not want to see another park. I mean, I even go over here to Stranahan Park, and it's scary, and I feel sorry for the ladies that occupy the women's club. I mean, there's so many strange people coming and going all times of the day. And it's not so much the people, but it's not knowing those people, what's going to happen next. There with our singers in that building, And I just don't want to see another park here that we, as the city attorney so eloquently put, we can't manage. And when we do venues like this, it's more manageable and we can get a handle on it. And I am very, very concerned about the neighboring businesses and how this is going to impact them. Jeff John, I've been knowing for about 9 years now, way before a One Stop even came into a conversation piece. And just like the Chris from over here in Flagler Village said, how he helped them start the food truck in motion. I came down on my old golf cart. I have a nice one now. You probably don't recognize me.
Is it a Bentley?
It's not 15 years old, though.
Okay.
It's the 2021. However, Jeff is, in my opinion, has always found some group to help way before asking to do another venue in this town. And I've been over to Live Nation for concerts. I've been on that street over there for either going to Performing Arts Center or even at the park or just walking down the river for the things that Gina does for the jazz brunch. And I don't see all that other people are saying that they see. I mean, I think it got a little crazy down there with spring break, but the spring breakers couldn't do it on the beach, so they came over here where young people can express themselves and have fun. So I haven't seen anything bad there in my comings and goings, but I do want to see us always improving, whatever it is we have here in Fort Lauderdale, whether it's east, west, south, north. I mean, I like what they're doing over in the Gulf with the leadership of the vice mayor. I mean, just some nice things are going on over there now that I can go to other places other than, the Bow campus of the world, but I like that too. But when I can walk to some other shops and just do other things, it just gives me more opportunities to do that. And the more we activate these dead spots, these blind spots, this blight in the slum, if you look 15, 20 years ago, you would be afraid to walk through Flagler Village. You'd be afraid to walk the corridor, as I call Sistrunk now, because of what it had become as a result of people in urban flight, people leaving this town and going out west to the Arvidas and the Parklands, just to get away from the downtown element. And now people want to be here. The sad part now is you can't really afford to be here. Unless you got a Bentley. But all jokes aside, I think this venue can be really, really good. And another concern of mine would be how quickly we can get this off the ground. I don't want to see another project approved and we can't get it there. I've been here 8.5 years. We've been messing around with this particular project. How many years now?
At least 4.
At least 4. And I would have loved to have seen it, take breath and take wings and fly. I probably won't be here for that, but I do want to see it happen as soon as we possibly can. So if we get there, based on what the district commission wants to do, I would like to see something in your agreement that would expedite the time. Get us there, because I know you're committed. I've seen you around this town. I just happen to know you personally, and it didn't happen because of this project. It happened because of who you are and what you do for this town. So I want to see us move one way or the other tonight. But when we come to the microphone, especially the folks that live in Flagler Village, let's just be realistic. I think Commissioner Glassman really hit it on the head. That part of town was designed for people not as old as me, people not driving Bentleys. You can't put a Bentley in any parking space over there.
Small ones.
But it's a walkable, sustainable community that we can work in, live in, and play in. And we got to have more venues to play in that particular part of our city, because if it happens there, it will definitely cross those tracks and keep going west to where I live. Yeah, we have one or two. You have many. When this city has many in north, the west, the south, and the east, then we will have a complete city. Until that day, we can't stop the momentum, because the design 35, 45 years ago was to create this downtown and have that momentum just go in all directions until we complete what we were trying to do a long time ago. Some folks weren't born and raised here like me. Some folks came from other places, and that is fine. That is fine. But we have chosen Fort Lauderdale as our destination. If this is going to be our destination, we need to get along. We need to be respectful. We need to be kind to each other. Just because I don't get my way all the time, Steve, doesn't mean I have to talk to you any kind of way. But here tonight, we're right here at the threshold of either doing this deal or not doing this deal. Let's make sure we get everything in the deal that we want. No need to criticize the commissioner or the mayor. And I remember the first night I got here, I drove up in a fancy car. And before I can get in the building, everyone just want to talk about my car. But I drove to this city in a nice car. And I plan to drive out of here in a better looking car. But the salaries don't buy these cars. It's our hard work and our dedication to our careers and things that we've done outside of here. And if I want a Bentley, I would get one. But I wouldn't get a 15-year-old one.
I can afford.
But that should not be the topic of discussion tonight. I think this mayor's committee, he is the one that I can remember from the last commission that advocated for a lot of different things at this site. And we never designated it as a park. So let's be realistic and let's see what we come out here tonight with, both for a win for the people that want a park, for the people that want a entertainment venue, for the folks that want culture, for the folks that want the butterflies, the bees, and the trees. I would like to see some milkweed there. Are you familiar with milkweed? It's a plant that draws butterflies and all these things to the. Your mom has it? Yeah. So I learned that at the YMCA that I didn't put milkweed there.
What's it called?
Milkweed.
Milkweed.
And
Charlie King's going to be planting prickly pear too, just so you understand that. All right.
Yeah, but I remember the first time I was invited to someone's little garden over there when I first stand up, Leanne. When I first got here, you invited me over and you showed me what you do over at your place and how the natural habitat attracts those type of activities from birds, bees, butterflies, all sorts of insects. But had I not walked in your garden, I would have never understood what it is you do and what you fight for. So maybe we can get some of those plants and some of those things over here in this park so we can make sure we have birds, bees, and butterflies. So I want to move this.
Well, we got 4 more people who want to speak.
I'm not going to disregard who's speaking, but I just want us to be kind to each other. And look at Charlie King back there. I mean, I miss him so much. It's so good to see him come back here. Sometimes I was the topic of his discussion, and he talked about things that I had, But when you listen to him, I think he wants the same things that everybody else wants, and no one wants to see a park that we really can't go and enjoy. I mean, the worst thing you can possibly have is a park that you can't go to and enjoy. And if we put a big park there, in my opinion, that's not managed by someone else, we're not going to be able to enjoy it the day that we decide to walk over there, ride over there, bike over there, or skateboard over there. I think we're going to be able to get the best of both worlds with this project if we put everything in the agreement that we need. Thank you for allowing me that opportunity.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion to extend the time of this meeting? No, I'm just kidding.
I already did that.
Just kidding.
You got 10 minutes left.
No, well, thank you. I appreciate your comments. I think they're very thoughtful. Richard Ross. Richard.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Richard Rossi. Not just a resident, but I'm also a homeowner in Flagler. So I'm liking what I'm hearing. Truth is, I am a proponent of the project. Going over numbers and financials, year 100, year 50.
Speak in that mic, please. Stay in your mic.
Sorry. I'm looking at today, and it's 0, and that's essentially what this 3 acres parcel essentially located in our city is generating. And really, it's disappointing. So here, if we can infuse $100 million of private financing into our central hub of our community, that doesn't cost me or anybody else here a cent on our next tax bill. I think that's nothing but advantageous because living on the north side of Andrews Avenue, you have an orchestra of empty retail spaces that now is going to have an ignition where hundreds of events of a year now, it's going to have the volume necessary to make this an identical place. And now with the Bright Line, with Orlando, now that's going to be finished by the end of the year, you're talking about now 125-mile-an-hour trains coming every hour. That's also going to add now more economic impact to the city. So the ancillaries are going to be there, naturally pending, naturally the vetting process. And I've certainly listened to the Civic Association, what their points are, but we're equating the value and the cost of this. I think hands down the value that this is going to add to the city and the collateral impact it's going to have around it. It's certainly worth having. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I missed the beginning of him cutting out. You said you were a homeowner in Flagler Village? Okay, thanks.
Daniel, followed by Stan Eichelbaum, followed by Ryan Reeder.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. My name is Dan Gwen, resident of Fort Lauderdale. Full support of this project and Jeff John, and for the sanity and the support of this project, I'll waive the rest of my time.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Stan, followed by Ryan.
I've been in front of many commissions throughout my life, and I've never seen a session like tonight, and I hope I don't experience another one like it. I do appreciate Commissioner McKenzie's remarks, but I think there's so much that has to be resolved of what's going on in this city right now. The last couple of days, I've been hearing much apprehensive comment about leadership as realization spreads of 3 parks being compromised. I know that sounded like cheerleader remarks earlier. It's not meant towards yours. It's a pattern that's going on right now. Specific to this project, there obviously has been much questionable. There's still much questionable still. I can challenge both reports based on lots of experience of doing those, that there's no risk analysis inclusive in any section all the way around. And I've heard much comment about potential risk. Those things have got to be mitigated. But all came together to me during Doug Coleman's exchange, questioning how much was unresolved and urging deferral through the project and turning the project over to review process. It's sensible, but not permissible, supposedly, under PPP or unsolicited bid. That's a real great concern, and I think it's spreading an anxiety throughout this community. Why, when in fact we heard the opining that there has to be refinement to this process? Are we moving on these projects right now in that direction? I know it probably won't happen, but I think there ought to be a deferral of this and other PPP projects until we have that process satisfactory to our commission and satisfactory to the public right now. It is creating total mayhem and distrust within this community right now. I would urge deferral, refinement, and then move ahead so that we can have a comprehensive intellectual review of all projects. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ryan?
Alan, let me ask you about that. I think if we were to change something midstream, when a project's midstream, I don't think it applies to that project, right?
No, it wouldn't be retroactive.
So you can't defer something it's still guided by the existing process. So if we did change the P3 process, it would be for everything maybe that we have
In the future.
Yeah, in the future that we haven't started to discuss. Okay.
This would have to be grandfathered.
It would have to
be grandfathered.
Yeah, but I don't think it can be. This can't be. to new process.
No, I mean, this would be grandfathered in. I mean,
Oh, meaning it would
under
fall
any-
under the current
Right.
guidelines. Exactly. I don't think we can change that. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Ryan.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff. Ryan Ryder. I'm actually a resident of Flagler Village and love it. And I want to keep it brief. I actually was here earlier. I left, was watching it at home, and I thought it was so important. I came right back, and I was here lickety split. That's how close I am. I am a proponent of this project. I think it's going to really do wonders for it. The fact that the developer is bringing in the park, and we don't have to use our taxpayer dollars. We don't have to use the bonds to build this park. As a contractor who's building a $120 million park down in Doral, that just says wonders. And we have a lot of need for green space parks in this city, and we're doing that already. We don't need to pull away from those funds with inflation. So I'm really glad and happy to hear that we have somebody who's really willing to invest that money into our city and into my neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Because I have no other, okay. All right, so we'll consider the public comment on this closed. Does anyone else have any other comments? I have one question I'd like to ask regarding the site plan, even though we're going to still discuss the site plan. Never mind, this is not about site plan. I'll bring that up at a later time. So, Vice Mayor, do you have any thoughts you'd like to conclude with tonight?
Well, my thoughts are the same that they've been from the beginning, and I do like Jeff John and the work he does in our community, so I'm not doubting that this project will be great. I just would prefer a different process, like I've said, the RFP process where we get with the community and we see, I want to activate the park too. I don't want something that's just kind of not activated. So that would be my suggestion. Once again, we have this once in a lifetime opportunity to use the park bond money and to really kind of dream big and see what would the community want in this space. We don't have to sell it. That would not be an option that I would support either. Like I said, I would want it to be a park. I'd want to do the RFP process. When I think about parks, I think we all want this space to have some green space and the birds and the bees and all that good stuff. But what does it look like? Like, what does activation mean to each of us? I think of the beach, and I mean, we all love the beach, right? Well, I drove down the beach recently, and it was a different experience, So if you have 1,500 people coming to your little 3 acres, it's a different experience than the beach on a calm, Tuesday morning or even really a Saturday morning. When you have spring break and you just have a lot of people, it's just different. So I think we just have kind of different visions of what a park space should look like. I probably do side with the neighbors and want it to be a little bit more green and, the kicking a ball. I mean, I know I get it that it's only 22% is the buildings. I do get a little concerned that the city doesn't maintain the rights to the property. I mean, I know we are going to say you can't build anything in the future, but we really don't operate it. And I would prefer that the city would operate it. I know some of you all would prefer the city really doesn't operate it for some of the reasons that you've described. I am really glad that you were able to work out some of the issues. I know the hours, that was a big thing, so thank you for doing that, working with PACA to make sure that they were happy, making sure that there are not special functions like we kind of had to go through with BHMR today. I appreciate that we will have the opportunity to vote on the events that come here. So I think my vision of this would be a little bit more like the Huizinga Park with, I do think we need a restaurant and something to activate it, and then a lot of other activities too. But I just think it's probably just a little bit too much. And we have this like I said, once in a lifetime opportunity to keep it for the neighborhood. A neighborhood park, I think what we do in Fort Lauderdale a lot is we make this a great place for everybody else to come, but we really don't do a good job of making it a great place for our neighbors just to kind of live in. So, that's the one reason I did vote on the Inter Miami project, because, they were going to have their 40 acres and they'd really have a great 20 acres for the community. The other project was just an entertainment, project for 64 acres. And I said, I really can't support that because I really don't want to create another entertainment complex for our city. I really want to create a space just where the neighbors can go. I live in District 1. It has the least amount of park space of any district in the city by a lot. And I really don't have a lot of opportunities to take my kids to parks, and I hopefully will have grandkids soon. My kids are grown, but I plan on living here forever, and we just have different visions, but I do appreciate the work you've done to listen to the neighbors and to at least get to this point. I won't vote for it, but I do appreciate the work you've done.
Okay, Commissioner McKenzie, do you have any further comments?
I kind of gave my comments.
Yeah.
Then, but I do want to figure out, Steve, maybe you can negotiate this. How quickly can we get to a permit, and if we decide to move in this direction, and not let it take 3 or 4 years before that happens? So
Well, that depends on us, right?
I'm saying, so I'm
Yeah.
I see them nodding their heads, but I want to see how fast we can get there. And it's not that I don't want a public park. I use a park right down the street from my house as an example. Right, most of you know where the building department is, right? There's a park right there that I've been talking about for 8.5 years. On any given day, you can see children there after school. On any given day, you can see drugs being sold there. On any given day, there could be a death that could occur there. But we policed it. We park managed it to death. We have community folks that would kill for that park, and that's Lincoln Park. I take my grandkids there, but I wouldn't leave them there unattended because some folks use that park as a place to go from 8 o'clock in the morning until we close it at 9 o'clock at night. And it's not always the neighbors that are enjoying this beautiful, beautiful park. We just put $85,000 worth of new playground equipment in there. And, unfortunately, if on any given day, the kids could be right next to something bad or good. I know we try to program it a lot with activities for the kids after school, but again, those people that like to play dominoes and cards and do the little things they do, they get there first thing in the morning. They set up shop. I would love to activate that park more, and that is my fear with parks. I want to see parks better managed, and this was never a park. This was a fire station, a city hall. This was a part of our operations here at the city. When we moved to other locations, it sat there. We had no cure for it. Then the building itself became unsafe, and then we started moving in different directions. So I do want to see this site developed, and I just want to see it done quickly.
Okay.
So with that,
Well, I think we all do, yeah.
I know, but we've been kicking the can a little bit, but that's still so we get a better product. And I applaud Steve for taking the lead on it. You trust me, I'd rather it be you than me. I took a beating on the YMCA, not from a lot of people, but people from all sides of town came and expressed their opinion about what they wanted at the YMCA and why we shouldn't do it. But look at what we did for Fort Lauderdale with that YMCA. And if we don't think the way we think, there won't be projects or a city like this if we don't think the way we think. Because, 60 years ago, this town didn't look like this. I turned 60 in January. And I've seen a lot of things come and go here, both in on the west side, east side, south side, and north side. It doesn't look the same way it was when I was a little kid swimming in the New River, running down Las Olas when there was no one there when it wasn't the season. And we had a ball. But we can't do that now. It's a different town. I like the excitement, and I can't wait to see what the district commissioner is going to do here. I hope he moves forward with it. If not, we'll figure out something else to do with that site.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Glassman, do you have any additional comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Commissioner McKenzie. Just to address some of the things that have been said by my colleagues, I will just respectfully agree to disagree with the Vice Mayor. I think an RFP, based on what we know is happening in real estate in this part of town, would never yield us 2.6 open space on that 3.3 acres. It just wouldn't. We have to be realist about that. I will echo some of the things that the mayor said about how we need to be able to have this site and not be responsible for it in terms of managing it for all the obvious reasons. I agree with you, Commissioner McKenzie. I do think we have to act and act quickly. We have been, as you said, kicking this down the road, 20 months since this first came to us. Lots of meetings, lots of hours spent, and lots of public input, and I appreciate, and you're right, we do get beat up sometimes, and that's okay. We signed up for this, so we do need to get beat up. So each of us have been beat up, that's okay. Although I will say that sometimes I find it sad when the personal attacks come, or a speaker will stand up there and, accuse us of being on the take, or those kinds of comments are unwarranted. Everyone up here really loves this city and works hard and gives up hours and hours and hours of their personal life to do this work. And I respect each and every one of you. We don't always agree on every item, but I respect what you put into this job. So for people to do that, or as one of the attorneys said, for the applicant to see personal attacks, we've seen that on this project, and that's unfortunate, that's sad. It's really not the way we should conduct these kinds of hearings or even go through the process of these projects. How I feel about this project, I think that this project is an excellent project for this site. And Vice Mayor, yes, we do speak to and we do listen to the neighbors. There are lots of neighbors, and I've said this earlier this evening. We heard neighbors this evening from Flagler Village who don't want this project. We've heard from neighbors from Flagler Village who want this project. We heard from a neighbor in Sailboat Bend, which is really close, who wanted this project. We heard from a neighbor in Sailboat Bend who did not want this project. So there are so many voices, there are so many opinions, and we, at the end of the day, have to listen to all the voices and then step back and figure out what it is we wanted. If I wanted the courthouse on this site, I would have written a letter to the GSA and say, that's a great idea, build the courthouse. But, we've heard from Riverwalk. Riverwalk has written us a letter of support, and I believe this is in the Riverwalk district, actually. I think they would have some input in terms of what happens on the site and the open space, how it's programmed, what kind of events happen there, because it is going to be open to the public, and they will have a chance to take care of that. We've heard from a lot of people who support the project, and those that have not supported the project, as the mayor has said and as I have said, we really have done, I believe, a lot of work to get to the point where we are today. The comprehensive agreement has changed tremendously since it first started, the first iteration that we saw. At first, the Broward Center for the Performing Arts was not pleased with the project. Now, they're okay. We gave the language in the agreement that gave them a comfort level. Most of the main points, if not all of the main points, from the neighborhood association, we have put into the agreement. The agreement has changed considerably over time. I think now we are at the point where we are ready to make a decision. I wanted to address just a few things, and then I will pass it on to Commissioner Sorensen, because I really do take exception. I said tonight to someone, don't always believe everything you read in the newspaper. And let me lay this out on the table. I have been a subscriber to newspapers since I'm a really young person. I'm old school. I like to hold it. I like to read it. I get really ticked off when the paper's late in the morning. That's just how I am. I've tried on the phone and everything, and it's just, I don't like it.
Those days
So, yes, so I understand. Well, though the paper is right. You're right. Those days will soon be gone. They put out a big call yesterday. Everyone in Fort Lauderdale needs to be in the room tonight. Well, maybe that's proof that there aren't that many readers of the Sun-Sentinel, because every person from Fort Lauderdale is not in the room tonight. So they put out this like Chicken Little, the sky is falling editorial. I don't understand it. And I wanted to address that because I don't think that that should be the final word. It says, developer Jeff John plans an entertainment venue and food emporium with live music, food, alcohol sales in a downtown that's increasingly a haven for high-rises. Okay, did I miss the 2.6-acre park? Did the Sun-Sentinel miss the 2.6-acre park where they're only focusing on an entertainment venue and food emporium. So I don't know. They say the proposed deal is too generous. I specifically asked our expert, is the proposed deal too generous? He goes, no. As a matter of fact, it's almost exactly what you would think you would get if you let someone build a high-rise with mixed-use commercial on the site. You're getting top dollar. So
Said it was a hefty return.
a hefty return. So I would say to the editorial board of the Sun Sentinel, did you even really bother to read the Collier's report? Or are you just looking for clicks online because you're going to write something sensational? That's how I honestly feel. And again, I am a strong supporter of a free press and the media. I subscribe to the Herald and the Sun Sentinel because I want to get all of the stories and I want to read everything that I can read locally. But there comes a time when the press has a responsibility to do its homework and not just keep repeating misinformation or worse, propaganda by omission. And by that I mean just keep repeating the same story you want to repeat, the same narrative you want to repeat, and then don't tell the full story. So don't tell the residents of Fort Lauderdale that this is an entertainment venue and then not tell them that there's a 2.6 acre park. Because, you know, everyone in the room here tonight, we pay attention. But I want to clue everyone in. Most of the city doesn't pay attention. So that's why it's not responsible for our media and our Sun Sentinel to write editorials like this that don't tell the whole story. That's all I'm saying. Tell the whole story and then let the public make up its mind. Let the public decide. And then I find it also really interesting and almost a holier-than-thou attitude by our local paper when they start preaching about what city leaders should do for Fort Lauderdale and how we are not working on behalf of the taxpayers. Is that the same local newspaper that left our city and moved to Deerfield Beach? Is that the same local newspaper that abandoned a building on Las Olas, took all of its staff, and left and went out of town? And then they're going to tell us that we're not protecting the taxpayer when right now we have a project in front of us that's a $100 million investment, a $10 million park. They're not asking for a nickel from the city to build this park and cultural center. By the way, attorney for the applicant did not mention that when we see the Huizinga Park reimagined, guess what? Guess what? They're asking the city to contribute 30% of the money for that park. Now, that's a big difference. This project is not asking for a nickel of taxpayer dollars. So, Sun Sentinel, don't tell me that we are not a steward of the taxpayer dollars, because we are. We really are. So, again, tell the whole story. Let's be fair. I think, you know, I want to use an expression that my mother used to say to me all the time, but there's a little profanity there. But she always used to say to me, SHIT or get off the pot. And I think that's where we are right now. We are at the point where we either do it or we get off the pot and say to these people, you know what, it's not going to work. Go to Boca, build this in Boca. You know, I want to remind everybody that for the last 20 months, everything that we have asked for the applicant, I think they have given us. We didn't even just put them through one financial assessment with Ernst & Young. We also put them through a second financial analysis with Collier's. So I don't know any other applicant to any project in Fort Lauderdale that's actually gone through two financial analyses and basically spent all of those hours giving that information. So again, I look at that. I don't know what else we can ask. We've gone through at least, I don't know, city attorney, how many iterations of the comprehensive agreement?
I've lost track.
You've lost track. You presented an entire red line version a couple of weeks ago to the applicant. I think they agreed to everything you wrote.
Yes.
Yes. So I have to have faith in my city attorney that he is protecting our interests and that he's looking out for what's going to be best for the city. And I have to have faith that we as a commission are going to do what's best for the neighborhood so that we don't have 2 or 3 more 39-story towers on this site like we will across the street. And by the way, about parking, I forgot. I've already spoken to the people that are going to be building the 39-story towers across the street. Throw some extra parking in your garage. I think you'll do well, because I have a feeling that people will use your garage across the street from the arts park. So do me a favor and add some parking in there when you come forward to the city. So I'm looking at this from all sides. I know people are upset, but I believe that this is public land for public purpose, because the public has never used it in its entirety as a site in our city. And I know that they're going to use it when this is done. So I'm ready to make a motion to move forward, send this comprehensive agreement on through the development and regulatory process, because I think we are at that moment. We have had tonight we've had about 15 hours of public input on this one 3.3 acre site. I don't remember ever hearing 15 hours of public input on a 3.3 acre site in the city. And it's deserved it, because people are very passionate about it. And I appreciate both sides of all of the speakers. I kept score the last time, whatever it's worth. Last time was like 29-19 in favor. Tonight was 16-11 not supporting. So, you can parse those numbers any way you want. It depends who's busy. I heard from a lot of people tonight that couldn't make it. I heard it from the director of the Broward County Cultural Division, who is supportive of this project. He had to go to a concert. I heard from the director of Art Serve on Sunrise Boulevard that you mentioned, Mayor. He's very supportive. He's looking forward to occupying space in the cultural center and representing all of the local arts organizations. I've heard from a lot of people tonight that could not make it, that wanted to be here to express their support. So at the end of the day, we have to make the decision. I'm ready to move forward. As Commissioner McKenzie said, I hope that staff can make sure they work with the applicant and make sure that the permit process moves forward. Unlike many other projects, we did put into this comprehensive agreement, I believe that this project has to be completed within 3 years.
3 years after issuance of building permit.
There you go. I mean, I've never seen that in an agreement. So we're saying you better show us how serious you are. We want this park, we want the cultural center, and we want this food hall, European-style food hall. You're right, Mayor. We don't have any places around here where you just go walk up, not just get a cup of coffee, but buy some bread, buy some cheese, buy some fresh produce. For anyone that's gone to Europe and you know the markets in all of those cities, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We don't have that here. People have said, oh, we have the Sistrunk Marketplace. No, that's not exactly what we're talking about. Those are little restaurants, prepared foods. It's all different. This is a much different experience for the resident. So I think I've said all I can say. We still have to hear from you and from Commissioner.
We can still keep it open, but
Yes, I move that we move forward with the
what would be the appropriate motion here?
Would be a motion to approve as stated on the agenda, and I would say as amended, because we've discussed tonight amending 4 sections, which I can state once the motion is.
Yes, that would be my motion to move forward and approve as stated on the agenda, along with the 4 amendments that we did discuss.
Which would be 5.2.18, 5.5.4, 5.1.1.5, 5.2.20.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
What about the comment I made about, can we put something there about the expo?
Well, that's up to our staff. They're the ones who have to, yes, they need to, the applicant.
Prove it, but.
The applicant has to move forward with the site plan. Yes, they need to, yes, and also that the site, the applicant expeditiously prepares and submits site plan for the DRC process.
I don't know if you can put that in order.
I don't know
Well,
either.
you can. I mean, you can have, if you want a commencement date that within a.
What are you looking for, Commissioner?
Well, Ms. Toothaker alluded to it in her presentation, which was, she said no more than 2 years, and then.
Yeah, it's 2 years from a certain point, though.
Yeah, so I mean, I just want to make This only helps, really, in my opinion.
When can you get to DRC?
Good evening again, Stephanie Toothaker. Obviously, what if this is to be approved this evening, then the first thing that we would do is go out and seek financing, and then we would develop the site plans to a point where we could bring them back to you for your review and also to go through the DRC process. That's not up to us. That the length of that time is not up to us, but as Alan said, the provision in the agreement requires that after issuance of building permit, then we've got to do a maximum of 3-year build.
And I had also built in a pre-site plan approval for you as the owner of the property. So
Right.
rather than just the regulatory process, they're going to come to you with more substantive conceptual design that you're going to have to agree to before they move to DRC. So that won't necessarily delay it, but it is an element that we don't typically have.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion?
Second it.
It's been seconded. Commissioner Sorensen.
Sure, thanks, Mayor. Just quickly, a couple comments. Some things that have been brought up. One, federal courthouse. I'm proud of our work on the federal courthouse and bringing it south of the river on private land. It's going to be awesome. We're doing, Mayor, I think you're involved with this too, but just great architecturally wonderful federal courthouse. It's going to be awesome. So I'm excited about where that's going to be. Homelessness. I'm really proud of what we've done as a city and continue to do with homelessness. More than any other city in Broward County, we invest more in finding long-term sustainable housing and systemic solutions to our homeless. I'm very proud of that. I'm proud of the city staff that's dedicated to that, our partnership with the county. We've got a lot more work to do, but we're doing tremendous work in lifting people up and giving them the supportive services they need. Third, I'm really proud of the public process that we have been engaged in on this, even though many of us disagree and there's concerns, and I've been one who's been asking a lot of questions, but I'm proud of that process. One part of that process for me has been talking to Ernst & Young, and I know several of you have already talked to Ernst & Young, and I got some feedback from neighbors saying basically, hey, because we never got to talk to Ernst & Young as members of the public, would you ask Ernst & Young some questions for me? I did that. I had a good talk with them yesterday, Mayor, and I just wanted to share this with the public, some of the feedback I got from Ernst & Young. If that's all right, I'll try to do it briefly.
Go right ahead.
But I just think it's important that the public know what Ernst & Young said to me. Maybe this is the same that others of you have heard. Were there any limitations proposed on their engagement work, meaning Ernst & Young? No limitations placed out of the ordinary, according to Ernst & Young. 2, did the applicant withhold information or were they insufficiently competent to respond, or both? Ernst & Young basically said, hey, typically we'd get a little bit more information, but that was just from the development and the increasing progression of the applicant's information, so we don't feel like anything was withheld. Why did Ernst & Young present the report the way they did? Ernst & Young told me they planned on doing a white paper and an in the shade meeting, but were then asked later to be in person and present publicly. They couldn't do that because of a change in risk management in Ernst & Young's corporate structure. Were the edits to the report by city staff, did the edits to the report by the city staff impact the form of the report? So Ernst & Young said there's no edits from the city staff. It was just the risk management decision of Ernst & Young that impacted this. Next, summary opinion, is there sufficient funding for the project's completion? Ernst & Young said they think there is sufficient funding. They appreciated the Collier's report and evaluated the Collier's report in their analysis, Mayor, even though it was kind of after their analysis, but they folded that into their kind of current analysis, and they were comfortable with the funding. Is there going to be a requirement of future equity infusions from the applicant? Ernst & Young said yes, it looks like there will be future equity infusions in the first 1 to 4 years. They expressed a little bit of concern around capital raising for the applicant, but overall feel comfortable with the project and feel like the operations and the projections around operations are sufficient and strong. So I just want to share all that, Mayor, with you.
I appreciate that because they were questions that were raised the previous hearing.
Right, and again, maybe you all already had these conversations with Ernst & Young, but I talked with Nicole, the Ernst & Young partner in Denver, and Chris, the Ernst & Young vice president in Philly. And so and Susan Grant was on the line too with me. And so we just walked through all that. So that just, it helped me address some of the real concerns I had just around kind of the Ernst & Young process and the reporting, which just didn't feel very, very good to me. So that was helpful. Last piece, Mayor, is I'd like to hear from Jeff Johns, and I'd like to hear, you've heard a lot. I'd like to hear, what are you thinking? Why does this make sense? Give us kind of a wrap up here from your perspective.
He didn't sign up. No, I'm just kidding.
Make an exception.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 minutes is fine, Mayor. I'm fine with that.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for this process. Thank everybody for being here, whether you're for it, whether you're against it. We appreciate everybody's voice. Everybody's entitled to a voice. To answer your question, Commissioner Sorensen, I'll try to be brief and to the point. I was when we came up with this project and we came up with the idea, I was really inspired about the community and the conversation about activating and programming our city and our parks, that I sat in meetings from 16, 17, 18, all the way up into the pandemic of how we needed to activate and program our city. Started getting our brain working, that's what we do. Unique people create amazing spaces. I am committed to a partnership with you, the City of Fort Lauderdale. On the financial end, we are blessed to operate over the last 20 years in Fort Lauderdale, doing live events, creating hospitality venues, and I think being a staple operator in the food and beverage industry. At the end of the day, we are part of the fabric. 3J Hospitality, Damn Good Hospitality, we are part of the fabric of this community. We have over 7 corporate brands and more on the way. We consider Fort Lauderdale our home, therefore, we want to save the best for here. When you look at the commitment, passion, energy, design, concept, like we do, we will be submitting something special. We really appreciate the extra time we have spent to make this project even better than it was before when we brought it to you. I thank you for your time. I thank you for listening to us. And I just can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further comment?
Yeah, just last comment. So thanks, Jeff. And so I'm comfortable with where we're heading. I think this makes sense financially, and I think most importantly makes sense for open space for our city and for our residents. For me, public land, public use, and when we have a significant majority of land dedicated to open space, unrestricted open space, and the building that happens are completely open to the public for public engagement. There'll be events obviously at the buildings, but to have this kind of open sense with open space makes a lot of sense to me. I'm looking forward to this. And so, Jeff, one of the things, and I'll take you on your word on it, and the most important word you said there to me was partnership. Partnership, and that's what I'm going to expect. That's what I'm going to take you at your word with that, and I trust that, and look forward to the future. Thank you, Commissioner Glassman, for your leadership on this. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
No.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the motion carries. Moving on to the next item of business, R1, appointment of board and committee members. Would you like to read the names into the record?
Yes, okay. For the April 5th resolution, consensus, we have Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Moshe Yeshua? Yeshua? Close enough. Nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Shane Jordan, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Insurance Advisory Board, David Cooley, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Nuisance Abatement Board, John Foreman, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And Robert Fanuf, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Individual nominations, Community Appearance Board, Elka Keimel, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Parks Rec Beaches Board, Zilla Tarko, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Reappointments, we have Aviation Advisory Board, William Gilbert, that's Commissioner Sorensen. Community Appearance Board, Patricia Roth, Commissioner Glassman. Education Advisory Board, Lisa May, that's Commissioner Sorensen, and Heather Brinkworth, Vice Mayor Moritas. For Fire Rescue Facilities Bond Issue Blue Ribbon Committee, Frank Snedeker, Commissioner Glassman, Douglas Mead, Vice Mayor Moritas. Historic Preservation Board, Tim Chavone, Commissioner McKenzie, Jason Blank, Vice Mayor Moritas. And for the Marine Advisory Board, Christopher Rotella, Vice Mayor Moritas, Barry Flanagan, Vice Mayor Moritas, Theodore Morley, Mayor Trentalis, and Ed Strobel, Commissioner Glassman. And for tonight's resolution, Audit Advisory Board, David Brown, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Aviation Advisory Board, David Ash, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, Justin Greenbaum, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Citizens Committee of Recognition, Gina Ellis, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Community Appearance Board, Karen Carpenter, nominated by Vice Mayor Moritas. Community Service Board, Gary Hensley, nominated by Commissioner Glassman. Fire Rescue Facilities Bond Issue Blue Ribbon Committee, Mark Booth, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale Board of Commissioners, Ty Richardson, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. Northwest Progressive Flagler Heights Redevelopment Board, Kenneth Calhoun, nominated by Mayor Trentalis. And Walk of Fame Induction Committee, Alex O'Connor, nominated by Commissioner Sorensen. And that rounds it out.
Any further names? There being none, does someone like to introduce the resolution? It's been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, appointing or nominating, if applicable, board and committee members as set forth in the exhibit attached hereto and made a part hereof. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and I want to thank all those folks who have agreed to volunteer for these positions. Thank you very much for your commitment to the city. This is R2, resolution declaring notice of intent to convey 15 city-owned properties located in the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Development Area to the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency for Affordable Housing, and setting a public hearing for May 17th. I have no one who's signed up to speak. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
It's been introduced. Any questions? Please call the roll.
A resolution in the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, providing a notice of intent to convey 15 city-owned properties located in the Northwest Progresso Flagler Heights Community Redevelopment Area to the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency for public purposes pursuant to Section 8.02 of the City Charter, subject to terms and conditions, providing notice of a public hearing before the City Commission at 6 p.m. on May 17, 2022 for consideration of the terms and conditions and to authorize execution of the conveyance instruments by the proper city officials and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Do I hear a motion to extend time for this?
Motion to extend time.
30
Second.
minutes?
4 minutes.
30 minutes?
You be finished there?
Yeah,
Okay, 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the meeting's extended to 11:30 p.m. PH1, public hearing and adoption of resolution approving the Parks, Recreation, and Beaches Advisory Board's recommendations for approval of 12 parks improvement projects. As a number of people have signed up to speak. Is there a presentation or any, I think it's pretty straightforward. Is Alex Colazzo here? Alex, I think you were here, he left. He left, right? Yeah. Robert Spagnola. Did I pronounce that right? Close enough.
They could have this memorized by now. I'm Robert Spagnola. I'm a resident of Poinsettia Heights. I'm also on the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association Board. Many of our members had their children to attend to this evening, so they were unable to attend or had to leave early. So on behalf of all of them and myself, I'll make a brief presentation. The Sunrise Middle School is in our neighborhood. We are in Poinsett Heights, is a definite park desert. What's been proposed originally was 1.7 million. That was what the taxpayers voted on. That was subsequently reduced to $1 million. Part of the issue that we're having is the fact that we did vote on and expected to receive the benefits of $1.7 million in our community, not only for a joint use park, but also for the benefit of our school. We have two schools that share that property, Bennett Elementary School and Sunrise Middle School. Sunrise Middle School services 7 other communities besides Poinsettia Heights. It services, and I apologize, Bayview Elementary, the Bennett Elementary School in our neighborhood, Harbordale, Northside, Thurgood Marshall, Walker Elementary, and Wilton Manors Elementary School. So there are children from all those communities utilizing that facility, and the monies that will be placed in that facility from the Joint Use Parks program. EAB failed to engage Poinsettia Heights initially when this reduction was made. So we are coming in kind of late to the game and trying to come back to get our funding back to where it was so we can have a useful park. Basically, we're coming down to 3 items that we feel are necessary in addition to what the EAB has proposed. One of those items is a bathroom, because there is no bathroom facility that's accessible for us. The pool has a bathroom, but it's not accessible to anybody unless the pool's open, and that pool has very limited hours. The second is lighting. Without lighting, we feel like the park would be rendered useless in the evenings. And the third is it's artificial turf field that was promised originally, and the artificial turf field is necessary because the school has soccer, flag football, track. It practices 3 or 4 times per week. During the seasons, they host 5 to 10 games per week during the seasons. In addition, the children playing from the community will also kind of tear up that area, even though the school board has promised to keep that regular field going. We're a little concerned because of the high use of that. We have another resident who was unable to make it this evening, who is part of the Department of Defense, who's a manager bringing people in. They look at the school site, and they have determined that it doesn't look like it's a sports school, and people want that. They want that. They don't want to pay the price for a private school when they can have a good magnet school available, and it's just missing the facility to promote it. Thank you so much for your time.
Zoe, can you come up for a moment? Don't go away, because I've been having talks with our Parks and Rec director and Zoe Saunders. We've been trying to see how we can claw back some of that funding. Zoe, do you have a report to make to us with regard to that, or is it still in transition? Zoe.
Oh.
I can certainly provide some background on the project if that would be helpful for the discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So 2 years ago, after the Parks Bond was passed, the Education Advisory Board encouraged the city of Fort Lauderdale to really reevaluate our partnership around joint use parks. And the idea was, it's such a great partnership between 2 government entities. How can we work collaboratively to identify the best use of these funds and maximize the impact across our city? At the time that the master planning was done, the school board was not as engaged in that process. So we felt like there may have been missed opportunities to look at some of these properties and convert them into joint use parks. So at that time, we worked with the Education Advisory Board to establish guiding principles for this project, and also vetted those guiding principles with the Parks Advisory Board. The focus was really on promoting geographic equity, and that meaning that we would invest more in areas of the city that are deemed park deserts. We also wanted to look at the entire park system as opposed to focusing on one school, so that we could really evaluate the collective impact. And the third priority was really making as many joint use parks available in an effort to support our goals of the 10-minute walk campaign. So this is particularly effective for the city, as it's very economical for us to be able to build upon the school board property. We don't have to buy the land or lease the land. This is a very unique partnership. And as the largest real estate owner, it makes sense for us to partner with Broward County Public Schools on this type of initiative. So we formed a joint use working group, which was comprised of city and school board staff. And we did a site visit for every school. We also did an asset inventory of all of the city parks. And we came up with a scoring methodology that was vetted by the Education Advisory Board and the Parks Advisory Board. And that scoring methodology identified the community need, the viability for each project, and assessed the win-win for both the school and the community. We then had a public input process. We had individual virtual sessions for each community, and those were promoted through our social media outlets and also through the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations. At that point, we did present an initial proposal to the Education Advisory Board in August. We did have some additional feedback from the Sunrise Middle School community. From there, we pursued and evaluated other options and had several meetings with that community. And then at that point, we came back to the Education Advisory Board with some additional recommendations. In December, the Education Advisory Board wanted us to look at several considerations. So as staff, we took those considerations, evaluated the impact, and we also worked with Broward County Public Schools to identify other cost-saving measures. As part of our reciprocal use agreement, we are required to install fencing for safety purposes. But what we were able to do is look site by site and come up with some common sense approaches. So for example, in our original plan, we would have to put up fencing in front of a wall when there was already a barrier of access to the school. So we worked really closely with the real estate and building department to identify those type of opportunities where it wasn't necessary to spend thousands of dollars on fencing. And so through that process, we were able to find some significant reductions that could help to support some of the additional needs we were hearing from the community. And the main priority that was coming through was Walker Elementary School and making sure that they could have lighting to really activate and use that space. So at that point, with the Education Advisory Board in January, we went through a line item by line item review. The Education Advisory Board identified potential opportunities to further cut costs beyond those recommendations. And at that point, they determined that it wouldn't be, they couldn't justify those cuts to other schools to install turf at Sunrise Middle School. From there, it went to the Parks Advisory Board for further conversation, and the Parks Advisory Board also approved that recommendation. So as it relates to Sunrise Middle School specifically, we really evaluated what the priorities were for the community. The focus was on recreational amenities, not the focus on budget. And so what we heard from the community was they wanted some additional amenities. So the project plan that's currently proposed actually has some additional aspects of it that were not included in the Parks Bond. So we'll be including the updates to the track and field, some additional landscaping that was requested, removing the pavilion, removing the racquetball courts. And as it relates to the field, there will be some work in upgrading that field to do irrigation and leveling so that it can be more functional. And in working with the school board, they committed to maintaining that as they would in the high school fields. So as it relates to turf, we really evaluated turf for all of the projects. That's a very popular request that's coming from pretty much every school and community, but it's very cost prohibitive. So we did not recommend turf for any of the projects through the joint use parks process. So that's kind of a background of how we came. So we were working through those guiding principles and also trying to stay within the budget that was allocated. So that's how we arrived at this.
Okay, so what about some of the other things that he spoke about, lighting and so forth? Because let me tell you something. To say that, you know, the school board is going to commit to maintaining the natural turf, it's all bare. I've lived there 18 years. They've done absolutely nothing to maintain those fields. So it's a myth to think that we're going to rely on the school board to spend even a nickel to maintain that field. So I really feel that somehow Poinsettia Heights got shortchanged in this process. I think that we need to revisit it, that there's no open space in that entire neighborhood. And in fact, not only does Poinsettia Heights rely on that neighborhood, but as was pointed out, other neighborhoods depend on that open space for recreational activities, as well as the school, the kids. And I just think that we need to revisit the possibilities of what we can do there, rather than just say, oh, well, I'm sorry, the money was spent and we can't do anything for you. So we need to come back and
Mayor.
reanalyze what we have going on there.
Mayor, if I could, and I defer to Commissioner Glassman on this, so you tell me if I'm overstepping on this, but I was just, Sunrise Feeds is what's the right term? Sunrise is our elementary schools all go to Sunrise, at least. All in my district, almost all of them go to Sunrise. So this matters deeply to me and folks in my district. So I went to Sunrise the other day just to kind of understand because of that. And, again, I defer to Commissioner Glassman what you want to do on this. But I think because we've had, and Vice Mayor talked about the buckets of park bond money to purchase property that each district commissioner has, that money can be allocated if we wanted to, and again, our Commissioner Glassman wants to do on this, but can be allocated to that. So I'd be very interested to say, and I'm happy even to say, hey, let's chip in some from my district and maybe some others to get to where we need to be to make what I think was kind of promised, or at least most of what was promised to Sunrise and the community whole. So Commissioner Glassman, I defer to you, but I'm ready to support whatever you want.
No, thank you, and I think that's really very generous of you and also very gracious. Mayor, I agree with you. I'm not pleased with the allotment of $1 million on this. The bond vote was very specific. Yeah. Folks voted for this bond, and they thought that they were going to see 1.725, I think exactly, $1 million going to Sunrise Middle. And you're right, because of the magnet program. Also, not just what you're talking about, but people do come to programs there from all over. Now, there are actually 12 schools in front of us tonight for the funding. And the worst thing that we can do is start pitting one school versus another school. I never want us to be in that situation because all schools are deserving. And I think it's really also, so people understand, very generous of the city of Fort Lauderdale to be spending all of these dollars for these joint use parks in schools that are the responsibility of the Broward County School Board. They're not our responsibility. Okay. But we are spending these dollars, just like we spend dollars for school resource officers. Yep. We do everything that we can to make sure that our schools have everything that they need. So out of the 12 schools in front of us, 4 of them were not even a part of the parks bond, just so everyone understands that. 4 out of the 12, 1/3, were not part of the parks bond. And Poinsettia Heights is, as we've heard, it is a parks desert. It's been really tough trying to find space in that neighborhood. There isn't one park in that neighborhood. So yes, I think that it's really important. I would like for us to explore ways, but this neighborhood and this school deserve this. And then, as mentioned tonight, the lighting is important because, like, for instance, in the winter, when it gets dark early, obviously we would have to, I think, explore that. There are bathrooms near there, but that's by the pool, and I don't even think it's doable, actually, for the public that want to use these fields to actually use the bathrooms at the pool. I don't know if we want that over the pool deck into the bathrooms. So I would love to see that too. But I believe that one way or the other, we have to allot the dollar amount that the folks voted on in the parks bond for this site. And also because it was specifically mentioned, I believe, in the parks bond that it was going to be a turf field. So I agree with you, Mayor. I don't think that we should rely on the schools the school board to maintain, a Bermuda grass field.
Don't maintain.
Correct. And I don't think they will in the future either. So I think that we need to really do everything we can for the turf field, lighting, bathrooms, and I think we can do it for the 1.7. And we need to figure out a way, because we also have monies, and some of those other items that were mentioned, by the way, in the backup, I think we can do it through even regular, somehow, parks budget, entranceway landscaping, fencing, benches, picnic tables, pavilion. These things can happen, I think, in the regular course of events. We don't need to spend the bond money on some of that. I think we can find that in our parks budget. So I'm open to whatever we can come up with, and I would agree with you. I would be more than willing to take some of the money that we have from our allocation for land acquisition in the Parks Bond. I think the city attorney has already told us that we have that ability, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm looking for a solution. I'm all open for that because I think we really have to give them what they voted for and actually more importantly, what they really do deserve. So thank you,
Yeah.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Commissioner Glassman, I agree with you. I'm a little confused, I guess, how we got to this point where we're voting on something that we already approved. Or we already said the 1.7. Like, how did we get to this point where we're discussing?
The Education Advisory Board and the Parks, Recreation, Beaches Advisory Board, they had meetings.
Did you guys know about any of these meetings?
Well, I did, and I've read the minutes thoroughly, but I did know about them.
You knew about them when they first started happening and the conversations were happening?
I did, and I actually spoke to members of the Education Advisory Board and Parks, Recreation, Beaches and Advisory Board to try and explain why I thought they needed the funding, but I was not very successful, so I should never be a lobbyist.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm kind of a little bit concerned about that, how we voted on something. And like I said, you can't take away what you give to people. I mean, we need to, if there are other needs in our city, then we need to work on that also. But we can't undo what we did. I don't know. I'm just a little.
Well, we can undo what we did, but no one else should.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know why people are undoing what we did.
That's true. So, Mr. Mayor, then I can sense where this discussion is going. Why don't I, from a staff perspective, recommend that you defer the item until April 19th and allow us to go back and come forward with, it's clear where you all want to be from a policy perspective.
Can we vote on some of the other park
Yeah,
improvements?
I mean, I would like their neighborhood to have assurance that they're going to get what they voted on.
Well, and I think that's what we go back and work towards, so that when it comes back, we're going to need 2 meetings to be able to do that, to realign priorities. I don't think it'll cause any of these projects to be delayed. We're not ready to turn dirt tomorrow anyway. And so if you all are so inclined, I think 419 would be acceptable to come back.
And maybe you can talk to the district commissioner if there's a school in that person's district. Maybe they use some of the park bond money that was going to go towards buying new property towards some of the schools that have a need. So maybe you have that conversation one-on-one with us. I'm sure we would all support the needs of our schools.
Understood.
All right, so why don't we defer this then?
So hold on a second.
Yeah,
Phil, why did you come up here?
Well, I just want to make it clear, and I think the city manager did, that any changes will need to go back to the Parks Advisory Board. So we'll need to staff to come up with a new decision on whatever we want to do, and then it'll need to go back to the advisory board. Alan can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the way the bonds read, so that it would need to go back to the budget or the Parks Board, and then back to the commission.
So how come it didn't go back to them when they took the money? Because it was already allocated, and this is what I jumped up and screamed about in the beginning, because I didn't want anyone taking money from another designation or district after we have vetted these processes to get this large allocation for their destinations, and then we create this other board or entity that took that 1.7 and said turf is too expensive and we're going to go somewhere else and do something else, and then he started including all these other schools, which are these are school board properties, not city properties. I think if I want to allocate some money to help you or any other district, it would be to improve our own property that we own and not the Broward County School Board's property. I mean, I know if we help a school in Broward County, it helps the city of Fort Lauderdale be a better place, but it's not our job to improve their schools. But if Poinciana Heights said that they want to take 1.7 and put it into Sunrise Middle, that's their desire. That's their choice. Why can't they take their 1.7 million and do that? And to the mayor's credit, when you look at Sunrise Middle School, you look at all 12 of those schools that are being mentioned right now, they all look like you know what. in terms of maintenance or lack thereof. And I can't understand it for the life of me, why these schools cannot be maintained to a standard, just a standard. But they aren't. I don't know what the processes are over there, but they look horrible from Thurgood Marshall, Walker. I mean,
Good Marshall.
the list goes on. But when you look at this, William Dandy, who refused the money, refused to take the allocation, the condition of that school is horrible. But I don't know why these schools look the way they look. But that's not our responsibility. Poinciana Heights needs to get their money and do what they desire with it. If it was a standalone park in that district that needed some additional dollars from me, and we wanted to do that, I'd be more than do that to invest it in the city's property, not into someone else's property. I just don't want to do that.
You know, another problem I have with the school board property, and I noticed this in my neighborhood, Florinado School, the fence keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So I don't have access to the property like at all. I have like a little corner in the, you know, the whole property that my neighborhood has access to. Okay, so you can use it maybe after hours when it's dark, like you're saying, or you can use it on the weekend, but and I understand we need school safety, so I know that comes first. So, but we've been kept out. We've been pushed out even more and more and more as neighbors and residents, and that's like the only green space I have in my whole neighborhood. And so, you know, moms and kids, little kids can't use it during the day, and it's changed since, 20 years since I've had my kids. We used to be able to go and play on the fields there, and now we can't even, we don't have access to it, but yet we're investing all this money into it. I mean, I know we're trying, but it really got a lot worse. We're trying to make it a little bit better, but it's still pretty bad.
But so, just so you know, not just in your district.
No, I know.
Every public school has a lock. In our parks, if we have this joint agreement, our rangers go there in the morning. If we have to go in there, they open it. But after school, they come and open those gates, and they close them by the time parks close. This is what I learned in my 8 years here, that we do that. So that means we don't own it, we don't have access to it, and there's a reason, why, for the safety reasons. But I'm just not willing to take my parks bond allocation and give it to Broward County School Board. I'll give it to another park that's suffering in another district or something like that. But to give it to Broward County to improve their property, I just don't see why we need to do that.
Okay. Mayor, I have a question for Alan and Phil, because Phil just said he thinks this would have to go back to the Parks, Recreation, Beaches Advisory Board. They've already seen it and discussed it and took action, but they're an advisory board. And then now it's come to us, so why does it have to leave us and go back to the advisory board?
Under the bond documents, unless it's the 4 signature projects, any approval of the projects have to go through them first. So to the extent that there's any changes to what you're going to do here, it really should go back to them.
So the 1.7 is going back. What's going back to them?
I don't know. That's going to be determined by
Okay,
you.
so great.
Hold on.
Yeah. No, I'm working on this.
Hold on. I understand it, but I'm trying to understand what it is we're talking about.
Yeah,
so
I'll
is
help
it
you.
hold on a second. You can go. You can get your turn. Are we going back to them with the 1.7 or the reduction? What are we trying to get them to approve?
We want them to revisit the 1.7 allocation to the Sunrise Middle School and return that allocation to that school. That's all.
I'm clear now. Go ahead, Ben.
What I think we will do is we will go as a staff and we'll put together something that reallocates 1.7 to Sunrise Middle as a recommendation. Bring that to the Parks and Recreation and Beaches Advisory Board. They can vote it up or vote it down.
Yep.
And let's just say if they vote it down, then we'll bring it to you anyway, and it's been through them as an advisory board, and then you all can take action.
But can we do that? Can they make that allocation without taking away from any of the other allocations to the other schools?
I don't know yet.
Let me just jump in here, so I think I can help with this. So, Commissioner Glassman, do you know how much money approximately you have left in your property acquisition allocation?
Well, we had $7.5
We all
million,
have $7 million,
right? We
Right,
had
so
$7.5
that's-
million.
Yep. So what do you have left?
The only one we did in District 2 was in Sailboat Bend, right? Our Rivermont site, for about $2 million, was that right?
Believe that is correct on the north side of the river, yes.
And then we tried several other places, South Middle River, property either was contaminated or people were asking ridiculous prices.
People were way too proud of it, right?
I think so. Maybe what Rivermont was like 2.2 or something?
Well, whatever. The question was how much is left?
So I guess I have
Hey,
about 5.
5 minutes, okay.
left.
Everybody has money.
I think I have about 2.5 million or so left. Does that sound about right, Chris?
That's all you got?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Sorry?
That's all you got left?
Yeah, we've been buying property. Yeah,
You're the one in,
we did the Riverside Park.
Riverside.
That was a big one. Yeah, that was about
4 million?
4 million.
Okay,
yeah,
so
yeah.
let's-
So hold on, Mayor. I'm still talking. Hang on. I know you're excited.
I know, but it's late, and we got people
I know-
waiting on here to speak.
I know, Mayor. If you just let me talk, we'll get there. So I'm happy to commit half of whatever the total cost of this is additional. So it's 700,000. We got $1 million allocated, so it's 700,000. So I'm happy to commit half of that for my property purchase allocation. If you want, you commit half from there, from yours, property purchase allocation, if you want, and then we get to 1.7 without taking away from other schools.
I understand, but then we're still, and that's, while I'm waiting to hear what Vice Mayor Marinas
Well,
is
that's it.
contributing.
You have enough money. Everyone gets
Well,
funded.
no, because we haven't solved that yet.
No, I'm
totally.
keeping my money.
Oh, you're not giving anything. So it's just Commissioner
I need,
Sorensen and I.
you want to see the park
Bad
space and just.
negotiator.
Wait, we're
You wanted
passing
to
the
let her-
hat here. We're passing the
Since she
hat.
wasn't too excited
No, you
about
guys just
giving.
split it.
Commissioner
I-
Sorensen, you need to
Good
know how to
idea.
negotiate better. You need
Tell
to
you how
start
many
from
park acres I
Go
have.
for a
compared
park
to
up at Lockhart.
So, Mayor and Commission,
Yes.
would you let us?
Yeah.
I think it feels a little bit weird to do to do wheeling and dealing because I think
Yeah.
we still have a lot of money yet left to spend. Can you give us a chance to try to solve it first? And if
Yes.
we can't get there,
that's-
then we'll have this discussion. But give us the opportunity to try to solve it.
Right.
We know what the direction is. We know you want to fund that project at Sunrise, and we know that you don't want to take from anybody else.
Correct.
Let us take a stab at that, and
Thank
we'll come back.
That's, and I appreciate that because that's what I was going to say. Because remember, we are now asking for permission to use money that was allocated by the voters for land acquisition, not for this. So this is a last resort to me to do what you're doing, and I say thank you because it's
Sure.
generous.
But we're
But I
allowed to
do
do it.
think that staff needs to figure out how to make it right, the right way, without using land acquisition money.
There may be some efficiencies that can be derived from other projects. I hear
Yeah.
that there might be.
Okay.
And if we can't figure it out, we'll come tell you we can't figure it out.
Perfect.
Right.
Perfect.
And just to clarify my earlier comment, if you're not going to add a different school where the board did not consider, you can reject the board's recommendation without going back to them. But if you're adding something, let's say you decide, well, instead of these 12, we're going to add another 3. Those 3 should probably go to the board. But if you can reject, you don't have to go back if you reject
Right.
their recommendation.
Right.
Just to be clear.
All right, we're just
Excellent.
deferring though. We're deferring this.
Defer
Right, but I
just
just
this
wanted to
one-
clarify my earlier comment.
We like the recommendation.
Just this one school, though. Can we just defer this one school and move the others forward?
Or do you
I
need
don't
a
think
package?
you can because I don't think you'd be balanced with what we have in the bond fund. So I think we need to take all 12 back and look at them and figure out if there's supplemental funding that we can make a recommendation on, or if we can alter funding that's being recommended. But it's clear what you all want, and let us see if we can get you there.
Okay.
All right.
So let me.
Jim Labrie, Mary Fertig, and John Sullivan, we've agreed to defer this. We're going to defer this. Do you need to speak tonight still?
Mayor, let me.
Sign up, so you can't. I don't have anything for you for PH1. All right, well.
So Mayor.
Defer this. Is there
defer.
something else that you want to? All right, so I need you to sign up first before you. All right, Jim, did you want to say something?
Mayor, I just want to make one
Yeah,
thing
sure,
clear.
go ahead.
So Commissioner Moritas knows, or Vice Mayor Moritas, that the pickleball allocation was in this public hearing as well. So I know we had talked about that.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that that's being deferred as well as you talk about the pickleball courts at George English Park. That was part of this public hearing as well. Just wanted to make
Okay,
sure.
thank you. And where were those funds coming from? Just the park bond funds? We
Yeah,
had
those
that
were
set up
already
for-
allocated in George English. It's just a matter of it's.
So can we move that one forward?
Oh, I tried to move the others forward, and Chris is saying we can't, so.
I mean, I presume procedurally you could extract one and move it forward if you wanted to, but then.
You just
How
said
could
it
we
was
move
our-
forward one and not?
Yeah.
Well, right.
And Vice Mayor hasn't yet committed to giving any of her land acquisition money in case, if she wants the pickleball.
No, I have money allocated. Phil said that. It was allocated towards the park.
It's cleaner if we take the whole item and just move it and try to solve it between tonight and the 19th.
Well, it's going to come back, so we're just
It is.
delaying it, and we will fund it, so, okay.
So I move to defer to April 19th.
Second.
Okay, but before we entertain that, there are four other people who signed up to speak.
Oh.
Jim?
I rescind myself.
Thank you. I almost don't even have to speak because really what I was going to ask for, you've already talked about. And that is that the voters of Fort Lauderdale requested and voted for $1.72 million for the Sunrise, Middle School. And that's what we should get. The EAB went off and did their thing, and I understand why they did it. But instead of coming back to the board and asking for more money, they simply started cutting money from some of the other schools. Totally wrong approach, in my opinion. So here we are today. They sent their referendum on to the Parks, Recreation, and Beach Advisory Board, and they accepted that. They didn't want to ask for money either. A motion came up in their meeting. Should we ask for more money? No, it was voted down. Nobody wanted to come forward and ask for more money. I'm here today. I'm saying, give us more money. We need make the pie bigger because that's what's needed. It's clear. I think one thing tonight we can all say and agree on is that the school playgrounds in the city of Fort Lauderdale are a mess. And we all know that the $800 million school bond issue that was passed in 2014 has been so grossly mismanaged, and perhaps even criminally so. I'm wondering if we'll ever see any of that money come forward to our schools. It's shameful what's happened. So I'm asking you for the $725,000, give back to the Sunrise Middle School. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, just a couple things. One, yes, we need to work on the 7.7 million for this, but we have fantastic public schools in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Both of my daughters go to public schools. The playgrounds are fantastic, not only where my daughters go to school, but other public schools in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We have fantastic teachers at the city of Fort Lauderdale public schools. We have fantastic staff at the public schools in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We have amazing improvements being made to the public schools as a result of school bond money. Yes, there have been issues with the school bond expenditures. We have fantastic improvements being made at Stranahan High School, Harbordale, many other schools that are doing fantastic work for our children here. I'm proud of our public schools, and I am eager to not only invest in our public schools as a city, but invest more in them. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Mary Fertig, followed by John Sullivan, followed by Marilyn Mamano.
So I just wanted to offer a kind of a different perspective on here. I followed this as it's gone through the bond. I guess I didn't really look at what schools got what during the bond, but I have listened to the conversation that I'm not a member of either of these two boards, but that's come out of the two boards. I'm going to preface this by saying that I went to Sunrise Middle School. My siblings went to Sunrise Middle School. My husband went to Sunrise Middle School, and all 6 Furtick children went to Sunrise Middle School. It's the one thing we have all in common, and my grandson is currently in the Fort Lauderdale Innovation Zone, and hopefully he will go to Sunrise Middle School. I fought with my husband unbelievably hard to get a new school at Sunrise and to have the pool rebuilt and then to have it open to the community. We fought for the same thing at Fort Lauderdale High, to get that pool open to the communities. So joint use has long been something that we've done in the city of Fort Lauderdale. What the change, I think, was to make sure that we didn't have a chief education officer when the bond went through. There were schools that were left out of that bond. I don't know why they were left out, but I hope in rectifying this problem, you don't leave those schools out, because some of those schools have been left out for too long. And so I hope you find a solution that makes sure that you take care of the needs of all children. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll find one.
Before we proceed, I'd like someone to make a motion to extend the meeting another hour.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes. So the meeting's now been extended to 12:30 a.m.
Alan, can we just extend until indefinitely? Do we have to keep extending?
Well, I'm told it has to be by.
I just don't know procedurally.
I think you can until you finish. I think we've done that before. I'll look at the resolution again, but it's not the end of the world if you just extended until you finish.
Okay. all
I'll
right.
look at the resolution, but it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts Rules. Thank you,
I think
Mayor.
we follow Robert's
It's a suggestion.
I don't
The
think
reason why I put times on it, because I've involved.
think it would hold us accountable to that time.
Yeah, exactly.
Which it doesn't.
Good luck.
Also a myth.
Because then you have me talking. And
John Sullivan. Good evening, John.
If we would manage our
Sorry,
time better,
John.
we'd be
It's
all right. But we don't
11:30.
manage our time.
Do I get extra time since it's indefinite? Just kidding. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. John Sullivan. I'm the acting Chief Communications Officer. I also oversee legislative affairs and our real estate and facility planning. So I do it all. On behalf of our school board.
So it's all your fault.
It is all my
Yes.
fault.
All
Don't-
right,
Don't tell my
welcome.
new boss that. But on a serious note, on behalf of the school board, including Ms. Leonardi, who represents portions of Fort Lauderdale, our superintendent, and especially our students, we are so thankful for our partnership with the city of Fort Lauderdale. We believe you guys are our model in terms of our partnerships with our cities. So we're very grateful for that. And not only in the joint use agreements, but as was delineated, you all also support SROs in our schools so to keep our schools safe. So we do appreciate that too. The district has really been collaborating with your staff on this for the last 2 years. Your staff has been amazing, to include Zoe and Phil. So we're very grateful for that. I think it's important to keep in mind that in this discussion that the district does not have the funds to do these improvements. That's primarily, and I also heard some comments about the upkeep. It's primarily the legislature who really tied their hands after the last Great Recession. They cut our ability really to raise our millage for these types of improvements from 2.0 to 1.5. So that has created deferred maintenance, which our bond has been able to take care of some of it, but not all of it. So again, we're very grateful for the city for this joint use agreement that we feel will not only improve your parks for your constituents, but also for our students by having access to those improved facilities. So again, just a big thank you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you for.
I appreciate your plea for help, but let me just say this. You can paint your own building. You can mow your own lawn. This is just cosmetic stuff we're looking at. That's not, you can pressure clean some of these sidewalks. I walk into some of these schools, it's disgusting. So to say that the state has tied your, what happened to just general maintenance in the public school system?
I'm happy to go back and take a look at the specific schools in all your districts to see what's happening with the particular concerns with maintenance.
Okay, thank you, sir.
For instance, I think, how long have the letters been missing on Thurgood Marshall?
All right, let's continue.
The
Marilyn,
building.
As long as I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, just.
all right. This is.
Yeah, but you know what? We're talking about investing millions of dollars into these schools, but look at the schools in their current state. Just that one letter at Thurgood Marshall is a good example.
Yeah.
And it's in your district.
That's
But
why
I
I
can show
asked,
you-
how long is that letter?
I can show you some missing letters too. I can show you grass that hasn't been mowed this year. I don't understand how you cannot maintain simple maintenance when you have these type of, personnel in play.
I promise you, I'm going to take a look at that letter.
Thank you.
But you were here when Zoe came on board, right? You were upstairs and we talked about SROs, right? Weren't you there?
That was my last interaction with you guys in this.
Sure was. That wasn't too pleasant either, was it?
It was definitely an interesting meeting.
Yeah, because we keep pouring money into these schools, and the school board has way more money than we do. We want to help. I think that's been indicated here by all of us, but to take someone's park bonds money is what I have an issue with. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Marilyn Mamano.
Good evening. In this instance, I am speaking as the president of the Harbordale Civic Association. It's always a question of money, okay? And this has been a very good discussion, and I think you've reached a very good solution. Let's defer it and see if we can't find the money. The problem is not only money, it's access. I just want to make sure everybody understands that from our perspective, from Harbordale's perspective, we just want to get access to our park, just like Commissioner Moritas says. There's a fence around the playground. that playground is not accessible to my community residents. It would be lovely if we could just open the gate. It's got a lock, just open the gate and let the residents use the park in the evenings and on the weekends. True, we have a decrepit, falling apart little basketball court that could use some money, and we're working on a 15-year-old jungle gym which could use replacing. That's small potatoes. The problem that I have found when we went through this whole process, which kudos to the staff, they have been working really diligently hard on this, is that when the advisory boards, both of them, were faced with this, let's review what was going to be the Joint Parks program, they were told they can't have any more money. And so they were forced into this horrible choice of trying to find ways to make the allocation from the original Parks bond fit the larger program, the larger need. This has been an excellent conversation, and you have pinpointed the problem exactly. It's just a question of money. If you can find another $700 million, they can get their turf, and all of the parks can now participate in the program. So it's not just money, it's access. For us, it's access. We need to get into the Joint Parks program in order to get access. We're only asking for a jungle gym and a resurfaced basketball court. Money is not the issue, at least in Harbordale. But access is the issue. So please keep that in mind.
No, but here's the problem I have. You're speaking on behalf of one school, right? And it's 12 schools we're talking about. Am I correct?
Yeah.
12 schools that will hurt if we make a decision here tonight. So, yeah, but this is why I protect what is mine and what belongs to somebody else, because we took something from Harbordale, from a Poinciana. Just give them their money back and we can figure out this other stuff later on. But no other school should have to be subjected to what we're going through now because we took their allocation.
I agree. We're in full support of getting back the money for that school that they were promised. Absolutely. We're all on the same page. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Marilyn,
Okay.
isn't your park open at night and on the weekends?
No. It's a big chain link fence and a big lot.
Why is that?
Because we're not a joint use park.
Oh, you're not a joint use. Can you become one? How do we become a joint use park?
You got to be in this program. You got to vote for us. You got to make us a joint use park.
Isn't
We'll have to work on that.
we need to work on that. Let's follow up on that, Zoe. Everybody should be a joint use park,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. So, Chris, this is the first I've heard of this. What?
So it sounds to me as though there's something coming in the future. Is that what I was to take away there? I guess Phil can, let's let Phil go ahead and address it.
If we're giving any money to Broward County Public Schools, we should open the gates.
So,
All of our schools.
yeah, the challenge at Harbordale and some other ones is that when school is not in session, we're in session, we have them, then we have liability. And some of these areas, in our opinion, are not safe enough to be on with our liability. As some of the playgrounds that they have sand in them that we don't use anymore, with fall zones, things like that. So we've always committed to bringing the joint use parks up to a level that we're comfortable with our parks, and then we start to do the just like we did at Bennett Elementary School and other schools. So that's why you see this. Once we do the improvements, and we feel comfortable enough to open it up to the community.
Okay, so when you make the improvements to your park, then it will be open to them.
That's correct.
Okay, well,
But I would
good.
not feel comfortable opening
All right,
Harbordale
so
today.
we have a plan to bring up all the school parks to a level that we're comfortable with, and we
Right.
can open the gates to all of them. in the
Why
city.
the plan in front of you tonight was with that idea, to bring all those parks up to a comfortable level so we could open those up to the community.
Okay. And we will make that happen. We'll get there. We'll find the money. All right, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. All right, so there's a motion on the floor to defer the item to which date?
April 19th.
April 19th. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalles?
Yes, and the item is deferred to April 19th. PH2 is a public hearing, quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning of .576 acres of land located south of Southwest 32nd Place, north of Southwest 33rd Street, east of Southwest 16th Terrace, and west of Southwest 15th Avenue, from residential single-family low medium density district to residential multifamily low-rise medium high density district. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Vice Mayor, do you have any disclosures?
I do. 211, I met with council, Mr. Shear, and Tricia, the owner.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Don't have any.
Okay, Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, I met with Council Shear on February 10th, 2022.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Council and applicant several times.
Same with me as well, council and the applicant. I have three people who signed up to speak. Are you here just to support it? This is Sarah, Alex Ramirez, and Jerry Shear. You're all here to support it. Is there anything else you want to say? I just need a motion to close public hearing.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, so can you come up here and say the same thing at the podium? Identify yourself and.
Yes, Jeremy Shear from Becker and Polikoff, representing the applicant. And at the planning and zoning hearing, we voluntarily proffered a condition of approval lowering the density to 12 units for the entire development site. And in the recommendation, there was a slight error that said it was per acre, but the ordinance is correct. Everything else in the staff report is correct. So I just wanted to clarify for the record that we are voluntarily reducing the density to 12 units for the entire site.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do I hear a motion to close public hearing?
Ben did already.
Moved.
Second.
And seconded, please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from residential single-family low medium density district to residential multifamily low rise medium high density district with an existing future land use designation of medium high 25 residential, a portion of tract 36 being the south 100 feet of the north 106 feet, of the west 251.43 feet, of the east 372.70 feet, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 46 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located west of Southwest 5th Avenue, north of State Road 862, east of State Road 9, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now, the ordinance is now approved. PH 3, public hearing, quasi judicial ordinance approving a rezoning of 0.164 acres of land located south of Southwest 32nd Place, north of Southwest 33rd Street, east of Southwest 16th Terrace, and west of Southwest 15th Avenue from residential single-family duplex medium-density district to residential multifamily low-rise medium-density district. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in, and the commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received and make them a part of the record. Vice Mayor, do you have any disclosures?
I do not believe I've met with anyone on this.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Not.
Okay. Commissioner, what's your name? Glassman?
Yes.
This is the same.
It's the same
This
thing.
is the same one as what you just did. So
Same
your-
disclosures.
Your disclosures are likely the same as page 2.
It's in the same disclosures.
It's the same.
All right, well, it's a different item, so.
I know, but it's the same. Anyway, same disclosures.
2 different parcels, same project.
Right.
There we
Commissioner
go.
Sorensen?
You guys did.
Yeah, applicant and council.
What time is it?
I also met with the representatives of the applicant. So, same three people sign up to speak. You have anything to say? Nothing to say? Okay.
Chairman, you
Someone move to
need
close
to update
public.
the record like you did on the last one, or would it be the same update?
Well, you have to stand up and say it by the podium.
Just to clarify, it's actually one parcel with split zoning. Very interesting. So, same thing.
Okay. So, someone like to move to close public hearing?
Moved.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the public hearing is now closed. Someone please introduce the ordinance. It's been introduced.
An ordinance amending section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and by reference made a part thereof, so as to rezone from residential single-family duplex medium-density district to residential multifamily low-rise medium-density district with an existing future land use designation of medium 15 residential, a portion of tract 36 being the south 100 feet of the north 106 feet of the west 71.29 feet of the east 121.29 feet according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 1, page 46 of the Public Records of Dade County, Florida, located west of Southwest 15th Avenue, north of State Road 862 and east of State Road 9, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas? Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on first, the ordinance is now approved. Now we go to ordinances of first reading. This is OFR 1, an ordinance amending the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinance Section 17-7.7 regarding the hours of operation for lawn equipment. Anyone have any questions? Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Chapter 17 Noise Control of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, specifically Section 17.7 entitled Specific Restrictions and Section 17.8 entitled Exemptions to amend permissible times for operation of landscaping or yard maintenance power tools or motorized equipment, providing for severability, providing for conflicts and repeal, providing for correction of scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Wow, you threw that in, Mr. Clark.
Yours.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yeah, but hold on. I thought we
shortened the hours for.
I thought we separated commercial and residential because if we didn't separate them, is that in there? It's in there.
This is for mowing
Don't
your
shake your
lawn.
head. Come to give me a testimony.
This is for mowing the lawns.
Yeah, but we separated the two because otherwise our own maintenance department couldn't do the beach. So I think residential was going to be
It says in residential areas.
It is?
Sunday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Residential moves from 8 a.m., from 7 a.m. to
Commercial
8
stays
a.m.
at 7 a.m., right? Okay.
That's correct.
I'm good with it. Yes.
Well, wait. In non-residential areas, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Hold on, let's read this right. No
Should be-
person shall operate or cause to be operated any landscaping or yard maintenance power tools or motorized equipment Monday through Friday before 7 a.m. or after 7 p.m. in non-residential areas. So you're right, commercial is
Right.
7 a.m.
Okay. We're good with it.
Yep.
Thank you for that testimony, Mr.
That a
Nice
yes?
Hair.
Anytime.
And Anthony, we just need to actually
No.
just pay
Huh?
attention.
No.
I said yes.
Okay.
While you were trying to use up my
And-
interpretation of the code.
And enforcement's the key. Just even with
Excuse me?
waterways, blowing stuff into the waterways, the enforcement piece of this is very important. That's all.
Well, yeah, but I wish you would come over to my house and tell me not to mow before 7.
No, thank you.
Okay.
There will be
So the
enforcement.
ordinance is approved on first reading. OFR 2, an ordinance An ordinance amending section 26-161 of the Code of Ordinances to revise eligibility requirements for residential parking rates, establish an electric vehicles charging station rate, increase a monthly permit parking rate, and authorize the city manager to provide reduced or no-cost parking to city-sponsored educational or professional development programs. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? If none, would someone like
Did
to
we
introduce?
add in here the second homeowners by any chance, or is that a different?
We did. Yeah, part of what's in here is people that own property in Fort Lauderdale, but they don't routinely reside here. But since they're a property owner, that is included.
Okay, so they can buy the residential parking pass. Okay.
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
It's been introduced.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending Section 26-161 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, entitled Rates and Hours for On- and Off-Street Parking to revise the residency requirements for applicable residential parking rates, establish a parking rate for electric vehicles in city-operated parking spaces, increase the monthly permit parking rate, and modify various provisions to the special event parking rate structure, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murdis?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and OFR 2 is now approved on first reading. Going now to OSR 1, this is second reading of a quasi-judicial ordinance approving a rezoning from Commerce Center District to Uptown Urban Village Northwest District in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Anyone wishing to speak must be sworn in. The commission will announce any site visits, communications, or expert opinions received or make them a part of the record. Vice Mayor, do you have any additional disclosures?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie? None? Commissioner Glassman?
No additional.
Commissioner Sorensen?
No additional.
I have no additional ones either. Mr. Shine is asked for questions only. You're good? Okay. Someone wish to close public hearing?
Moved.
Motion? Do I hear a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Murdis?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and public hearing is now closed. Someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance amending Section 47-1.6.b of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida Unified Land Development Regulations through the revision of the official zoning map of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and Schedule A revised compilation attached thereto and made reference a part thereof so as to rezone from Commerce Center District to Uptown Urban Village Northwest District, all of lots 4 and 5, Corporate Park, Cypress Creek, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 108, page 11 of the Public Records of Broward County, Florida, located west of Northwest 6th Way, north of West Cypress Creek Road, east of Northwest 9th Avenue, and south of Northwest 63rd Street, all said lands being in the City of Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, Florida. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Yes. Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on second reading. OSR 2, this is a second reading of an ordinance amending subsection 26-8B regarding impoundment of vehicles. Any questions regarding this? There being none, someone like to introduce the ordinance?
Introduced.
An ordinance of the City of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, amending subsection 26-8B of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Fort Lauderdale to provide for the imposition and collection of a reasonable administrative fee to cover the cost of enforcement, including parking enforcement by the City of Fort Lauderdale when a vehicle is towed from public property, and providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinance provisions, and an effective date. Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Moritas? Yes. Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie? Mayor Trentalis?
Yes, and the ordinance is now approved on second reading. Is there any further business of this commission?
I do just have one question to ask before we move on to the CRA agenda. We
Right.
still have that to do. The question I wanted to ask is, it was brought up yesterday, just so we future plan going forward. Do you all want these partitions to stay up? Are you ready for them to come down? I know we've got a couple that are ready for them to disappear. You want yours to stay up. That's why I wanted to ask before we just came in and did any action. So we'll leave it up for now.
Do you want yours up?
There's really not a way to take some down and leave others up. So if we have a desire to have them remain, then we will honor that request.
Okay.
Thank you. I just need to get that answer.
Is there any further business? There being none, meeting adjourned. We now convene the CRA meeting. Please call the roll.
Vice Chair Moritas,
Here.
Commissioner Glassman,
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie, Commissioner Sorensen, Chair Trentalis.
Here. M1, motion approving the minutes for February 15th, 2022, CRA board meeting. Someone like to move the item?
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Chair Trentalis.
Yes. And the minutes are now approved. M2, this is a motion approving an agreement for consulting services with Caris Community Investment, Inc. in the amount of $198,500 and authorizing the executive director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions. This is $198,000 over 2 years. Is that correct, Chris?
That is, yes, I believe that's correct.
We've had 3 people who've signed up to speak. Is Beverly Chambers still here? Is Jason Lord still here? Is Albert Waters here? No one's here. Okay. All right, so would someone like to move the item?
I'll move it.
The item's
Second.
been moved.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and the item's now approved. M3, motion approving a First Amendment to the Streetscape Enhancement Program Development Agreement with 315 Flagler QOZB Owner LLC for the Flagler Village Hotel Project. Approving a First Amendment to assignment and assumption of development agreement for Streetscape Enhancement Program authorizing the executive director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions. I have several people sign up to speak, but Beverly Chambers is not here. Is David Brown here? Okay, so no one's here to speak. Someone like to move the item?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded?
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Moritas,
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and the motion's approved. Finally, M4, motion accepting the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency annual report and audit report and authorization to transmit to the taxing districts. Anyone have any questions with regard to this? There being none, please, someone please like to introduce a motion? Second, someone like to second it?
Second.
It's been seconded.
Commissioner Sorensen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Moritas, Commissioner Glassman,
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie, Chair Trentalis.
Yes, and the motion's approved. Is there any further business of the CRA?
Yes, I would like, just in the future, if we're gonna have these massive, discussions at the EMR and or, One Stop, CRA is on our conference agenda. I mean, for them to have to go behind that for such,
Well, we didn't even finish the conference agenda,
I know, but could we just,
so
They-
people wouldn't have to wait in the
have to
evening?
wait, yeah.
Okay. Well, let's hope that we don't have too many more late meetings.
I know, but I just want us to be conscious
Yeah,
of it next
yeah, I
week.
agree. You're right, because those people didn't get a chance to speak. I know.
Other than that, I think that's it.
Okay, no further business of the CRA. The CRA meeting is now concluded. We're now revisiting our conference meeting. We had left off with conference reports, and so I invite the Vice Mayor. Do you have any
I'll be brief. Way to go, Rufus. Really great event Saturday night, 75th anniversary. So that's it. I have a lot of others. So.
Commissioner McKenzie.
I echo. the
Okay.
Great event.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman.
Yes.
He
Thank
ate
you,
all the
Mayor.
food.
I echo that. That was a wonderful event. And I still don't think you look 75, Rufus, so that's great.
He kept saying
You're looking terrific for 75. Congratulations. I also want to thank staff and everyone involved in the St. Patrick's Day celebration.
Second that too.
I think that was a terrific day to have that event again after a few years. Absolutely wonderful. And I also want to congratulate my colleagues on the dais.
Thank you.
On the 18th will be 4 years since we were all sworn in for the first time together. So That will be our 4th anniversary on the 18th. So happy anniversary to each and every one of you. That's it for me.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, that was good.
What?
Very
Just
brief.
don't let go, do you?
Okay,
All right,
keep
Ben?
going. Keep going.
No, I said that's it. Thank you.
That's it? Okay.
He's looking at me.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, great St. Patrick's Day series, a couple of days. Happy anniversary, Rufus. Couple education questions. Was talking to some different schools about Chris doing like a Civics 101 kind of partnership where some schools could partner with the city on kids getting kind of project-based learning, collaborating with a department or two at the city and kind of working, understanding city government and so forth. Is that something we could kind of look at? That's
Sure.
Commission's open to that.
Yeah, we would do that now. So we would love to have further opportunity.
Okay, great.
And I have a really good script that I did with Florinata.
Oh, great.
Share it with you. It was kind of like Government 101. And were you there with me? Yeah, we were there. You weren't there. No, you weren't. Okay, Erica was there. It was really cute.
Awesome.
I'll share it with you. Florida League of Cities developed it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be great. This was just 2 other ideas, kind of education related. I forget, maybe it's Coconut Creek. They have something called like a unsung hero award to kids that just do a good job in life. Like they help someone who's hurting, or they, do CPR, or they find money and give it back to someone. And they do it like once a month. Anyway, I thought it'd be kind of cool, something like that. Maybe before a commission meeting, we just celebrate one child from each district once a month or once every couple months or something like that. I just wonder if there was an appetite to kind of look at something like that.
We could do it from time to time. I don't know about once a month.
Yeah, once every couple months.
But who would be selecting this person?
So you could have principals like, suggest a child, who's done something neat or special, as it comes up.
Why don't we put you in charge of that?
Yeah.
I mean,
Sure.
it sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. If that's right, so we'll kind of check it. Great. Last thing was, again, just random idea of like inviting, a school or a class or something to periodically say the Pledge of Allegiance at our start of our commission meetings. Is that something, or
Hey,
if we want, just individually, we
use
can.
the help.
Yeah. Okay. Just kind of if we're interested individually.
The words, so it's.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. All the support. So maybe we just ask, hey, Chris, I'd like to invite this school or something. Okay, cool. That's it. Thanks.
Okay. I have a whole list of things I want to go over, but I'll just, put them aside. The one thing I do want to bring up is the police chief and the firing of the police chief. And I know there's been a lot of controversy in connection with it. I have had my conversation with the city manager and with the city attorney to discuss what led up to it. Because I wanted to really have a face-to-face, heart-to-heart talk with both of them, because I really feel that there was I don't feel that the city was properly represented in terms of who we are as a city, and I feel that the series of events that took place leading up to his dismissal cast a incorrect light on the city of Fort Lauderdale. Now, a lot of it was relied upon the Rossman report. I have my concerns about the completeness and the really the correctness of that report. But I guess there are plenty of reasons why the city manager made his decision, and I've talked with Chris and we went over everything together. I'm still uncomfortable with the decision, but I have faith in our city manager to have made the correct decision based on his advice from the city attorney as to what is appropriate procedure, and it pains me to think that this event happened in our city, that a person who was of color, who's LGBT, who feels that he was doing the right thing, maybe just didn't do it the right way, was ultimately relieved of his duty. It's just one of those things that I think let's just hope that these things don't happen again, because I think everyone tries their best to be fair and just in every day what we do on behalf of the city. Even tonight, I want to thank every member of this commission for the great effort trying to listen to the community with regard to each of the more controversial issues we had this afternoon as well as this evening. It's not an easy job for any of us. In the end, we feel fulfilled. We feel we're doing the right thing, and I think the city manager feels the same way when it came to what to do with regard to Chief Scarrato. So, going forward, let's do our best to try to continue to make Fort Lauderdale the place people never want to leave, and make people feel comfortable here, embracing diversity and encouraging people to take initiative and just continue to build community. So that's all I really have to say. And if there's nothing else, we're adjourned.
Mayor, I did just want to say that I share your concern, exactly what you just said. So I feel the same way.
Okay. We're done.